Welcome back to OtakuDaiKun. We are going to continue and probably finish off this current chapter of Higurashi, the Onikakushi hen. To sum up what has happened thus far, Keiichi is convinced that the townspeople are out to kill him because of the Oyashiro-sama's curse that's caused people to die, and they're all people that the town has more or less not liked. And because he's learning so much about this, because he's been talking with the detective and all this other stuff, he's a prime target. And the dude before him, Satoshi, Satoko's brother, was the last one to vanish. So he's got a target painted on him. He ate some mochi made by Mion and Rena, and it had a freaking needle in it. So he's grabbed himself a bat, the baseball bat that I think it's a metal bat, he even said, that Satoshi used to use, and he's been practicing his swinging skills under the guise of making sure he's protected at all times from people coming after him. If we finish it, we're pretty close to the end. I mean, I know the story, so I feel like I have... We'll find out. We will absolutely find out. But with that, let us resume. Let me know if there's any audio issues or things like that. This is the first time I'd ever woken up with such clarity. It was 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock. I had made preparations for the next day of school before I went to bed. I changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. It appeared that my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I was unilaterally declared that I would be leaving early today. He declared he would be leaving early, so it couldn't just be helped. How am I doing today? Wonderful. You have COVID? The city really is a city? That's horrible. What are the symptoms like for you? Because hopefully it's one of the more tame strains of it. Did I see the Xbox Showcase news? Yeah, Persona games 3 and up are going to the Xbox and PC. My biggest problem with that is, from what I saw, it was just Persona 3 Portable. And I like Persona 3 Portable, I guess, but it's not the definitive way to play that game, because there are certain things they added in... Yeah, in FES and stuff like that. The cutscenes were better in FES, because they went with that visual novel style more so for the portable to make it run better on PSP or whatever. So there's not like the best version of that game, and that's what sucks. But I do feel like we should have both FES and portable, if not a definitive edition made that combines the best of both, available for all the platforms. But, will we do a Q&A and stuff like that? Yeah, we'll find something to do. Ari-chan is out of the country right now, so it's me, all by my lonesome, which means I have no reason not to continue doing a pretty cool live stream for y'all. So, yay-hoo! You're watching your last stream, you're just playing Tales of Berseria. Hell yeah. I love Tales of Berseria, one of my favorite games. Going to the bathroom a lot, that could be worse. That could be worse. When I think of streaming Persona, the first thing that comes to mind for me is the the whole Calliope Mori thing where she spent an entire stream begging Atlas to let her stream it or something. So I don't know if that really is a copyright issue. I have had trouble that if you play the ending cutscenes and things of Atlas games like Catherine and whatnot, they give you trouble. But, yeah. I think there'd be other games that are higher on my priority list, honestly, than the Personas. Especially because I have streamed Persona in the past, and I got, okay reception. I slathered jam on some bread and topped it with instant cocoa. Just as I was finishing up breakfast, Mom rose groggily from her slumber. Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat. If I waited for her to make my lunch, then it would end up being the same as usual. If I did that, it would raise the chances of me running into Rena and Mion on the way. Yes, from today onwards, I was going to school alone. They're so nonchalant about this. It's like they've got these loving parents who are going to make them breakfast every morning, like good breakfast. They're like, no, just eat some toast and run out the door. It's like, I guess I could understand that if I were as busy as a Japanese person, like a Japanese student going to high school and stuff like that. But, like, that's intense. I can't imagine. Dude, I love Catherine. Popped in to say you beat Demeter. Nice. Nice. That is tricky. Congrats. She doesn't trust you. I took the 1,000 yen bill from Mom and slipped it into my pocket. Any games you stream later? Well, there's definitely some stuff coming up. I'm definitely... Alright, here's the thing. Obviously, I've been doing voting for streaming to see what you guys want of the games that I don't mind playing, but there are a couple that I'm absolutely going to play and stream, and that would be stuff like Xenoblade 3, possibly Fire Emblem 3 Hopes, because I want to play that. Obviously, if there's an FGO event that pops in, I'll be playing the crap out of that. Like, not an event, but like actual story and stuff. However, I have been streaming all the summer events. I'm not sure when the summer event for FGO this year is coming, like the real one. Parasite Eve Chrysler Building, if people vote for it this time, yeah, maybe. People keep voting for Higurashi, so I'll keep doing Higurashi, I guess. I'll keep that on there. But, yeah. Lunch money exists, yeah. When you haven't been a student for a very long time, perhaps. Shin Megami Tensei is brutal from everything I hear. Lepusel Ragnarok coming this August. Oh. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that.
Yeah, 俺だけ.
I always have a lot on my plate. I have no reason to tell her every little detail, now do I? Finding it difficult answering the onslaught of questions, I made an annoyed face. It's not that I didn't trust my parents. I just couldn't rely on them. They couldn't help me. I could only hope that they didn't get involved. It was safer that way. Ferdinand von Eiger? I don't know who that is. Luckily I managed to pre-order Xenoblade 3 before they announced it. Thank goodness they never canceled it. Are you talking about the, did you get a limited edition? Did you get a limited edition? You did. Holy shit. Congrats, because I spent all day trying to get that. And I wish there were certain things I knew right from the get-go. For one, my stupid Twitter notification did not respond immediately. Shame on Twitter. Nintendo tweeted it out, but people had said that the link was available for like 30 minutes prior to that. So I was already off to a slightly late start. Yeah, this is the worst retail experience I've ever had. Hey, Connor. Managed to get Xenoblade 3. Did you die? I did not. I did not. But that's the problem. Most people didn't, so the battle is not over yet. We're just here for round 2. And round 1 was an absolute shit show. Okay, like I said, for my video, Nintendo has been keeping me as a captive audience. I want to be there the exact moment that link becomes available. And so, for that reason, I've been following Nintendo, getting their little ding 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 notifications whenever they tweet whatever the fuck. It's really bad. And, finally they're like, okay, we're gonna drop the link tomorrow. Be ready for it. I'm like, I assume I'll get my little tweet for there. I'll wake up. I'll pre-order the thing and go back to bed. Because there's all sorts of people on that previous video I made saying, oh, you don't have to worry. The fact that they're putting it on their website is going to prevent scalpers, and they're going to have enough. It's not going to be an issue. It's like, people were trying to, like, gaslight me for being worried about this shit. So yeah, no, like I said, I woke up when the tweet hit me. I looked at it. Apparently people were already commenting a half an hour prior on that same tweet that they just now decided to notify me about. And it really pisses me off too. Sometimes I'll get like notifications in quick succession that cancel each other out. I'll get a Nintendo notification and then like Nextdoor or Ring or something like that will give me another random update or news story that like shuts up the notification like right away. So that's already annoying as hell. But again, my paranoia is there. You want to be there right when the link drops. I click the link and I was experiencing what most people were experiencing, is that when you finally got to the page, it was grayed out. You couldn't click it, and it was saying, you already have too many of this item in your cart or something. It's like, what? Excuse me? So the link wasn't read, you couldn't add it to cart, and that was a problem. And if you refresh the page, eventually they started throwing you into a waiting room. A waiting room that you cannot trust. The waiting room will not spit you back out to actually order the product. It was broken beyond all belief, so odds are, and I've tested this before, you were in the waiting room at least on one tab, and when it finally got you through the waiting room, it would just spit you back out to the same page with a gray link you couldn't even click. So you had no choice but to keep refreshing and refreshing, and some people early on got lucky. They could hit the red link, add it to their cart. But then there was a waiting list on the cart, and they couldn't get to their cart to complete checkout. So there's a lot of people who, right from the get-go, had the item in their cart, but could not actually finish their purchase. I, unfortunately, was stuck with the waiting room bullshit before I could get it in the cart, and then the website crashed. The website straight up crashed. They would do things like force log you out, and you had to fight to log in again because it would just send you to a blank link every time. Eventually there was a breakthrough and people started getting some, but only the people who already had it in their cart, because somebody, Wario64 on Twitter, discovered that if you went to like their sales page, it would give you like an error or something, but you could still click the cart from there, and it would take you straight to the cart instead of the waiting room. So there was an exploit. People were actually getting to their carts and checking out. Cool for them. Unfortunately for me, I still didn't have it in the cart, so I needed an exploit to get past the stupid waiting room and the gray links. And it turns out there was an exploit. You add it to your wish list, and then when you say get info from your wish list, for whatever reason it bypassed the waiting list on the item, and you could keep refreshing that page again and again and again and again and again until somehow randomly the gray link would become a red link you could click and add it to your cart. I finally was able to do that after hours. And I was now in the cart situation, where I needed to get to my cart, which had the waiting room. But by this point, trying to use the cart exploit by going to the sales page, Nintendo must have noticed that and just slapped like a maintenance page on there, so you couldn't use that exploit anymore. I almost feel like Nintendo was getting pissed that we were finding exploits and like trying to seal them off one by one, and forcing us to use a wait room that we couldn't trust anyway, which was an absolute nightmare. So, in the end, I never did get through the waiting room. The website started to break. I had the item in my cart. It would load in a waiting room forever, threatening you that if you left the waiting room, you'd lose your place in line, which really didn't mean much to anybody because we didn't trust the waiting room. And of course, I had the waiting room open on like a separate tab the whole time in case that did work, while I had another tab where I was trying to sneak through. And eventually, after another crash of the website and trying to log in again and again and again before it finally actually did log me in, Nintendo shut it down. They removed the listing for the item, and they wiped everyone's carts so that you no longer had the item in your cart anyway. So their site was more or less down for several hours after that before you could buy pretty much anything on their website. And then, only after all of this, they finally sent a tweet that says, oh, we're going to try this again some other day. So now we're back to being a captive audience to their stupid tweets that aren't Xenoblade related in the meantime. Pre-ordered Dusk Diver 2. You know, I'm tempted to get that. I recently bought Dusk Diver 1 and I liked it. But I kind of wish there was better combat. Yeah. So at least when... Yeah, that was the absolute worst experience I've ever had. And I've gotten myself a PS5, going through all sorts of hellish loops. That was the worst. They limit it to special... Oh yeah, and of course there were scalpers. They've got the thing listed to... about $300 up to $600 for this stupid thing on eBay. Yep, so congrats to anyone who did succeed. I never blame humans for getting through, I only blame the bots and Nintendo's crappy way of handling it. So... My mom's annoying voice was cut off by the slam of the door. Dude, you're such a jerk. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down the road to school alone. Your mom just cares about you, asswipe. Do you have all the materials you need for Castoria? I don't know. What materials do I need? Like, I always try to get whatever I don't have in stock when events come around. I don't really, like, farm for events or materials. Like, from the story nodes and stuff like that. Oh no, you're not that late, thankfully. If you're just getting here now because I had my little Nintendo fuck you rant. Oh yeah, and of course the Wario. When the website would crash, you would occasionally get Wario on a maintenance page, and he's looking all smug and like, I did something nefarious, Wario. You know, you get that, so now people are memeing, and it's fucking hilarious, that the true final boss of Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is Wario. Eggs, seeds, pages, comment shards. I don't know. Like I said, if I ever notice I'm really low on something, I'd go out of my way to definitely buy them. But if there hasn't been an event where I could buy those materials yet, or if they're brand new, then I might not have enough. But, yeah. I don't know the order of events and what's going to come out, though. Are we going to get more reruns before the summer event? Are we going to get Castoria before the summer event? I don't know, man. So I always met with the same people at the same places. But today was different. I didn't meet the people I would normally, and nobody was at the places where I would have normally met them. That's a weird sentence. Of course, Rena wasn't in the spot where we usually met, and there wasn't anyone at the spot where we would have met up with me on. Duh. Creators Freedom, thank you for being you. Aww. Aw, thank you, Creators Freedom. Thank you very much. Ka-ting! Ka-ting! The length of the tree's shadows, the morning air, and the brightness of the sun. It was a completely different type of morning from what I'm used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion Hinamizawa had set up for me before it had enough time to prepare all of the props needed to deceive me. Oh shit, you transfer your demo data to the full game? Well, the only reason I don't want to download the demo is I don't have a lot of space on my Switch for a digital download. So I think I'll just play the game when it comes out later this month. But yeah, no, it looks really good. I didn't realize you could choose a female main character. Of course, my ultimate goal is to just play as Femme Byleth. But I guess for some reason I'll have to go through the dumb story part where she's a bad guy or whatever at first. Isn't this the visual novel that's confusing as fuck? There are kind of a handful of things I would consider to be pretty confusing. This one can be if you don't know what's up. I don't think it's that confusing at all. Yes, this is when they cry. Higurashi no Naku Koro ni. The person who called out to me was someone we always passed by as we were taking a walk along the edge of the fields. Their name was... I forgot. Of course, this wasn't the spot where we usually passed by each other. I threw out a random excuse. Some visual novels are pretty straightforward, honestly. Most annoying thing I have heard this year was Grand Blue Fantasy Relink being pushed back to 2023. Yeah? It sucks, but I get it. That's like, it doesn't bother me that much because I want to make sure the game is good. And as long as it still continues to be the awesome game it looks like. Now, one thing that's going to get me absolutely off the walls, batshit crazy about that game, as if I already weren't excited, is if you can somehow get Zeta in it, like you could in Grand Blue Fantasy Versus. Because she is now my Grand Blue waifu. Holy crap, she is smoking. Super awesome. So hopefully, yeah. I'm not too worried about it. Coming out in 2023 it sucks, but yeah. And I only hope that the earlier release of Xenoblade 3 in this case wasn't some kind of rush on the development of the game. Obviously it was a rush on the production of the special edition, because they're going to send you the game, and then on top of that, send you the limited edition stuff later. They're just going to send you the game first on release day, because it's going to take them a while to manufacture, which I guess I don't really mind that. I think that's a good business model. Is Grand Blue Fantasy another ship girl type? No. It's a straight up fantasy. It's an amazing, it kind of harkens back to old school fantasy anime and stuff like that. I absolutely love it. Grand Blue Fantasy is good. The easiest way to access it right now is through its anime series. I recommend you watch that. It's very fun. No, they have an airship they fly around on, but no, it's a straight up fantasy. They're actual people and stuff like that. Yeah, definitely. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, or whatever they want to call it, is still looking to be one of the most impressive looking JRPGs I have ever seen, period. We'll see if it actually lives up to that hype or not, but it certainly has the hype. Yeah, this is way the hell easier to understand than Fate, in my opinion. I was being asked the same type of questions my mom was asking, so I answered them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Rena was each time I passed by someone, but maybe it was to be expected. It was because for so long we were always together so amicably. Did Nasu take a ton of crack and LSD when he made Fate? You know what? Maybe. There are times when Nasu is writing, and maybe it's a problem of translation, I don't think so, but he just likes to write, like, extremely vague, supernatural things that don't make any sense. It's like the only way you could understand the way he's writing is if you were in his own head. It's not because what he made was so complicated, it's that the way he described is literally something indescribable. Like he's trying to describe something intangible. And it's like, okay. Like if you look at like the great tree known as time or something like that, you try to read that stuff, then yeah. Hello, Succubus Sakura. Hope you're doing well. Looking forward to the stream as always. Nice. So no, Nasu just writes like insane. It's kind of annoying. I wish she would sometimes be more straightforward. Even I felt that if I let my guard down, we could still be Stop it, Keiichi. Don't think about that anymore. You spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Beep, beep, beep. What? A car horn blared from out of nowhere. Even though I was walking, lost in thought, that horn was way too close. A mechanical behemoth barreled me from behind, catching me completely off guard. Jay, the real McCoy, Nasu and Kojima must have gone to the same riding school. Well, they do like women in bikinis, so they are both cultured. I'll give them that. I voted for Mordred for you. Nice. Well, vote for Mordred for yourself, because she's undisputed waifu. Have you played any Galgun games there? Yeah, I actually did. I did a dai-kun / dai-chan New Year's stream with Galgun. Obviously on New Year's. You can still find that. I have a whole assorted Let's Plays playlist of all sorts of fun stuff. Ooh, thank you. Cheerleader. Thank you. Thank you, Succubus. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! By the time I turned around, the van's hulking chassis was almost on top of me. I'd seen plenty of cars veer to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the opposite. It felt like there was somebody on the opposite shoulder and the van was swerving in my direction to avoid them. That blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much, much more important. The large mass was hurtling right at me. Was it gonna hit me? The inside of my head instantly flooded with a painfully cold liquid. Huh? In that moment, the scene before me, no, time itself, had frozen. Good evening and greetings from Germany, almost 11. By the way, Mordred for the win. Yes. In the silence of that frozen moment, I compared the van. So close that I had no way to dodge it, and my body, the upper half twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There was no way I could dive out of the way in my current position. If I lost focus now, the moment would unpause, and I would probably be plowed over, caught in this silly pose. Is Mordred really an orphan? I mean, she did grow up with Mama. Yeah. Just wasn't pleasant. Bend my upper body over toward the paddy by the side of the road. If I bent far enough, I'd get away with just being hit by the side view mirror. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, the temporal stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. The side mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning off through the air like a top, locked in my contorted position. Woo! That's crazy. Splash! Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy paddy by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched. I had an accident. But the choice I had made in that instant was unmistakably for the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by the car, it was the closest I could to being unscathed. Rising out from the paddy, I had enough in me to glare over at the stopped van and yell profanities at the driver. "What the fuck, you stupid cunt!" I'm not sure if he was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly. Get over here, you sorry. Yeah, I guess. Get over here, you floozy, or you fecal fluid feaster. I couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. The disgrace from being covered in mud hurt more than any physical wounds. You cum-guzzling gutter whore. I slogged through the muddy paddy and made my way back onto the road. Shit. I'll track you down and I'll sue you! Yeah, lawsuits aren't that intimidating. If I go looking for a van, I'm sure to find it in this little village. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side, and it had become so narrow that one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Not only was it a narrow road, but the car just now was closer to my side of the road than the other when it went past me. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud roiling up within me. So what Galgum games have you played? I only played the one. I think it was Double P's? That wasn't just a hit and run. That car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while now. That's right. As soon as I parted ways with that person taking a walk, I had that feeling the whole time. If it had wanted to pass me, then it had no shortage of chances. Normally, I would have felt suspicious and turned around sooner. But I was lost in thought, and now was kicking myself for not realizing it was there sooner. And then, when the path became narrow and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. If I had hesitated for even a moment, the result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from nearly being run over subsided, and the realization of just how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in, there was no doubt about it. That van was intentionally trying to hit me. A cold, vicious sweat seeped from my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling off. Then I took an arrow to the knee. What is that from? That sounds very, yeah. And thank you, again. Ka-ting! I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. There was still the possibility that this was just an accident. Calm down, Keiichi. But also, don't be so naive, Keiichi. Being that lax will get you killed next time. You need to always be on your toes. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy was really out to kill me, then next time they would use a more reliable method. Nuke 'em from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. If that time came, and I was acting like I was now, getting covered in mud was the price I had paid for my own naivete. Covered in mud, but without injury. Not even a sprain. I guess this is what you would call the silver lining. I began walking again, this time cautiously. The arrow to the knee is from Skyrim. Okay, right. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I don't like Skyrim almost entirely because of, first of all, I think the first Roda thing sounds really stupid. I think that's one of the dumbest things you could yell. And it's just an ugly game to me. It's really, really ugly to me. You know, great for everybody who enjoys it, but I just can't. That's why it's so funny to watch all the YouTube poop stuff of Skyrim. Because the fact that it's ugly makes it all the funnier, but not something I'd want to seriously play. I had suspected only Rena and the others up until now. No, it was because I suspected them that I believed there were no other enemies. Oishi-san had said so, didn't he? There was the possibility of a village conspiracy. I used to be an adventurer like you, till I took an arrow to the knee. I can almost imagine the guy saying that. And I know a lot of the Skyrim voices because of those funny-ass videos. Hey you're finally awake. If it's the same guy, then I know exactly who you're talking about. If looks are the main concern, there's a lot more about it, I think, but I would rather play Elden Ring than Skyrim, that's for sure. Especially because there were mods and stuff that, like, looked like Mordred and stuff. If you look at Mundus's YouTube channel, they got some pretty awesome looking Elden Ring / Fate stuff. Was I really mired so deeply in the situation that I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual? Wouldn't it be just safest to hold myself up in my house? But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. That was just too horrifying of a thought. I recalled the tales Oishi-san told me of when Hinamizawa was still called Onikakushi, a frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them and eating them alive. One must not interfere with the demons. One must pretend not to see it. The enemy were numerous. The whole village. The villagers, with their unwavering faith in the curse, would do nothing to help me. The strong, sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I suspected it was the work of man, I would catch a glimpse of Oyashiro-sama's curse. And when I suspected it was Oyashiro-sama's curse, someone would poke their head out. What was coincidence? What was intentional? You can have Randy Savage in Skyrim. Snap into a Slim Jim! Who is my enemy? Who is just a bystander? No, what I really, truly wanted to know was, how did I end up being the proverbial bullseye painted, with the proverbial bullseye painted on my back? You played Doom Eternal over Skyrim any day of the week? I didn't realize it was the same publisher. Eventually, an answer in a form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that will happen, because until then, I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight and will keep me alive. Ooh, yeah! Well, now it just sounds like the Kool-Aid Man. One of the only things in Family Guy I actually find funny. I remembered seeing the metal bat in the gym storage shed, but there was a padlock on the door barring my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before everyone else arrived at school. I circled around the school grounds impatiently. What would his noble phantasm be? What's his, like, main wrestling move? But all I could find were things like pieces of lumber. Nothing that could bring into the classroom easily. Then I had an epiphany. I should search inside the classroom. It was funny, I watched a video recently, it was a HoloLive clip of Gura. Gura was playing one of those newer WWE type games, and she had like a create a character version of herself. Of course it looked rather silly, but just watching it again and thinking back on old wrestling games just reminds me how cheap and corny like wrestling actually is. The main thing that I always think is the dumbest thing is like you beat the crap out of someone until you knock them down and they're completely knocked down. Then you pick them up and it's like you can stand them up. Like, what are the odds that you could take someone who was knocked over, like you beat the shit out of them, knock them out, they're laying on the ground all tired and dazed, you pick them up, stand them on their feet, and they would just stand there going like, ugh, 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 you know, like all dizzy and shit. Like, that's not how anything works in real life. If you were that dizzy, you just fall back on your ass again. And then they take you and they throw you towards, like, towards the ropes, or towards the wall, or the turnbuckle, and you just, like, start running forward. Oh, I'm running in whatever direction you sent me at. It's like, no. If you have the ability to run in a single direction, you have the ability to stop, or fall over, or any number of those things. You running all the way to your destination, let alone running into the ropes and bouncing off the ropes, isn't a real thing. It is so weird. And I just never really thought about it until watching that. And, yeah, Gura versus Crony. And it was dumb. It was so dumb. That said, I would play another wrestling game if it were, like a prettier version of Rumble Roses. That was a kind of cool game. It played like ass, though. Then I had an epiphany. I should search inside the classroom. If it was something in the classroom to begin with, then there wouldn't be a problem. I could tell that everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. Good thing I came early. Nobody else was here yet. I wondered, what could I find in the classroom? I don't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat. But it couldn't be helped at this point. Until the gym's storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivete whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school. Who is texting me? Who texts? Oh, Ari-chan's trying to call me. Well, now's not a good time. Hello, Kana. Who's my good girl? Who's my good girl? Well, the thing is, Rumble Roses has, like, a slightly uncanny. If it were as pretty as Dead or Alive, then it would be fine. Because Dead or Alive games look good. Rumble Roses look kind of uggo. Just a little bit. Like, they had hot chicks, but the graphics were a bit uncanny. Super elbow drop. What's your top 3 hentai? Oh, interesting. Wordsworth, for sure. One of those. Midnight Panthers, I think, is the other one. Where it's like, these are like old school, like 90s cell animated hentai because they look gorgeous, man. They look fantastic, and they actually had like real animation quality. The stuff we have nowadays is like pathetic and hyper low budget. And then maybe a Thai, maybe something like Sora no Iro, Mizu no Iro. That one's really pretty. And if we're just talking about, like, the animated ones, I guess, yeah, that's kind of where my brain is at the moment. Resort Boeing is pretty good. I do like that one. And then what is it called? Sweet Home? I think it's called Sweet Home. It's like a dude who has, like, a bunch of stepsisters or something. And eventually they all just, like, go crazy on the beach on, like, the final episode. And that one's really nice, too. But such soft ideas would no longer protect me. To think that they were slowly making their way into parts of my life that I had once thought impenetrable. Does the cat girl show up later with a kid? I don't remember seeing that. I know there was, like, a second Wordsworth that was done in, like, digital animation. That one looked like ass. Well, that's the thing. That's why I want to play Rumble Roses, is that fan service. You know, it's right along with the Senran Kagura kind of mindset. We need more Senran Kaguras. Things like Senran Kagura that have that ironically have the balls to, you know, create that kind of content in this atmosphere and let it sell and succeed and show people that it still is totally valid. Homemate? No. Sweet Home. Different thing. That was an incredibly frightening thought. But I believed that not considering the worst-case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways. I will survive! So long as I lived, then I will definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense. Definitely. Or definitively. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. That much was to be expected. There was no way there would be anything that could be a weapon in the classroom. In case of emergency, there was probably nothing I could do but swing my own chain, I thought he said swing my own chain. It's like Kung Pao. Swinging a chain, swinging a chain. Swing your own chair. A chair could be a good weapon. Aerith knows. So, one anime that has been really underrated this season that no one's really talking about is Summertime Rendering. I'm loving that. I think that's my favorite anime this season, even more so than Spy X Family, which is really saying something. I like them both a lot, of course, but yeah. My gaze landed on the lockers that have come to be used for personal storage. The locker that Mion used to store her pile of games was among them. Yeah, Rumble Roses was 2004. Yeah, I hadn't graduated high school. I remember visiting my brother when he was, like, studying college in Florida, and he had that game, and I was just playing it there. It had some good times. I like the create a character. Isn't Geese Howard in Senran Kagura? What? Geese Howard? Not the actual character. Maybe the voice actor? Raging Storm! Have you guys seen the video of Geese Howard fighting? Well, no, it's like a dude in real life recording himself being attacked by a geese. Or goose. It was a specific goose. And they dubbed over him all the hilarious ass Geese Howard sound effects. One of the funniest videos I've ever seen. Florida Man? He wasn't, no. They had, what was it, Full Sail University. You know that college? Supposed to teach you how to make video games. It is an accelerated 2-year program. It was... Making video games and actually making money in that industry is hard. Really hard. Spy X Family is afraid of doing lewd adult stuff like smooching. Yeah, but that's why we have dojins and fan art. Give it some time. Give it some time. Of course, there was one for me as well. Oh yeah, there was supposed to still be a tracksuit in my locker. Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. I should go change later. But first, I needed a weapon. If one of my classmates came, it would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began opening the lockers one by one. They were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. An umbrella? If I couldn't find anything better, this would have to be my weapon. I mean, if you've watched Another, you know how dangerous an umbrella can be. Just out of curiosity, how powerful would a hypothetical Adam or Eve or Cain and Abel be in Fate? I think they would be really, really, really powerful. Because as much as all these other mythologies are really, you know, prominent, when we talk about God and a monolithic, monotheistic God, it's probably the most popular religion worldwide, outside of, like, maybe, like, Buddhism. Buddhism's huge. So, maybe it would be, like, Buddha versus Christ type of, like, super savior servants. But I don't think they want to put Christ in Fate. Something tells me they're kind of averse to that. Because whenever they reference God and stuff, like even Jeanne being contacted by God, it was more like a calling from the counterforce that she interpreted as God. So, yeah. Or Ruby, because one of the villains uses an umbrella / parasol. Yeah. God, what was her name again? Ruby, I've let kind of just drift away. I really like Ruby. I want to like Ruby, but... yeah. It looks like they have no intention of actually finishing the damn story anytime soon. They should just get it done and let it be. That said, a lot of people like make millions of views of videos on Ruby saying why Ruby is bad and stuff, and it's like, I think it's punching down to a certain degree, because Ruby was never meant to be like this highbrow production. It was like, oh, cool, like Monty Ohm stuff with an actual story. That's pretty neat. You know, so I like that. I was about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened a locker that held exactly what I wanted. It was, without a doubt, a metal bat. It was a well-worn and pretty beaten-up bat, but there was no doubt it was usable. In that locker that reeked of mold, there also hung a baseball uniform. It was probably the locker of a student in Pee Wee League or something like that. If that was the case, then he'd probably ask for it back. At that time, I could hear the voices of the children scuffling their way in noisily from the hallway. Amongst them, I could make out Rika-chan and Satoko. Well, have you seen the remake type thing they are doing with the full JP cast? It has Saori Hayami playing Ruby. Well, even in Japan, the 3D Ruby has been dubbed with Saori Hayami playing Ruby, as well as the chick who plays Matoi Ryuko playing Yang. So yeah, Ruby does have a presence in Japan. The anime looks like it could be okay. Honestly, I'm much more impressed by the Ruby manga in terms of just how gorgeous the art is. Sun Wukong would be really powerful. We have like a picture of him, don't we? But it's like from some really obscure type moon thing. I nonchalantly hid the bat I was holding behind my back. Someone tried to kill me. Sorry. Yeah, if he wasn't a Lancer, I'd be a bit concerned. I think that in itself, that an American-made anime made it to Japan and got its own adaptation. Yeah, that is pretty cool. Why are you thinking of Ruby characters wrestling? With that said, I began taking off my clothes. Satoko began to blush, just as I expected her to. Well, she's not exactly closing her eyes, is she? As Satoko feigned disgust, she went into the hall, still blushing. Conversely, Rika-chan continued to stare at me, preparing to change. What? She deliberately pouted and looked at me with upturned eyes. This'll be the day we waited for. Rika-chan, appearing to be satisfied with being considered a lady, made her way to join Satoko in the hallway. So yeah, ultimately I really do like Ruby. But I think the way to enjoy Ruby properly is to not take it too seriously. Like, it has always been this kind of immature indie product that its best aspect was, you know, the cool character designs and Monty Ohm fighting. And now we can only get so much of that. Creators' freedom! Redact your comment! Spoilers! 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 Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Rika-chan stopped suddenly and turned back towards me. It seems that Rika-chan had noticed the bat. She was talking like an old lady, despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again, but stopped and looked back at me once more. It seems she already knew I took it out of someone's locker. There was no name on the locker door. I didn't know whose bat it was, but I would be borrowing it until they complained. It wouldn't be for long, just until the gym's storage shed was opened. Watch Ruby like you watch Red vs. Blue, you don't have to take shit seriously. Yeah. I think Red vs. Blue's biggest problem was that they took themselves too seriously after a while. Like, I prefer it being goofy stuff that they made within the Halo engine, rather than trying to pretend like they were really badass and stuff. Like, I never thought of any of those characters as badass, it was just supposed to be funny. After quickly changing into the tracksuit, I checked on time. I still had plenty of time before class began because I came so early. I took the bat in one hand and went out to the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. I needed to make it known I would always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't the academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. I might get muscle pain if I just suddenly started swinging. I should at least start off with some warm-ups. I doubt anyone would think I was doing something out of the ordinary. Which was the exact opposite of what my actual mental state was. I gripped the bat and swung lightly. The bat was by no means light. The weight would make it reliable when I needed it to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use this as a weapon would never come. Just carrying it around could deter attacks against me. At least that's what I had hoped. Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped. It was Reina and Mion. For Koshien. Yeah, right. What? No, Reina. That is not what you want. To disrupt Reina from imagining something that vulgar, I ruffled her hair messily. Itadaki Seiki. Is that the one with, the succubus girl? With the wings? The kind of smug face. And I know Fuzzy Lips. That's with the chick and the teacher. Seems they've already taken me for a baseball nut, but oh well. Well, if I really didn't make it to the championship, it would be a cinch. Or if he really did make it to the championship, it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and catcher. I'd pitch the ball, then run past the ball I just threw, and change over to being the catcher in a burst of super incredible explosive speed. I laughed dryly at the ludicrous image. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground. I pounded the ground over and over. Wahoo! With each impact, the reverberation traveling through the bat stung my hands. If they smile at me like that, I'll bust a nut. Don't allow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone, no matter how many times I tell myself that. If they made me smile like that, I'll splooge. Jizz in my pants. I already knew quite well that there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends, but I just couldn't believe it. The real McCoy, sir, you are missing an arm, Lancelot the Black Knight. 'Tis but a flesh wound. Put your arms off. No, it isn't. That kind of split personality really exist? Like how Reina confessed to the doctor. Were they simply being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? In other words, did a supernatural being like Oyashiro-sama really exist? And was it possessing everyone to try and kill me? Yeah, that would be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends all along and everything was all just Oyashiro-sama's fault. I yelled out, drawing out all the power from the pit of my stomach, and raised the bat violently into the air. As I screamed out with all my might, I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Smash! Forget. Smash! Don't be soft. Smash! Brothers. Smash! Ultimate. My shoulders heaving up and down from my ragged breathing. I heard the first bell ring just as I calmed down. Horny demons don't scare me. Depends on what they look like, I guess. I gasped with a sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all the tension drain from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, but it didn't feel like I was asleep either. I couldn't say that it felt especially comfortable, but I felt a kind of relief that the sanctity of the school, part of my daily life, had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep on living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear with it as this living hell slowly gnawed away at me. The sound of Rena's voice brought me back to my senses. Everyone was moving their desks together as usual. That's right. It was happy fun club time! But I had no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag as I prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid having to actually say I'll be going home now. How do you fight the final big chance quest? Which one was the final big chance quest thing? Because they had, like, multiple challenge quests for this damn summer event. It just wouldn't stop. So I'm not sure which one it was. If you remind me who was in it, I could be like, ah, yes, this is what I did. Because I know I just cleared the whole thing. Mion sounded quite disappointed. The tone of the words that spilled from my mouth matched Mion's disapproving glare. It felt like the air in the room had dried out. Right, it was Arjuna and like two other dudes, right? What's your favorite new hentai? And yes, Itadaki Seki is with... Oh, it's a vampire, not a succubus. You're right. I do like the part where she invites the other student who was watching to come join in a threesome, and she didn't realize... She was overconfident. It was the first time she had taken it from behind. And, was all worked up about it. Bit off more than she could chew, and that was kind of hot. Yeah, I do like that one. Newer hentai? I don't know, man. There's this one that I'm really liking. God, I can't remember its name, though. It's about a dude and two sisters. It just came out recently. It's had a manga that's been out for a little while. But its anime adaptation is actually pretty decent. They're like getting it on in the classroom and then later in a closet dressed in maid outfits, I guess. Arjuna, Summer Martha, and Gorgon. Right. I mean, obviously you're gonna want your max limit broken, craft essence, the one that does the damage up. You put that on them. I think I was using a Musashi, a Summer Musashi, a Merlin, and a Waver, because Merlin would help you survive, you know, the Noble Phantasms, because you're in it for the long haul. And obviously in the background I would have another servant, also with a max limit broken craft essence of the same type, ready to jump in. I think that was... I don't remember which servant it was. But I didn't have to use any resets for that, just with that setup, hitting them with AoEs. And eventually they get to that stupid part where you have to hit each of them 10 times before they start taking, like, real damage. Thankfully that's not entirely true. They will take damage, just a lot less damage. And so if you have a strong enough servant like a Musashi with a max limit craft essence, you will take damage even as you beat them up a little bit to get those 10 down. You just gotta keep at it. And if you use a Noble Phantasm, while it's a shame to waste a Noble Phantasm, at least you're hitting all 3 of them at the same time. And then you can manipulate Martha, because you know she only hits one of you. And surprisingly... they don't kill you immediately. Like, even if they get an AoE off on you, that won't necessarily guarantee you die. At least not if you have the waiver debuffs and things like that. You're in Haria and Tales of Berseria right now, and it's got me wondering, would you like to see more tropical places in games outside of pirate-themed stuff? And to live in a tropical world? I think a tropical-themed RPG, where the characters are just naturally in swimsuits and stuff like that, or a JRPG where, like, your main character is, like, a mermaid, so it's, like, natural to be in swimsuits, would be really hot. Like, as in attractive. I would like that a lot. Kind of how Shantae, you know, it's a story based around a belly dancer. I'm like, hell yeah! You know, that kind of atmosphere is really good. And if they just made a JRPG based around that concept, it would be pretty sweet. New World Harem? Don't you mean World's End Harem? And if so, I like the idea of it. I just wish it were executed better. It was pretty damn low budget. Satoko looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps dissuaded by the mood. She swallowed her words and stayed silent. Nobody said a thing. I took that to mean I could leave if I wanted. But the collective gaze of the 4 of them, like the tiny pins used to mount an insect in a display, held me in place. Rana was the one who cut through the heavy mood.
Keiichi-kun, やっぱり女の子と一緒に遊ぶのなんか嫌だったかな?
It's not because you're girls, it's because you're evil! She said it in such a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted it to be the soft part of me that could still feel pain. I tore at my chest, violently tearing out the pins that held me in place. I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more, so I swallowed my words. Cutting things off there, I turned away and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. Yeah, I didn't do any resets. I didn't use command spells. I had already used them on that stupid, big chance quest or whatever that had Merlin in it. That one I thought was actually harder. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from sweat. Realizing that, I wiped it down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Since this morning, I'd become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears picked up and sought out threatening sounds and presences that could be closing in. What was your favorite part of Fuzzy Lips? I guess the BJ. I think it was, like, in the bathroom. It's not my favorite. I think the manga looks a lot better than the anime version. And that was why I could hear it. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. Those footsteps had matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person. But I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like that car this morning until we were in a good location to assault me? Then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to dive heavily into reading El Malloy case files. I'm going to try to finally do a lore of El Malloy case files. I've been putting it off for way too long, and now it just seems like the right time to finally get that through. Because a lot of it is translated. At least I'm going to get the stuff that I can read. The wooded path, crowded with trees, responded with silence, as if there was nobody there to begin with. Using a servant with the max limit break 200% attack power CE helps a lot. You kind of need it, yeah, because the enemies get a 10-turn buff, which reduces all damage by, 300. Yep. But I wouldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me. And just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well. Meaning the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was, without question, proof I was their target. I held my breath, waiting for that presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. Wait, is it the anime or the FGO story? What are we talking about? If the Code Geass anime comes back, do you think you'd do a lore update or something? Yeah. I think they would need to make a significant stride for it to catch my attention, because I did the lore and anticipate, like, that old, my Code Geass lore is old now. I made that video to help recap people for the fact that they were announcing a third season. That third season never came. Instead, they rebooted the film franchise and made Lelouch of the Resurrection, what was supposed to be the third season, into a movie sequel to the film series. And then that film itself, Lelouch of the Resurrection, ended on a cliffhanger, or at least had a little Easter egg trailer teaser thing that more would be coming, because now Lelouch and C2 are on some kind of extra journey of some sort to collect Geass powers or something. I don't remember what the hell it was. It was like a after the credits scene or something with them in like a dark forest. And we never got a continuation of that, ever. Instead, years later, we got a friggin' mobile game. El Malloy Case Files is a series of light novels. It has a little bit of anime adaptation, but those are only select arcs, and a huge chunk of El Malloy Case Files is just reading the light novels. So I'm going to dive in there and try to convey to people what's actually in there, what you're missing out on. Z of the recapture, but yeah, I'm not holding my breath by any means. Not after the whole mobile game scenario. Shenanigans. I was going to say scenario and shenanigans. Scenario. The Higurashi also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. The live chat puts my focus into disarray. Had 5 minutes passed? Or had I been like this for a whole 30 minutes? It was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed I would be the first one to panic. Without a doubt, he was lurking in the shade of that tree with bated breath. Then, I'd make the first move. I fixed my grip on the bat. I raised it up to my shoulder to be ready to swing it at any time. With all of my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees. But the presence in the shade didn't budge. Until the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing themselves. I screamed out angrily at them again, but even still, they didn't move at all. Then I'll go over there myself. I'm gonna kick your ass. With all due vigilance, I approached, step by step. Sorry, my wrist is getting tired. There we go. Let's try doing it with clicks. Stepping into the tree's shadow, I saw a human figure there. That figure was curled up like a small animal. Oh, it was just Reina. Bulge, huh? When she realized I'd found her, her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't going to speak a word. I wouldn't accept that silence and screamed the question at her.
別に、
Reina was in a panic with tears welling up in her eyes. But it was obvious that she had been following me.
ケイチ君がお休みしたから、レナもお休み。
関係ないだろ。俺なんか気にしないで遊んでろよ。
だって、ケイチ君のこと心配で。
Thinking about how I'd been acting up until now, it wasn't hard to imagine that my behavior could have been perceived as strange. So Reina was concerned. At a quick glance, that's how it would seem. But I wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. Even if that was really the case, she still wouldn't have to do something like try to tail me. She would have called out to me when I was leaving and gone out right with me. But Reina didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and matched my walking speed. What is your favorite anime-based doujinshi? I think the Mordred one by Yang Du is probably my safest pick for favorite. There's so many that I like that I couldn't just limit it to one, though. As for the tags, that's a bit of a loaded question. I want to stay a little... not that I don't want to say them, it's just... It's kind of takes a lot of thought, and I want to continue with the story a little. Then, after she realized I noticed she was there, she held her breath, and she tried hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her, but without a doubt, she was tailing me. Still glancing at Reina, I continued walking onwards. After I had walked for a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again, so I yelled at her once more.
じゃあレナが先を歩けよ。レナが見えなくなったら俺も歩く。
I moved out of the way and waved my bat violently to urge her forward.
レナはケイチ君と一緒に帰りたいな。
Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut into my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have called out to me. Now you're just blurting out random lies. It seemed that the seething anger within me was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, Reina had understood what I was feeling inside. I swung the bat, urging her again to walk. Reina looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped again.
行くから、そのバットやめてよ。怖いの。
Reina guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized that I wasn't planning on using this bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but guardedly opened the way for her.
行けよ。これなら文句ないだろ。
There was nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly so as to not set me off. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all.
おい、立ち止まるなよ。
Then a powerful gust blew past us, barraging my face with dust. The dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision! Ah! While rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung blindly with the bat in my right, protecting the small opening I had presented. But Reina didn't even try to attack during that opening. Attack me? No, she hadn't budged an inch. Hey, Archangel Glenn, how you doing? Thank you. Ka-ching! could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. At that moment, the voice inside of me immediately warned me of impending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed? Did you smell her panties? Without me realizing it, the air around me suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. It was like the air had suddenly become invisible concrete, like Rena and I were locked in this space. Rena didn't move an inch. Also unable to move, I stared at her back. Rena was the first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. I felt like I had just witnessed her shift from Rena into that other person who looks like Rena. But the voice was one I knew well, which filled me with a kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice.
ごめんね。聞いてもいい？
Too shy to even turn around, Rena squeezed her voice out desperately. Forgot to write something to the previous chat, so I guess it's 10 towards the Castoria Fund. And happy end of summer event tonight. Yes. Yes, I've done lots of farming on that summer event to get QP that gets trained away real fast. No matter how much you farm, it feels like just a couple of skills to max level and you're done. But yes, Castoria is apparently coming up sooner and sooner. As she trembled.
なんだよ。
あのね、どうしてバットなんか持ってるのかな？
How do you do that challenge quest? Like I said, get the best craft essences, max limit break them, the attack up ones. It's the craft essence that has Kato Danzo on it, Robo MILF. Ideally, put it on someone who has AoE, because you're going to have to try and whittle down their HP over the long haul. And maybe use Merlin or somebody who's going to keep you alive for the longest time. You keep sending out bait banners. Well, who are they trying to bait us with? Because I haven't been checking them. They didn't seem that interesting. The question Rena asked was by no means unexpected.
俺が何を持ってたっていいだろ。
Is this not a choice-based visual novel? I don't think there are many choices, if at all. At least not at first.
どうして突然？
別に突然でもいいだろ。俺がバットを持ってるとおかしいかよ。
だって圭一君、野球とかしない人だったでしょ？
Don't bullshit us, Keiichi. We know you can't handle baseball. You're a loser.
おかしいよ。
I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for, and I was getting tired of answering her.
突然野球がしたくなったんだよ。それじゃおかしいか？
おかしいよ。
She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly.
突然野球がしたくなった。素振りがしたくなったからバットを持ち歩いてる。それのどこが変なんだよ。
変。
Merlin Waver have been my go-to support for the stupidly hard quests. Yeah. They still the best.
おかしい。絶対。なんで圭一君まで。
ぶつくさとうるせえやつだな。俺がスポーツに目覚めるのがそんなに変かよ。
I tried to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Till my suspicions about Rena were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions.
ごめんね、ごめんね。
Did you miss anything? Did you just now get here, Cool Kermit? Because Keiichi is afraid that the people in town are going to kill him. He almost got hit by a van that clearly seemed to aim at him, and he took out a bat and is now pretending that he is interested in baseball to use it as an excuse to carry around a weapon all the time. Reina still didn't turn around and spat out words of apology one after the next.
最後に一個だけ教えて。
これ以上話す気も教える気もねえよ。早く行けよ。
I yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she had been struck. Have you heard of Chaos Child? Yeah, I have. Hello, God Howard. I don't know enough about Chaos Child. That's one of the very few things I'm aware of. Well, that I'm not aware of, sorry. With, like, Steins Gate and such like that. I love Steins Gate. I've seen the anime for Robotics Notes. I have not seen Chaos Child. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. But even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Rena asked her final question.
なんでバットまで同じなの？
What did she mean by the bat was the same? I had no idea what she was talking about.
お前、何言ってんだ？
だからなんでバットまで同じなのかなって。
Yep, Truck-kun assumed he was bound for an isekai.
何を言ってんだか全然わかんねえよ。もっとはっきり言え。
Even still, Rena didn't turn around. There's finally hope for an international release of FGO, or at least international English release. Aniplex, AMD, Sony have plans to expand FGO, but in what way we don't know. You mean to, like, the other English-speaking countries that still don't have it? Even still, Rena didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed.
だからどうしてバットまでサトシ君と同じなの？
サトシって、え？
Upon hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. By Satoshi, did she mean the student who transferred out last year? Or the Pokemon trainer? No, that couldn't be. Reina had tried to cover it up by saying he transferred, but Oishi-san told me quite clearly that he was missing. He was the student who sat at my seat until last year. He was believed to have been demoned away by the Oyashiro-sama's curse. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed the night of the Watakanashi by a drug addict, and not long after that, he suddenly vanished and was now missing. That Satoshi and I were... what? My gaze fell to the bat in my hands. Could it be? Satoshi Hojo. It was a bit difficult to see, but that was written on the bat. Or sorry, that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. Yeah, you don't have a lot of time left, but it's still possible. And if you do have, command spells, there's no harm in using them. Today is a bit of a somber note. The anime community has lost one of its big-name VAs. Billy Kometz? Who is that? What characters does he play? I may not know him by name, but I probably heard the voice before. I see, so this was Satoshi's bat.
これサトシのバットだったんだな。誰も使ってなかったんでちょっと借りたんだよ。いいだろそれくらい。
そんなことじゃないの。
The way Rena said that made it seem like this bat was something that should never have been touched. Like it was some sort of offering at a shrine or a memento of the deceased. I could only stand there, perplexed and unable to respond. Rena continued speaking without waiting for a reply.
サトシ君の時とどうしてそんなにまで
Oh, Naofumi of Shield Hero Season 1. Well, that's awful. I mean, obviously, frickin' cancer. It's one of the biggest evils of our days these days. It's like almost impossible to find a cure for cancer because there's multiple types of cancer. It's just kind of like a broad range of problems there, Is it possible to fight the big chance quest without using command spells? Yes, I did it. Because I didn't want to use a Saint Quartz or anything like that. and I had already used mine in a previous match. So it is possible, yes. But there's no shame if you had to use it. I know I use them when I need to. Reina was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi.
サトシ君もそうだった。野球チームには入ってたけど、本当は野球なんか好きじゃない人だったのに。
それが俺とどう関係が？
I wouldn't know him as Josuke.
サトシ君もある日突然
Ferdinand and Fire Emblem? Don't remember that either.
チームに入ってただけでスポーツなんかしない人だったのに。
What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Reina is trying to tell us something important.
サトシ君もね、ある日突然一人で登校するようになったの。ケイチ君みたいに。そしてね、ある日突然素振りの練習を始めたの。ケイチ君みたいに。
So we're not very original, are we?
そしてね、ある日突然バットを持ち歩くようになったの。ケイチ君みたいに。そしてね、ある日突然。
Then one day he suddenly, what? Reina had swallowed her words. Reina's sudden silence brought a hush back to the surrounding area. It was then that I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation. She was saying my chain of actions were exactly the same as Satoshi's. What was the meaning of this? Up until now, I'd forgotten all about Satoshi. I'd never paid much thought to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything of what he had done. My actions today should have been my own creation, after all the planning I had done. But they had been the exact same as Satoshi's? And Satoshi, no, more importantly, I'm a copycat! If both Satoshi and I acted the same, then there was a really good possibility that what happened after would be the same.
レナ、ある日突然、サトシはどうしたんだよ。
I think I tried to watch the Chaos Child anime and did not like it. Which, to be fair, I've heard, you know, the source material is way better, but I just didn't seem invested. It hasn't hit my priority list since then. There's always stuff I can watch and enjoy. It's just a matter of what comes in the queue first. Reina knew. She knew what became of Satoshi. Now, forget about what happened to a guy in the past. Reina knew what was going to happen to me.
答えろよ、レナ。サトシはどうしたんだよ。
With that, I grabbed Reina's shoulder violently and forcibly turned her around to face me. You think Chaos Head is better than Steins Gate? I don't know. Steins Gate's pretty fucking great. Minus the subpar or disappointing. I wouldn't say that Steins Gate Zero's anime was bad by any means, but it certainly was not as good as the visual novel version I played. Namely, because it seemed like they tried to cram a bunch of stuff or make an original, like an anime original route, almost, like a combination of things. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body.
言ったよね、ケイチ君。
It was that person that I didn't know. At least it definitely wasn't the Reina Ryugu I'd been talking to up till now. The voice just now wouldn't have a trace of trembling or emotion that it had been before. Why would you want Lelouch of all people in Konosuba? That's kind of random. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. That gaze that pierced like a cold needle. The smile on her face that invoked an image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under a layer of rhyme? I've never heard of that before. Both of Rena's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away. As if to remind me of the fear that that time before, Rena brought her face close to mine, so close that I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper. Like the curve of a crescent moon, she grinned.
言ったよね、ケイチ君。
After a short pause, Rena repeated the same words again.
サトシ君はね、転校しちゃったの。
Transferred? Meaning what? What Rena meant must have been some new definition of transfer that I was previously not aware of. My throat and lips dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what I had just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It would seem that Rena saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 2-3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out, and I fell to my knees pathetically. Rena and me on my knees underneath her emotionless smile. That had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand. But I could neither stand nor escape with her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my mind, but right now it was useless to me. I was like a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin.
しないよね。ケイチ君は。
Rena finally released me from that cage of time after what it felt like an eternity. But her question was missing something important and was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on.
何をだよ。
What did she not want me to do?
転校。
Why did this game patch up a lot of things? What do you mean they patched it up? There are various versions that were made over the while. Like many visual novels, this got a console release that came with full voice acting, which was a pretty big deal. That was not there on the original PC. And every time they made like the console release and other remakes and stuff, they've changed the art style, added new sprites and things because it was a bit old looking. Man, the original frickin' sprites are silly looking, for sure. Satoshi and I had what? All my well-planned actions throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Satoshi, had he really been in the same situation as I was now? The friends he had gotten along with had changed suddenly, and for no reason, at least none that I had noticed, planned to kill him? Then, fearing for his life as I am, he got a bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to practice his swing. And then one day, suddenly... he transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at wherever he transferred to? Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell me why it all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? Hell. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? It wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my fur seal keychain. I stepped into the entryway. Just as I was about to take off my shoes, a chill ran down my spine. Someone had entered right behind me. Like a classmate messing around, standing right up against my back. You're kidding, right? It had to be my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space all the way through the door. But there was undoubtedly someone behind me. Hey now, Keiichi. How do you know that they're there, even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. Here's Keiichi! Or in this case, wouldn't it be, here's Reina? You could hear her hair. Interesting. There's no other reason. I'd hear that sound. That was the presence. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking. It's pretty useful. Keiichi Maebara, there's no way you could hear that. My most base instincts were warning me of the presence. Common sense was telling me that it was just my imagination. It was just my imagination. There was nobody behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. But at the same time, I asked myself, if there was nobody, then what was I feeling? As an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. You know, if you're really that worried about someone being behind you, just throw a backhand. You might wind up hurting them, but maybe that's your goal. And maybe you can teach people not to sneak up on you. Actually, wouldn't it be better if there were somebody there? If there were somebody there when you turned around, would you be able to accept that? I'd be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me, but I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. All right, I could try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought. I didn't care about how I went about it, just so long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that wouldn't have solved anything. I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keiichi. It's all in your head. That time I was certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl! Oh my god! A young girl. Ooh. I didn't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was, inspired a primal yet fitting solution to this current predicament. A scream! All the force of my body released from my lungs and through my throat, seizing all thought process in my head. Suppressing all my thoughts and emotions, I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did so. It was definitely there. Right there! Somebody was there! Until the moment I turned around, until I brought the area behind me into my field of vision. They were definitely there. Schrodinger's stalker. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in the empty space. It couldn't be. They were invisible. They were a ghost! They looked like they weren't there, but they were actually still standing there. As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. That emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firm in my right hand as if drawn there by a magnet. A mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remembered reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. Did you hear about Persona 3 Mobile, 4 Golden, and 5 Royal getting on Xbox? I don't know why people are excited about that. If you're a real Persona fan, why would you buy an Xbox and then all of a sudden wait, like, several years to finally be able to play some of these games when you could have played them ages ago by just buying a PlayStation? Now, PC, on the other hand, I can understand. I brandished my will to fight. The afterimage of what that amalgamation of metal flashed as it swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. The bat slammed into the right wall, the tip rebounding violently. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. Those two swings whiffed through empty space, but they seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the cupboard, that it was embedded in, and screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. You're working with your dad? On what? My screams shook the air, imbuing my ferocious swing with even more destructive power. Crack! Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike, with certainly fatal force behind it, shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity had certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat, the invisible enemy, there, but not there, dispersed. There you go, buddy. Kill that ghost. Kill it. When I was certain that the enemy had retreated, I locked the front door and latched the chain. No way had it only feigned retreat and was now No way had it only feigned retreat and was now inside my house? Would you put Higurashi on the voting poll in Resident Evil 0? Probably not Resident Evil 0. There are other games I'd rather play that I'll put on the list. Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence. But it was gone. I had succeeded in fending it off. At that moment, the tension drained from my body, and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All the emotions I'd been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together and began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind of all idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was that at the front door? There was definitely something there. Thinking about it, maybe it was just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state, but I really didn't think that was the case. Calm down, Keiichi Maibata. Compose yourself. But no matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon, and without a doubt, something was behind me. Well, yeah, having it on more consoles is great, but that would be to earn new Persona fans. I don't see why it's such a big deal for old Persona fans. I guess maybe because they want to recruit more people to their fandom. And the games are no longer under the shackles of Sony. I mean, going forward, that might be a good thing. Because, yeah, if they start putting their games on, say, PC as well, that'll be good. Because PC might be more lenient than PlayStation. There's no guarantee of that, though. And Xbox is just as censorship heavy, it seems, as Sony. It's just they don't deal with it as much because they don't normally get anime games. Sprinkler systems, interesting. At like your house or some kind of a business? There wasn't some sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? I had just one piece. When I asked, "Who is it?" they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I'd been possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as Oyashiro-sama's curse, or this was a ruse by the villagers who believed in it and were imitating it. No, unfortunately, there's not much we can trust. Nintendo seems to be more lenient with things like that these days, but they've got their own problems, and the Switch is nowhere nearly as powerful. So I'd feel like I'd have to sacrifice playing the better quality version of the game in order to get it uncensored on Switch. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was also still a mystery. If it was perpetuated by humans, that would mean admitting that it was Rena and the rest of them doing it. But it would be solvable. Well, the thing is, even if they censor something on Steam, because they're releasing it on PC, it's not that hard for developers to release patches that uncensor the game after you purchase it from Steam. That's what I'm doing with Hatsumira right now, which is a pretty damn good visual novel I've been enjoying, made by Frontwing, the guys who do the Fruit of Grisaya stuff. So, I'm enjoying that quite a lot. But I never would have bought it if they didn't allow me to download the X-rated patch, as they call it, which sounds a lot more awesome than it actually is. You know, it's just uncensored. the way it was meant to be played, but now they have to call it the X-rated version. I will put Higurashi on the voting poll since people kept voting for it before, but maybe they'll change their mind. If it was perpetuated by humans, that would mean admitting that it was Reina and the rest of them doing it, but it would be solvable. Oishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. But if it were a manifestation of Oyashiro-sama's curse, I wonder what would happen. Oishi-san very clearly declared that curses didn't exist. Did I see the HoloLive alternative trailer? I saw 2 trailers. One was like an anime trailer that had the HoloLive characters. It was very pretty. I'm not really sure what that's supposed to be an announcement of, or just a cute little PV for HoloLive itself. But then I also saw that it looks like they're working on some kind of HoloLive game. Like an open world kind of game or something that I know very little about. At the time, those words were pretty dependable, but as things were now, with the rising possibility that the perpetrators were not human, he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. If I told Oishi-san that this was the work of Oyashiro-sama's curse, what would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction. But it would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san. With me having so few allies to begin with, and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse, there was no merit to doing that. Using plug suit on Hokusai was epic because her damage, yeah. Hatsumita is not available in the German Steam store? Damn, that sucks, man. I wish there was another way to buy it, because it's a pretty fun visual novel. Do XXX rated modded versions of non-H games exist? I mean, if it's a 3D game, like Final Fantasy VII Remake, you could play the game with everyone running around in the nude. I don't know if I'd personally call that like XXX rated, but yeah. Unless the game itself had that adult material in there. I'd better keep the facts of what just happened at the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. There was still ever so slight possibility that I was actually confused when I thought I was composed and was just going berserk in the entryway. How wonderful would that be if that's really what happened? I would be able to refute Oyashiro-sama's curse. But if I denied Oyashiro-sama's curse, then that would mean admitting that Reina and the rest were the perpetrators. If I said that Reina and the rest weren't the perpetrators, then that would mean believing in Oyashiro-sama's curse. Gotcha, Alexander. I don't do any type of gardening and sprinkler type stuff, so I wouldn't know just how difficult that is. If you're digging under the ground and installing like those pipes and stuff for sprinkler systems, that can be pretty crazy. But denying both of those, I would be admitting to myself that I was losing it. The 3 options from which I couldn't choose became a trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself and leaned my head back slightly to cool myself down. Calm down, Keiichi. Accept what has actually happened as reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. But I couldn't help but think of it. How wonderful it would be if it turned out I was delirious and everything up until now was a figment of my imagination. The Celtic Warriors mod, is that what they call it? Or is that your joke? Oyashiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist, and I would still be the bestest buddies with Reina and the rest. I would have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life I'd ever wished for such a thing. The phone rang noisily downstairs. I feel like if I lived in Germany, I would probably like VPN almost everything I ever do. Just to like It's just one of those regions that gets screwed over a lot. The phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there are no calls for me, so I never really answered the phone much. But since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off the bed and went downstairs. But you've got a phone right there, dumbass. I just saw it.
もしもし、前原です。
ケイチ、お母さんだけど。
I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some things.
God damn it, Mom! I'm not some kind of errand boy! Yeah.
You should at least take me out for dinner or something before you fuck me! So I took the initiative.
何？別に俺、夕食はインスタントでもいいよ。まだいっぱいあったでしょ。
The other day, we went out as a family and bought a whole case of cup noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds, actually. Weird thing is that all the Grisaya games are available on Steam in Germany. Makes no sense. Yeah, that's weird. There's nothing in Hatsumita that's any more... Well, okay. Hatsumita, the whole isekai prompt, doesn't have to do a bit with World War II. Our main character, Ichido, is a kamikaze pilot who's just about to die and sacrifice himself by crashing his ship when all of a sudden he gets isekai'd. So maybe it has something to do with the war, which I think would be silly. I don't know if you're allowed to play shit like Wolfenstein in Germany and whatnot. I think it's usually banned. Well, of course, I was trying to be Cartman.
But, Mom, I want cheesy puffs.
I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds, actually, but they refused since the individual packs were expensive. So instead, I got a whole case of the mega-sized pork bone and ginger-flavored ones I like. Yeah, we don't have pork bone and ginger-flavored cup noodles here. But my parents don't like strong flavors and didn't touch any of them. So the cupboards were still full of them.
だからさ、買い物に行く必要はないんじゃないの？
For the new Hoyoverse game, are you talking Zenless Zone Zero? Yeah. I'm looking forward to that game a lot. It looks sexy as fuck. Yeah, I can't wait. I signed up to be one of the testers. I don't know if they'll let me, but I would like that. There are at least 2 characters that are in sexy midriff outfits that I can't wait to play as. And that's what makes the big difference for me. I'm sure Genshin Impact would be dope, but not a single one of those characters for the longest time had such an outfit, at least for the chicks. So I'm like, damn it. But no, this looks way more fun. I like the urban fantasy more anyway.
ケイチ、買い物のお願いじゃないの。お父さんとお母さんね、お仕事の関係で急遽東京に行かなくちゃならなくなったの。
え？今から？
This was really abrupt.
もう着いちゃってるの。お昼には出発してたからね。
What if you made videos of voice acting certain characters for gags? I mean, I could just kind of do that every now and then. Midnight Suns. I don't know anything about that one. It's quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Gunning it at full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. Dad has a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, they likely took the train. It would have taken longer.
ケイチもお父さんとお母さんの話を聞いてたからわかるかもしれないけど、お父さんのお仕事の契約がね、今ちょっとうまくいってないの。
Am I able to make a Stewie impression? I can't say I've ever tried. I'm not a huge Family Guy fan. Now that she mentioned it, I did remember that they talked all the time about how his job prospects weren't looking so
お
good.
父さんはそういうのに繊細な人だから、このままだとお仕事にも影響が出ちゃうの。
Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality, his emotions changed as easily as the fall sky. You could also say he couldn't take criticism.
でも、そんなの電話でやり取りすればいいじゃないか。
ケイチ、お父さんのお仕事なんだから。
I got a subscriber.
もうちょっと応援してあげてね。とにかく電話よりも直接会って話した方が早いの。
I can't wait till I hit 100,000 subscribers. That'll be a big landmark for me.
誤解もね。
I thought I would have gotten it a while ago by now, but... It is what it is. You never liked South Park? God, South Park's funny. As their son, there was nothing more I could say once they started talking about work.
だから帰るのは明日の晩になっちゃうの。圭一、一人で大丈夫よね。
別に死にはしないよ。
圭一、死んじゃうなんて軽々しく言っちゃダメよ。心配事があったら相談してね。母さん、きっと相談に乗れると思うから。
Yesterday I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. But really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. But I didn't plan on dying. New of a Marvel game under the same vein as Ultimate Alliance. At least not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it.
死なないよ。俺はあがいてでも生き延びる。
そう。じゃあね。
I'll survive even if I have to gnaw my leg off.
明日の朝。
Oh, that comforts me, says Mama.
朝ごはんは食べてね。お風呂と歯磨きも忘れないのよ。
へいへい。そんじゃ。
Homer Simpson versus Peter Griffin fight. No, but that sounds like something that would be in fan art all over the place. Just make sure any content review, if you can go, put geo-blocking on for not viewing in Japan. Well, they don't really give us the ability to geo-block our shit. I would certainly like that. The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings. But Tokyo was far away. That way they can't complain and try to sue me even though they have absolutely no legal precedence to do so because I'm not in their country. It's awesome we're getting Witch on the Holy Night. And I hate Sony censorship. That's why you chose Nintendo Switch. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good call. I admit I did buy it on PlayStation, but that's because I want... It sucks. It sucks, really, because PlayStation's an amazing console. And it's going to run better and look better on that console than it will playing it on the Switch, even if visual novels aren't the most graphically intensive things. So I wanted what I thought would give me the best experience, and knowing this isn't the kind of thing that would get censored anyway. But if it were a case of a game getting censored on Sony, and I knew it was censored on Sony, I would definitely buy it on Switch instead. You say it's an actual fight, but was it like a fan film or something? They normally did things by phone. The times they did go were normally planned out in advance. It never happened this suddenly. I couldn't say those circumstances didn't feel strange, or rather, unnatural. Anyway, I only needed to recognize the reality of the situation. That tonight, I was the only one in the house. How does geo-blocking work on YouTube? You would be able to say, hey, I don't want to have my videos playable to people who are registered as watching from Japan. Dino Crisis is the one game franchise you'd like to play? Yeah. Dino Crisis is pretty cool. If you played Psycho Pass on the PS4. Oh, you did? I have not yet. It's interesting as a visual novel. Nope. Homer's Pio was an official thing. The Simpsons vs. Family Guy thing was an official episode. Okay, yeah. Well, we're talking modern Simpsons. Vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Oyashiro-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good that the only light on in the whole house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone and this was their chance. First I ran to the living room, flicked on the lights, and turned the TV on to a reassuring volume. Next was the study. Well, now's your chance to put on some porn or something. They'll be like, what the hell's going on in here? I similarly turned on the lights and some music. With this, from the outside, it would look like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I needed to take it down. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly and erased all traces that my mother wasn't there. It should be fine now. The garage! They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they had gone up to Okinomiya Station. The garage was empty, wide open, and in plain sight. This was not good. I panicked and rushed out to the back to close the normally open garage door. It should be fine now. I needed to get the paper. Mom always got the paper. Since they left in the afternoon, the evening paper was still out there. My premonition was correct. I pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this, for sure this time, it should be fine. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that from my little freak-out was kind of bad. I'll just say I tripped and fell and the bat I was holding smashed into it. Even so, just leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean it up a little before Mom got back and scolded me. I remember that there was a broom and dustpan in the closet. As I was going to get them, the phone rang once again.
もしもし、前原です。
あら、圭一君？お母様はいらっしゃいますかしら？
今ちょっといないんですけど。
You idiot, Keiichi Maibara. Don't reveal that your parents are gone. You can follow up still. Calm down and take care of it.
すぐに戻ると思います。
That wasn't a very good response either. Now they might say that they'll call again, or tell her to call when she comes back.
なら結構です。大した話でもありませんから。では失礼しますわね。
The scenario I feared didn't play out, eliciting a sigh of relief. That call was fortunate in more ways than one. I'd have to deal with any more telephone calls coming in from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. I needed to make up a good story to explain that my parents were home, but couldn't answer the phone at the moment. They were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well? Was that going to be safe enough? I was thinking about it on the way back to my room when the phone rang once again. It was like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. They'd suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the pretense that I didn't realize that it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver.
もしもし。
You could pretend like nobody's home. I stopped announcing this was the Maibara residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and light-hearted.
どうも、夜分遅くに申し訳ありません。私、沖宮書房の大石と申しますが。
大石さんですか。
前原さんですか。こんばんは。お元気そうで何よりです。
ちょっと待ってくださいね。
Yeah, they're definitely building up the slasher horror vibes for sure. I grabbed the portable handset and rushed up to my room with it. It was the same no matter where I was, since there was no one else home, but I wanted to be in a spot that just felt a bit safer when speaking on the phone with Oishi-san. Ka-ting!
お待たせしました。
Have I heard of Tomodachi Game? Yeah, but I haven't watched it.
いかがですか、その後お変わりは。
Since then. When was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. The last time I spoke with Oishi-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school, I met Oishi-san on the way back from the hospital, and we headed into town for lunch and had a talk. Then after that, Rena and Mion came to check up on me. Whenever I spoke with Oishi-san, they always knew about it. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may well be found out by them as well.
もしもし、聞こえてますか、前原さん。
すみません。なんて言い。
その後、何か変わったことはありませんかとお尋ねしたんです。お返事がないんで焦りましたよ。
I don't know, when it came to the whole Devil May Cry thing a while back, Xbox wasn't that much better, were they? The words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened. All of it baffling. What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it, but I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. This night, when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantees I would make it through the night safely after all.
その大石さん、やっぱり俺命を狙われているみたいです。
本当ですか？
偶然の可能性もあるんですが、先日俺が病気で休んだ日、夕方に
あの二人？
レナとミオンです。そしてそこで大石さんと一緒に昼飯を食ったことを正されました。
それで
お見舞いってことでおはぎを置いていったんですが、その
Cursed
中に
Ohagi!
針が入ってたんです。偶然飲み込まずに済みましたが、これってやっぱり脅迫でしょうか？
その針は？
Squid Game is getting a second season? I mean, we knew it would get one eventually. With how frickin' popular it was. Holy crap.
よく見かけるような普通の裁縫針のようでした。糸を通す穴が開いていて。
違いますよ、前原さん。証拠になります。脅迫だと立証できるかもしれません。その針はありますか？
That's right. That's it. I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I had overlooked it out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. Let's see, I threw the mochi and needle all at the wall together. If it was there, then it would be on the living room wall. You saying your mom didn't clean it? But my prudent mother had cleaned that living room wall, and there was not a trace of mochi left on it. Yeah, that's sort of the normal reaction, you know? Could it be that it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet? I frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving around the sofa and desks, pulling up the carpet, then flapping it around. But I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean everything up without noticing it? It was just 2 days ago. I didn't know what they had collected, I didn't know what day they collected the burnable trash, but it may still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. I rushed into the kitchen, opened up the lid of the pail, and poured out the contents. But even at a glance, I could tell that it would be incredibly difficult to find the needle in this pile of trash. If memory serves, at the very least, it was subtle enough to not be noticed by most players. Oh, I thought it was pretty noticeable. Putting a big old lens flare on Trish's butt. I was looking for a needle in a trash stack. What a weird thing to say. I know. I'll try running my hand through it. Blech. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I felt a small prick, I'll be able to find it. It was a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. Filth flew about, and there was nothing more disgusting than this, but it was not the time to be concerned about such details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't keep Oishi-san waiting for too long. Later, when Mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the words with a red pen. I then dashed back up the stairs, where I had been keeping Oishi-san waiting for far too long.
もしもし、どうでしたか？
見つかりません。あの時はつい気が動転していて。
そうですか。見つかればでいいんです。保管しておいてくださいね。
Keep it secret. Keep it safe. That's right, the needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about this morning with the hit and run.
あと大石さん、それだけじゃないんです。実は今朝。
That van was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without question due to the circumstances at the time.
その車のナンバープレートは見ましたか？こちらでも探してみます。
Damn. At the time, I just flipped out yelling at him, but I didn't look at the plate. What failures on my part with the needle and the plate number. I was so focused just protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. I punched my pillow, annoyed at how worthless I was.
すみません。 白いワゴン車ってこと以外はわかりません。
To my understanding, all the versions of Devil May Cry, well, Xbox and PS4 or whatever, had the Trish's butt censored with the lens flare, but I think Xbox patched it back later, to my knowledge.
仕方ないことですよ、前原さん。惹かれかければ気も動転します。
やっぱりこれだって偶然じゃないですよね。
Oishi-san started to hem and haw over on the other end. I could imagine him folding his arms.
レナの様子もやっぱり怪しいです。
それはどんな感じですか？
What Rena said on the way home today, asking why I was so much like Satoshi-kun. Now I could say it with confidence, that Rena knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than just him simply disappearing.
レナは知っています。去年の鬼隠しにあったサトシのことを。
Yes, Dante is in Devil May Cry.
それは具体
You don't have to tell me, I know how bad Sony is with censorship. Steam's bad with censorship, Sony's bad with censorship. None of it feels all that safe, honestly.
レナが言うには、俺はサトシとそっくりらしいんです。このまま行くと、俺もサトシと同じ運命をたどると、そんな感じのことを言うんです。
運命ですか？具体的にどんな運命をたどるか言及しましたか？
転校と。
転校？
レナは、サトシは転校したって言ってるんです。で、俺もこのままだと転校しちゃうぞって。
Oishi-san let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly.
前原さん、それはおそらく何かの脅迫。
Steam does not always have hentai games. It depends on the context, and they are very censor happy on certain cases. To the point where they need to have you use patches off-site in order to get the full version.
俺もそう思ってます。
At that point, I started to think, would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened up until now as the machinations of some human predator? Or did he say perpetrator? Perpetrator. I mean, they are predating on you like Kirei. Other than the theory of it being Rena and the others, I was left with Oyashiro-sama's curse actually existing as the only explanation. Of course, I couldn't tell that to Oishi-san. Except, Rena's strange behavior could be proof of either scenario. Whether it was Oyashiro-sama's curse being real or everything being part of a conspiracy committed by all of the villagers, Rena was involved. Rena had to know something. Rena was suspicious. What exactly was Rena? What exactly was Rena? I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with the prior string of mysterious deaths. Yeah, we don't need it to get too political. I make enough videos bitching about censorship. We can save that discussion for when I actually try to cover the topic. It seemed to recall that Oishi-san had admitted that he had dug into Rena's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when he said a little. Meaning he had actually dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Rena. I wanted to know what happened at her previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. If Rena was somebody I should suspect... No, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight, I was alone in this huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I had lost the security I'd felt just by having my parents being around. It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they'd easily gain entry. There were no other residences close to the Maebara residence. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I had never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament, and the fact that he had his house built in such a remote location as I did right now. I wondered if I would still be here by tomorrow morning, so I had to ask, right now, because I had no idea when the next chance would come.
大石さん、 聞きたいことがあるんです。
Dante versus that I don't think would be a good genre mix. They're very different. You don't have to delete stuff, man. You don't have to delete anything. I'm just saying move the conversation onto the actual talking of anime. Fun stuff.
隠さないでくださいね。
何でも聞いてください。
Even though he was so far away on the other end of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. I wanted to ask about Rena, about what happened at her previous
実
school.
はレナの
I noticed that a sound had been going on for a while now. Since I was focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but I finally realized it was the doorbell. That time was 7 o'clock. It was past the time the postman would be making a delivery, and past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. I considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I put in making it look like my parents were home. I need to answer the
もし
door.
もし、前原さん。
あ、すみません。誰か来たみたいですので、ちょっと玄関に行ってきます。
お客さんですか。すみません、すみません。今夜のお電話はこれくらいにしましょうか。
Have you seen the anime Killing Bites? Did I not cover one of the chicks from that in my Muscle Girls thing? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Yeah, I covered the Muscle Girl. The one that's... What is that animal called? The main girl with the silver hair, I guess? Hitomi Uzaki? Yeah, I talked about her. That would be a problem.
あ、いえ、すぐ戻りますから。電話はこのままでいいですか？
はいはい、構いませんよ。
I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down to the door. I needed to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. You know, you could just take the phone with you and, like, hide it within, you know, hearing range of what's going on in case someone did try to attack you, then the police would immediately be able to hear it. I had a hunch it was the lady who called right before Oishi-san did, in which case it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. I'll just say my mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. It'd be hard for her to ask me to wake my mom up if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you rang the bell so much, you'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside, I had prepared for this moment. I had tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with. One of my mom's friends.
こんばんは。
こんばんは。
レナ。
There shouldn't be any reason for Rena to come over at this hour. The timing also made me feel uneasy. Because I was just about to ask Oishi-san about Rena. I wish I could have chalked this up to mere coincidence. But those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back to me.
さてね、おじさんにわからないことはないからね。
レナ一人。
It seems that Mion wasn't with her. But that didn't change the situation at all.
何しに来たんだよ。
ねえ、ケイチ君、ちゃんとドアを開けてお話ししたいな。レナは玄関に入っちゃダメなのかな？かな。
It was true that speaking through a chained door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate. But...
うち夜は必ずチェーンかけてるんだよ。気にすんなよ。
なら仕方ないかな。
Rena looked at the ground sadly, but she kept smiling at least, and her effort to keep that smile up was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. What I really feared, more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain, was trusting Reina enough to remove the chain and having my friendship betrayed. As long as that chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Reina. Since it didn't seem like I'd removed the chain from her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway.
あのさ、ケイチ君、ご飯食べた？
No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't there, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home, was woken up by the phone, and didn't have a chance to eat since I used up all that time talking. I was going to have cup noodles in any case. I would just eat one whenever I wanted
い
to.
やまだだよ。それがどうしたよ。
じゃあよかった。これ見て。お惣菜とか持ってきてあげたの。
Rena held out a stack of boxes wrapped in a cloth.
お台所とか貸してくれれば、お味噌汁も温めてあげられるよ。
いいよ、そこまでしてくれなくても。
でも、お豆腐もお野菜もたっぷりなの。ケイチ君、そういうの嫌いかな？かな？
There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients. White radish, carrots, burdock root, and potatoes. Dense and fibrous root vegetables. Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible.
ご飯も持ってきてあげたから、レンジで温めればすぐ食べられるし。
Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Oh yes, how wonderful it is to be born Japanese! Okay, my dog just moved my webcam. Okay. Kana, you're such a cute little corgi. I love my corgi. Excuse me as I get some water. I'm parched.
それからね、またお漬物を作ってきたんだよ。今度は山菜のお漬物なの。
Pickles! Well, it's not just pickles, it's pickled things. Tsukemono, yeah. Before I had moved here to Hinamizawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetables being called sansai. But I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep yet light flavor. Those so-called supermarket vegetables taste rough and overpowering in comparison. If you had to describe them, then they were the vegetables for the uninitiated. To become an expert such as myself, you first had to partake of sansai. It was common knowledge around here that the Ryugu family's traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. No matter what kind of pickles they were, they'd go so well with that fluffy white rice.
それからね。
But wait, there's more. So delicious. It just seems so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self who'd said he'd make do with cup noodles. Reina appeared to be in good spirits, and she was offering such a delicious-sounding dinner. The stress evaporated from my gut, and hunger reared its voracious head. Yes, I do have a corgi. She's a corgi mix. She's a mutt. She's got corgi and cattle dog, so she's a little bit bigger than the average corgi. She's got a long tail that's like a cute little paintbrush with a white tip. At the same time, my wariness of Reina suddenly dwindled. Reina did say she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside, though the possibility that it was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At the moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. I couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred just then, but the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. This happy Reina, speaking of this charming dinner, was dependent on one premise. And that premise was that tonight, dinner hadn't been made at my house, meaning it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. the Quantum TV versus Actman situation. You know, I have heard a little bit about that. I think I've been watching a little bit of Moist Critical mention it, but I can't really remember. Can you give me a quick synopsis of what's going on there? If my mom were here, we'd be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact that she brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange. Unless she knew. Reina, did she know that my parents weren't home? But there was also a chance that this was a bluff. I had turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. There was a chance that Reina was unsure if my parents were home. But I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper. There were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say that Reina didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not. But there was no reason for me to confess that right now. You hate censorship? Yes. How many of the Garden of Sinners movies have you watched? All of them. Multiple times, of course. Oh, I know Ein. My puppy is not quite like Ein. She's got a corgi face, but her colors are different. What's the other, there's Welsh and Cardigan, right? So I think mine is more of a Cardigan corgi. I should try holding on to that fact as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Reina wouldn't be able to do anything to me.
ありがたいんだけどさ、もう少しで夕飯ができるみたいなんだよ。
そうなの？そうなの？
せっかくで申し訳ないんだけどさ、その。
That sounds so cute. Yes, I love dogs. I like cats too. Unable to think of a good way to refuse, my words trailed off weakly.
でもちょっとはおかずになると思うな。
悪いけど間に合ってるよ。うちのお袋ってさ、結構おかずをいっぱい作るんだよ。
If you go back to some of my earliest videos when I first made the channel, I used to provide complimentary corgi clips of my dog at the end of each one, so yeah. It's long, multiple chats long, but Quantum TV made a really bad Elden Ring review. Right! And a YouTuber named Mischief made a video criticizing the review, and Quantum TV threatened a fake copyright strike. Yeah, I think that's stupid. Anyone who is doing fake copyright strikes should face the full repercussions of lying. I've been the victim of them by companies like fucking Toei, and I think they should be, punished more so than me, so yeah. That's the long and short of it. Protect creators' rights to say what they want to say, even if people don't want to hear it.
だから。
おかずあるの？
With a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her questions apologetically. But the feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up my back again. I spoke as if my mom was setting down dinner right now, but it didn't mesh well with what Reina was saying. Reina was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact. And that, I was aware of it as well.
ケイチ君もおかずとか作れるんだね。何を作ったのかな？
いや、その、別に俺が。
Reina had assumed out of nowhere that I had made the dishes. Not so much that I'd made them, but rather that my mom hadn't.
本当に作ったの？おかず。ケイチ君が？
Yeah, geo-blocking would be nice. That would be very nice. Just to protect us from that one guy's very unfortunate legal thing. As far as I'm aware, though, that was the only issue. And whatever happened to him, anyway? You should definitely watch all of the Garden of Sinners movies. They are some of my favorite of all time. That goes without question. Then Review Tech USA made vids on the matter, and Actman made a ton of bad Elden Ring takes, and Quantum Computer Strike didn't get rejected. Man, video community. I mean, you can go on YouTube and have bad takes, but That shouldn't stop anyone from also making takes on your takes, if they so want.
だから俺が作ったんじゃないよ。おふくろが作った。あ、いや、作ってるんだよ今。だからさ、悪いけどレナの持ってきてくれたのは食べられないんだよ。
Rena fell silent at that moment. At that moment, I felt the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes.
圭一君のお夕飯当てて。
なんだっていいじゃないか。
Well, I mean, what did Suede do, though, to resolve the issue? Did he just take down those videos and deal with having strikes? Or... because they were trying to sue him, right? Did they drop the suit? That's the big thing. They were trying to sue the guy.
ね。
The conversation might appear natural at first glance, but Reina was firmly in control. It felt like I was being interrogated.
そのお夕飯お湯だけで作れるんじゃないかな。
おいおい、侮るなよ。うちのおふくろのスペシャルなディナーを見くびるなってんだ。
Totally not, well, okay, totally not Mark was the one who had the Dragon Ball videos, right? I'm talking about Suede, the other guy who literally got, like, a letter in the frickin' mail. Or, no, he was saying they are taking legal action against you. Totally not Mark they got fixed, but talk about the other guy.
そりゃもう満願全席状態ですごいのなんの。
Because totally Mark never got sued. He was just, had his videos taken down, and the only way to get them back up was to put them back up with the geo-blocking. I know that. I tried my best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grit my teeth quite right. It was a big, huge mess that at the end of all things he was forced to take any and all of his video reviews for Pokemon and other such things. Sure, but is there still any legal attack on him? Or did they say, okay, you took your videos down, we're good now? Like, that's the question. He should not let Reina in. So instead I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. But Reina showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that silliness.
圭一君、本当にお母さんご飯作ってってくれたの？
いや、だからくれたんじゃなくて今作ってるんだよ。もうすぐ晩飯に。
You said he was able to send it to court. What do you mean in that case? Because they were trying to sue him in Japanese court or whatever the hell. Reina had taken that assertion of mine, that my mother was home and making dinner right now, and was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Reina became.
ねえ、圭一君。
At that moment, an uncomfortable chill crept up in the gap of the doorway.
お母さん、お家にいるのかな？かな？
You're right, SSJ Group. I'm wondering what the outcome of the lawsuit was. I couldn't keep up this charade anymore. Reina, she knew full well that my parents weren't home, but I'd come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here, and we'd be having dinner soon. That was the situation I had concocted. So I answered. I told her she was here.
いるよ。もちろん。
Yeah, YouTube is stupid. I think Actman and QTV need to settle their shit. Stop dealing with, like, whoever's putting copyright strikes should stop. Agree to disagree. They can respond to each other's videos all they frickin' want. But YouTube shouldn't step in with that. And seems like they are. I don't know. The only thing they shouldn't interfere with is penalizing whoever puts through false copyright claims. That's it. Well, if he has a new channel, cool, I guess. But, again, what happened to the legal precedent? Did you hear the Final Fantasy VII sound effect? Yeah, somebody's trying to text me or some shit. Discord stuff. Mordred implies the existence of Mord blue, Mord green, Mord yellow. That's not how it works. No. Rena's eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their Galid glare.
どうして？
Well, I know that the videos are probably taken down, but I'm not convinced that whoever sent him that letter and said, hey, you have 90 days before we fucking sue you in Japanese court, would be resolved just by taking them down. Maybe he was able to contact them. So I want to know what happened with Suede. I might look into that after this to get a real, solid answer.
何のことかな?
I tried acting casual, but that facade was torn off me the instant I looked into Rena's eyes. That look had informed me of Rena's response faster than she could open her mouth.
どうしてさっきから嘘をつくのかな？かな？
嘘なんか。
嘘だよね。
嘘なんかじゃ。
嘘だよ。
Rena's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Rena and I were still separated by what few inches that slightly ajar but still chained door could afford. But despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, which I'd considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me.
圭一君のお夕飯当てるよ。ね。
I knew now that Rena had already known that my parents would not be here tonight. But it was still so strange that it had come to this. Even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home, there was no way she would be able to guess what I'd been eating tonight. But Rena said she'd guess. How could she guess it? How could she know it was instant? Because cup ramen is so easy. It's the easiest thing you could make, so she guessed it's the easiest thing you can make. Wait, the cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing.
ラーメンだけじゃきっとお腹すくと思うな。ご飯とかも一緒の方がきっと腹持ちいいと思うよ。
This was just coincidence. Reno was just reading certain tells of mine. So the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. But it wasn't as if she was actually reading my mind. If it was being read, then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that. They couldn't possibly exist.
好きなの？
ラーメンがかよ。
Do you think it would have been so messed up if Mark got sued by Toei while getting his videos taken down? Yeah, I mean, I think it's always going to be fucked up. Maybe if lots of us support The Witch and the Holy Night visual novel, maybe we'll get Tsukihime remake in English sub. You know, that's a good sentiment. I definitely hope that's how it works. They should definitely take that as a clue. They wanted him to pay a pretty good chunk of money, so hopefully he didn't have to do that.
豚骨生姜味。
Rena indicated that the point my answer was addressing was wrong. Her rebuttal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words Rena had spoken.
ごめん、レナ。今、なんて。
え？何が？
今さ、何が好きって聞いたんだよ。
It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I'd pushed forward with that question. You know, I think anyone who abuses the copyright system should be taken down immediately. That's fucked up. Don't do it. That goes for big companies and that goes for individual YouTubers. Oh, I know. I know Japan doesn't have fair use, which is why we'd want to geo-restrict from them. But in the event that someone like me were sued over videos I had on the internet, sued in Japan, it seems like there's nothing I can really do about it. And that's the scary part. So I'm wondering what Suede did in the end. Did he have to pay that fine to avoid going to court? It was such a simple answer. That's why I wasn't able to comprehend it.
豚骨生姜味
Ah, she guessed the exact flavor. I wondered how I appeared in the moments. My mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover. As my field of view began to distort, slowly swirling around in a counterclockwise direction, I lost all sense of balance.
なんでそこまでわかるんだよ
I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Rena know even this? Not even caring as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Rena. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do
確
that.
かに勝ったまとめて勝った俺が箱買いしたそれがどうしてわかるんだ
なんでかな不思議だねだね
How could you dodge the question at a time like this? The chain and the door suddenly were no longer protecting
どう
me.
してわかるなぜ知ってる答えろ
買ったのはセブンスマートだよね
A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering it up with an angry
だ
facade.
からなんでわかるんだよ
圭一君の後ろずっとくっついてたから
何を言ってんだよ
I couldn't understand why she was saying she'd been following me all this
だ
time.
からレナが圭一君の後ろにずっとくっついてたの
Like that night? That night I was absorbed in my phone conversations with Oishi-san. I didn't sense her being there, standing behind the door, behind me, standing there just like that.
圭一君がいろんなラーメン選んでるとこ後ろからずっと見てたのいろんな種類を選んでたんだよねそれでお母さんに怒られたの高いラーメンばっかり選ぶから一種類にしなさいってそれで圭一君大好きな大きいカップの豚骨生姜味を選んだんだよね
The idea that fucking cup noodles could be expensive is
レナも
laughable.
好きだよ
Not to say that somebody who can't afford cup noodles is... well, that would be in bad shape, sadly, unfortunately.
豚骨ラーメン
It's just, I'm so... In America, those noodles are cheap as hell.
でも
But they're a little bit more high class, I guess, in Japan. Just a tiny, tiny bit. It's still considered junk food. Pal World? Never heard of Pal World. I know nothing about it. My brain was paralyzed during my senses, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. With the fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Then I could understand what Rena was saying, and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed so I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I took a step backwards, and as I withdrew, Rena advanced.
だから圭一君ここを開けてレナと一緒にご飯食べようきっと美味しいからね
Rena's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack in the door, one at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. But Rena didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. I tried my hardest to light the fuse to the powder keg in my heart, trying again and again. Clatter, clatter. But it doesn't light. It doesn't
開
light!
けて圭一君
帰ってくれ頼むから帰ってくれ
どうしてそんな意地悪を言うのかな
帰ってくれ帰れよ帰れ
The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering, it just exploded. I tackled the door. The force through the door had knocked Rena momentarily off balance. I couldn't hesitate here. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, planted my feet firmly, and pulled with all my might. But that slamming sound I desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny, disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing, and the source of that was Rena's fingers. Each of those fingers wriggling, squirming around like tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack in the doorway.
痛いよ圭一くん。痛い。
What favorite noodles? I mean, if we're talking like cheap crap cup noodles and things like that, then I like just basic chicken, maybe beef. Nothing fancy there. Edgy Pokemon? Interesting. Yeah, well, at this point, my interest in something like Pokemon comes down to how attractive the human characters are, so I don't really care for, like, creature collecting and things like that. Not anymore. It wasn't a harsh shriek, but more of a yelp, since she was trying to keep, back. I kept on pulling on the door with all my might. I didn't even realize that if I didn't loosen my pull on the door at least momentarily, Rena wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out, and that's why the door wasn't closing.
本当に痛いの圭一くん。悪ふざけが過ぎたなら謝るよ。
I didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of what she had done until now. It didn't change anything.
痛いの。痛いの。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Rena couldn't leave me even if she wanted to because I'd trapped her fingers. Rena's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even squirming. Man, you'd think she'd scream more.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Oh, you're at work? I'm sorry you're always at work when I'm streaming. It's unfortunate. Is Rena trying to kill Keiichi? She's trying to get in the door under the pretense of bringing him food, and he ain't gonna let that happen, so he's slamming her fingers in the door until she leaves. Rena's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. Go away, go away, go away! Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it! I pulled on the door even harder. Finally, Rena's fingers were somehow able to slip from their imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed soundly, and I could hear the thud of Rena falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. It made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Rena.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。圭一くん。ごめんなさい。ここを開けて。圭一くん。
Rena leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could still hear Rena echoing her apology. Those pitiful words. They would be forever seeking my memories. Or my forgiveness, sorry. I didn't feel bad about this at all. But that wasn't out of any sort of malice. I felt sort of a hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Rena. Before, Mion had threatened me at this doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know. And just now, at the same place, Rena told me the same thing. My feeble attempts to disguise the fact that my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. Speaking of hot Pokemon women, what is your preference? I don't think I've ever heard you bring it up on stream. I mean, right now, the reigning champion is Nessa. She's freaking amazing. Nessa and B are both amazing. And you know, I grew up having a childhood crush on Misty, especially the Misty from the Pokemon manga, because even though that was censored in the West, I was still attracted as hell to her, only to find out that the uncensored version was even better. It's like, damn! I should have just pretended to be out and not even opened the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. Meanwhile, Oishi-san is still sitting on the ringer. In Hinamizawa, it was possible to outwit them? Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Reina as possible. 1 step, 2 steps, with each one, her sniveling apologies became more distant. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. As you would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Reina repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was startled by the hard lump I felt. There was something in my bed? It was the receiver. I finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Oishi-san. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Yeah, the story's getting crazy. I mean, is there like some brilliant day that would work for everyone that you weren't working on, or a time of the day that would be better for you, you know, that kind of thing? Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? Like, because unfortunately for me, this is the day I have to relax, and I can do something simple, like just stream whatever the hell is fun. I can't do that on Saturdays, or really any other day of the week. I had talked with Reina for so long. How did almost no time pass? I guess... Well, no, if I knew what times people wanted, you know, maybe I could try and do something a little different. But it seems like no matter what I do, somebody's gonna be either asleep or at work. It's unfortunate. The Amazonian cave woman, literally Giga Chad from the future. Amazonian cave woman looks cute. You know what? There's a... In the new trailer for the new game, there's a girl who looks really, really cute. She's not the main playable character, but she's there and she's really cute. And I'm like, if we got to play as her, I'd be totally in. But they're making us play as, like, younger children characters all the time. It's not really what I'm into. But the hand on the clock was ticking forward 1 second every second as usual. As I put the still warm receiver to my ear, time, which felt frozen, began moving once again.
もしもし、大石さん、お待たせしてすみませんでした。
いえいえ、大してお待ちしていませんよ。
It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Oishi-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home just how far away Oishi-san really was.
今、レナが来ました。
遊びに来たんですか?
I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Oishi-san. But I didn't need to know. Right now, I needed to know about Reina. That's right, I was planning to ask Oishi-san more about Reina, but Reina's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false, I couldn't tell. The one thing I knew is that the single grim reality was that Reina was suspicious. I might be able to figure out something if I asked Oishi-san about her. Up until now, I'd regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask things that I was better off not knowing. But looking at it that way, you could say I'd hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. No, rather, I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this I would regret more. B is arguably best muscle girl, training hard with her Pokemon. It might be the rival? It might be the rival. She looks older than the protagonist. Forget about tomorrow. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. Wonder why I have the Higurashi in English on Nintendo Switch. I don't know. I mean, visual novels tend to stick on PC, so it makes sense to me, I guess. Lily's mom from Sun and Moon. Interesting. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything. I definitely won't.
レナさんのことですか? 調べましたよ。まあ簡単には。
I understood that Oishi-san was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep it'd be hard to discuss with you since you're her friend.
その簡単な全てを知りたいんです。
あなたが聞いて面白いような話はありませんよ。
大石さん、
I spoke as calmly as possible to Oishi-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue, and then I said it.
竜宮レナは怪しいと思っています。過去の事件がたとえお社様のたたりによるものだったにせよ、
レナさんが怪しいと思える具体的な証拠があるのですか？
The manner in which Oishi-san spoke became very firm. Do you have some sort of proof? That was him talking as a detective.
状況証拠だけです。
そうですか。
Pokemon Violet or Scarlet? Yeah, it's that game. I would go with the one that had the chick professor, I guess. If that's the only difference. Depends. I could tell even over the phone how disappointed Oishi-san was. Pulling on the fishing line when he felt a bite, only to reel in the bait. Disappointed, but ready to cast the line once more. That's how it
大石
seemed.
さん、目に見える証拠がなければ動けないんですか？
What I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof. I struck that barb in there. As Oishi-san loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine.
大丈夫ですよ、前原さん。あなたは私が守ります。
That was not the least bit reassuring. Oishi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was just going to get killed, and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That's all I was to
大
him.
石さんの捜査は俺の生死と無関係でしょうが、俺は死ねば終わりなんです。
I mean, at this point, I'm not going to buy either. It's just not for me. Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. Someone as hot as Nessa got me back into Pokemon enough to buy and beat the story mode of Sword. But it wasn't the best game, and I know there are better Pokemon games in the series, for sure. But, yeah. Yeah. Well, just because a couple visual novels will make it on the Switch doesn't mean all of them will. PC is definitely the master race for that kind of thing. I mean, you've had Steins Gate on PC for ages before it ever came to the Switch. Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to relay to Oishi-san was that I was currently in a very dangerous
だか
position.
ら話してください、レナのこと。サトシは転校しました。多分俺もそれほど遠くない将来、レナの言う転校をするでしょう。ですが大石さんには俺の死体を見つけることもできないでしょうね。現にサトシの死体だってまだ見つけられてない。
前原さん、どうか落ち着いて。
I was already suppressing my agitation even without Oishi-san having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust in the police. It would seem that I could only depend on myself and the bat Satoshi left behind to protect myself. Then I at least wanted to know about what happened before Rena transferred schools.
つまらない話になるのは覚悟の上ですね。
I've used clips from Pokemon Twilight Wing in some of my videos. Oishi-san, realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved.
今の俺にとってつまらない話は何一つありません。お願いします。
まずいくつかお断りすることがあります。
はい。
他言無用でお願いします。また内容には一部憶測も含まれているかもしれません。すべてが真実ではないかもしれないということです。よろしいですね。
真実ではないかもしれない。言ってる意味がよくわかりません。
ひなみ沢の連続開始事件は捜査本部がありません。毎年の事件はここに扱われています。ですから竜宮レナが捜査線に浮上したことは一度もないのです。
I did everything in Tales of Berseria.
つまりですね。
Wait, was Phoenix the little tiny... I don't know what they're even called anymore, the little tiny creatures. That was a hard fight, yeah.
レナの調査は警察としてでなく個人として行ったということですか？
ご理解いただけて助かります。
See you later, Kermit.
話のほとんどは電話もしですから裏が取れていません。鵜呑みにしないでほしいということなんですよ。ご理解いただけますね。
全部聞いた話だけなんですか？
You know, I think that's funny, because I was never really into the card games for Pokemon. I was always interested in the anime and Ash and his friends and that journey.
申し訳ないです。
There was a time when the Pokemon movie 2000 was coming to theaters, and there was a news crew outside the theater that me and my mom and my friends were going to, and I think it was even on my frickin' birthday or something. And we got in line to be interviewed about our interest in Pokemon, and of course I had to say that I wasn't such a huge fan of the card games, which was the narrative they were trying to push, is that the card game was superior. But I guess I was just talking about, well, I like these characters in the movie and stuff like that. I like the anime or whatever. As a kid, I was saying stuff like that, and I guess it was too boring for them, or it didn't fit their narrative, so they didn't put me in the actual news thing. And so I was like, how did the biggest Pokemon fan in the room, and everyone around me knew I was a huge Pokemon fan, not realize, or not put me in there, rather. It was just like kind of crazy how that worked. See you, G-Lum.
あれ、以前レナのカルテを見たって言いませんでしたか？確かにそう聞きましたよ。
Oishi-san paused for a moment on the other end of the
そ
line.
んなことも言いましたかね。気のせいということにしてください。
I didn't care about Oishi-san having a certain obligation and responsibility. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if they were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire, after all.
話してください、大石さん。
わかりました。
Oishi-san finally opened those tight lips of his. It seemed that Rena lived in Hinamizawa a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefecture just before starting elementary school. Then, following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows happened. Then Rena confided to the doctor. It was Oyashiro-sama. This was everything I knew.
私が知る話も前原さんと大きくは変わりません。
ではどこを詳しく調べたんですか？
I didn't need to ask. It was the incident right before she transferred back to
レ
Hinamizawa.
ナが起こした事件とその後の医者での告白ですね。
はい。
大石さんはその内容を知っているからこそレナたちを疑っているんですね。
疑っています。
やはりレナたちが犯人。
ああ、いえ、疑うとはそういう意味ではないんです。
Oishi-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring.
じゃあ何を疑ってるんですか？
お社様ですよ。
Huh?
お社様のたたりって本当にあるのかな。なんてまあ。
Oishi-san laughs quite dry. Certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Oishi-san resumed the conversation about the dubious circumstances behind Satoshi's disappearance. The course of events leading him to delve into Rena's past. Just then there was a thunder in the distance, and heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning, a downpour fiercely beating the ground. I had left the window in my room open a crack to let the heat out. The violent wind danced into my room, making the curtains flap wildly.
どうしました？
あ、いえ、急にすごい雨が。すみません。どうぞ続けてください。
I got up while still on the phone and grasped the
は
window.
じめに事件と申し上げましたが、学校側も被害者も告発していないので、正式には事件ではないのです。でですね。この辺りがどうも関係者皆さん口が重いんですよ。被害者の一人は片目に後遺症を残すぐらい殴られているのにもかかわらずです。学校側か、もしくは表沙汰になるのを望まない何者かがいろいろ根回しをしたのかもしれませんね。またカウンセリングを担当した神経科医も職業倫理に厳格な方で。もしもし、 前原さん、聞こえてます？
There was a figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in this torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. In the shower, which more resembled a waterfall, droplets of water dripped down from her hair. Just standing there, both arms dangling at her side. In one hand was the stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me as I was about to close my window. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth with her cheeks puffing out. What could she be eating over there? How could it be that at this time, I was more enthralled by Reina instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Oishi-san? Do you happen to watch people's reaction to Fate Servants? I don't know what you mean by watch people's reactions. Like on live streams and stuff? No, not really. If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window. Then I wouldn't have noticed Reina, nor would I have noticed that. Reina's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something, she was repeating something. What was it? Was she repeating to me? What was she saying? And why was I right up against the window, fixated on her?
前原さん、聞こえてますか？もしもーし。
ごめんなさい。
え、前原さん。
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
もしもし。
Of course she's saying that.
前原さん、どうしましたか？
Even in this torrential downpour, Rena was still apologizing. The other self inside me drew the curtain hastily with my right hand, blocking the view from outside. But even doing that, Reina's relentless apologies still reached my ears. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop, please stop, please stop, please stop! I'm sorry, 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 I'm sorry. Damn it! Why should I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What was your favorite part about the collab event in FGO? What collab event? You mean the Fate Requiem one? I thought the board game was pretty fun. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive, 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 won't forgive.
聞こえてるなら返事をしてください。もしもーし。
Answer Oishi-san, for the love of God. Poor guy. Nobody cares about Oishi-san. Oh, servant guessing games where there are contents this year to figure out what historical figure. Well, I've already done that with my mom. There's a video about that with my mom trying to guess who these Fate characters are, based on her very limited knowledge of, like, you know, historical figures and stuff like that. I don't really watch, like, a lot of other people do the same thing. I just haven't had time. Did you max limit break the event CE where it shows Voyager? If it had, like, a damage up or something, then maybe. I don't remember. I usually wind up max limit breaking at least one of the damage up ones every event, because you kind of need it for the challenge quests and stuff. I guess I'd be lying if I said I didn't get any sleep. I tried to stay awake all night, but there were definitely gaps in my memory. I guess I kept nodding off and jerking awake in a panic all night. I spent all night hugging the metal bat and sat on top of the futon I used to barricade my door. Waiting, watching just in case someone tried to break in through my window. If I left this spot, someone would break through the door, sending the futon flying and attack me. But if I stopped watching the window, someone would break in through the glass and attack me. I tried telling myself I was just being paranoid, but couldn't sleep. 184 visual novels? That's pretty impressive, honestly. The thought of being so vulnerable scared the living daylights out of me. If sleep meant taking that risk, I didn't need it. Hear about Nightingale and Sister reacting to the Fate version? It's truly an experience to behold. I don't know what you mean, Nightingales and Sister reacting to the Fate version. It was so much better to just stay awake. At some point, during the endless cycle of nodding off and jolting awake, light began to shine outside, but that was it. It wasn't so much the morning as it was the sun simply having risen. I snuck a peek out through the curtains. Rena was gone. I couldn't see her anywhere, no matter how hard I looked. Finally, I could breathe a deep sigh of relief. That night was finally over. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tired. But I didn't feel like sleeping at the moment. I still had time, but I needed to make my own breakfast, so I'd better get started soon. Skipping school was also an option. With my mom gone, it'd be easy to play hooky. Honestly, I debated it. The risk involved in leaving my house was incalculable, so staying holed up in here was probably my safest option. But staying here wouldn't solve anything. Oishi-san wouldn't help me without cold, hard evidence. Neither he nor my parents. So unless I found some sort of proof, these relentless nights would never end. I stretched my body, tilted my head back, and closed my eyes just like I did every morning. I regulated my breathing and regained my senses. Calm down, Keiichi, my bada. Let's go to school. Let's wait until they set their trap for me. But that didn't mean I was just going to twiddle my thumbs. I needed to avoid that trap and secure irrefutable evidence. Take note of the plates of any car that drives by. If I see someone suspicious, check their clothes and face. I wasn't just protecting myself, I was preparing myself to turn their attack against them and retaliate. The tension was similar to when two samurai were both aiming to slay each other with a single motion as they drew their katanas. I was not at a disadvantage. I would have a chance to retaliate. I finally felt a bit of courage growing in my chest. All right, let's go to school. I tightened my grip on Satoshi's bat. He was the only partner I could count on. Satoshi, please lend me your strength. And entrust your dying regrets to me, since you were probably murdered. I'll make sure I dispel them. With renewed resolve, I checked the clock. I was still early. Yeah, I have absolutely zero interest in Umineko. Of course, I was going to school by myself today. I just didn't fall in love with the entire vibe of it. If I didn't want to run into Rano or Mion, I needed to leave now. The shattered fragments of the cupboard were still, drawn all over the entryway. Right. I meant to clean that up last night, but never got around to it with the phone call and everything. If my parents came back and saw this while I was at school, I would never hear the end of it. Still, I'd be wasting time if I cleaned it up right now, and considering what would happen if I ran into Rano or Mion, it wouldn't be too late to clean it up after I got back home. Making extra certain that the doors were locked, I left the house. Yep, the stream's not over yet. What did you miss? What did you last see, Caitlin P? Because that's always hard to do, and I don't know if people are jumping in for the first time today, or whatnot. My uniform was still covered in mud from yesterday, so I left it in the washer. Today I was going to school in a tracksuit. By wearing a different outfit this morning, my mind was forced to accept that today was different from yesterday. Umineko no Naku Koro ni is another series made by, the same dude here. The same writer who made Higurashi. And there are parallels between the two stories that are connected somehow. I had a hunch. Today might be the day I get killed. Keep your guard up, Keiichi Maibara. The only one who gets to decide if today is my last is me. Okay. Get Charles to school, buddy. Swinging a bat, swinging a bat. I spent the morning practicing my swing like it was my natural routine. After a while, Rena arrived at school. Our eyes met, but we said nothing. Rena said nothing about last night, as if it never happened. But I could see that those events were real by the wounds carved into her fingers. I just heard her telling Satoko and the others that the bandages were for hurting herself in the kitchen, though it wasn't like it bothered me. The details that Oishi-san shared about Rena's incident before her transfer played vividly in my mind. Now that I knew about it, I couldn't even dream of Rena as a cute, ideal girl.
ケイちゃん、相変わらず甲子園一直線だね。
It was Mion. I had already sensed her approach, so it wasn't that surprised. Or I wasn't that surprised.
ミオンか。分かってるなら放っておいてくれよ。俺は甲子園で忙しいんだ。
I gave her a curt reply without my usual jokes. Then I gave the bat an even larger swing, tactically keeping Mion from getting any closer.
ケイちゃんさ、ちょっと休憩。
Okay, Reina showed up at Keiichi's late at night because Keiichi's parents were gone, and she came to bring him food. He suspects how she knew he was even alone and why she would bring food. Had she known that, she successfully guessed that he would be eating a specific flavor of cup noodles, claiming that she was behind him, watching him the whole time at the store. She tried to open the door past the chain between them, and he freaked out. He slammed the door on her fingers, and she started apologizing and saying how it hurts. And he just got more and more aggressive, pulling on the door harder, till she finally slipped her fingers out from the door and escaped. But even then, all she would do was sit by the door saying, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." And she was even sitting there in the pouring rain, looking up, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry," watching at his bedroom window from outside. And yeah, that's basically what happened. And now today, Reina's not talking to him, and he's swinging his bat again. I think Mion got the message, but she still urged me to give it a rest.
ホームルームまであとちょっとだろ。もう一汗かかせてくれよ。
I swung the bat even harder as a sign of my refusal.
ケイちゃんって野球好きだったっけ？
最近好きになった。
最近って昨日から？
分かってんなら聞くなよ。
No, I'm hoping to go this way until the end of the event today, or the end of the chapter today.
スポーツマンにしては爽やかじゃないお返事だことで。
I was surprised we have this much content still. After frickin' 3 hours or more of streaming.
放っておいてくれ。
I ignored Mion and kept swinging. Normally, she'd get mad or bored and leave if someone gave her the cold shoulder like this. But Mion just stood there, waiting patiently for me to stop swinging. I didn't sense any hostility. But we were at school, in plain view. I doubt she'd suddenly attack me here. Or was that too naive? Still, I was starting to get tired. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to take a break and hear her out.
何か用なんだろう。なんだよ。
Sweat poured from me as I stopped swinging. I noticed my shoulders were heaving as I breathed. I cursed my lack of exercise. At this rate, I might not be able to move as needed when the time came. I should probably keep practicing my swings to build stamina in addition to the excuse for carrying the bat around with me.
用ってわけでもないけどさ。お疲れのようなら後にするけど。
今でいい。
I'm only dealing with you right now because I judged the situation to be safe. Talking to you alone and away from the others, that's out of the question.
さ。
Mion was uncharacteristically trying to choose her words. But unlike Oishi-san, it didn't look like she was going to talk about something I'd rather not hear. Mion was puzzled, trying to find the right thing to say. But then she gave a hearty laugh to break herself out of the mire.
おじさんダメだわ、こういうの。防キャ品は辛いわ。
なんだよ突然。言いたいことがあるならはっきりと言えよ。
やめてよ。
But you can do the whole timeline together with the console arcs? It is a little confusing for me to know, because I have, presumably, all the arcs available to me, but I don't know if, like, I need to start one before the other. Part of me was just going to go through it in the same order of events as, like, the animes do, which I think is you're supposed to. You know, the question and then the answer arcs in certain order, you know? In order of release, I guess. She cut straight to the point. Her request is so frank, I didn't understand it for a moment. I had already stopped swinging to listen to her, hadn't I?
ちゃんとやめてるだろ。
じゃなくて今日で終わりにしてほしいの。悪いけど。
It took me some time to understand what she was asking for. What's wrong with swinging a bat?
なんでだよ。余計なお世話だよ。別に誰にも迷惑かけてないだろ。
かけてる。
Mion said it flat out. This didn't make any sense, and that was really irritating.
俺がいつ誰に迷惑をかけたよ。
Mion was at a loss for words, but she finally made up her mind and spoke, though she stuttered as she said it.
だってさ、ケイちゃん、それ人のバットだしさ、無断借用は悪いし。
転校した生徒の忘れ物だろ。本人が取りに来るまで借りてるだけだよ。
ああ、まあね、転校したし。
Mion grew uncharacteristically flustered. That made it all too clear that his transfer was a
で
lie.
も変わってるよな。兄貴だけ転校なんだろ。妹は転校しなかったんだろ。
Mion couldn't hide her reaction as my words shook her up.
ケイちゃん、知ってたの？
北条聡、聡子の兄貴だろ。去年鬼隠しにあって消えた。
Unable to respond to that, Mion fell
レ
silent.
ナにも言われた。なんで素振りを始めたのかってな。聡もやってたんだってな、素振り。それも失踪の直前に。これってさ、お社様のたたりに会う前兆ってわけなのか？
Mion panicked and looked around.
頼むよ、ケイちゃん。お社様の話はうかつにしないでよ。私はそんなに信じてないからいいけどさ、他のみんなはすごく信じてる。レナなんかヤバいくらいに。
やばいくらいに？
とにかくみんな怖がってるんだよ。もしもこれが悪ふざけならやめな。サトシの真似は絶対にやめて。
I was the one who was scared. Who do I have to thank for taking up this bat in the first place? But it still unsettled me knowing that my actions were overlapping with Satoshi's. It would be one thing if someone suggested it, but I thought I was making my own decisions.
先に言っとく。俺はサトシのことは何も知らない。みんなが隠してたからな。
隠してたってわけじゃ。
毎年起こる事件のこと隠してたろ。
あ、それはケイちゃんを
怖がらせたくなかったってのか？それが理由で俺だけのけ者かよ。
いや、そんなつもりじゃ。
ミオンに直にダム現場で事件がなかったかって聞いたよな。ミオンはないって言ったじゃないか。バラバラ殺人があったのによ。嘘つき野郎。
ごめん、嘘ってわけじゃ。
仲間ってのは隠し事なんかなしだろ。そうだろ。じゃあお前らは仲間じゃない。
ケイちゃん、そんなのって。
This part's painful. Mion looked helpless and flustered. Was I imagining the tears in her eyes? I never could have imagined Mion acting like this.
ああ、それに先日の見舞いのおはぎ、あれうまかったぜ。血が出るかと思った。やったのはどっちだ？お前かレナか？
私。
She admitted it so easily. I couldn't help but be surprised at how easy that was.
死ぬかもしれなかったんだぞ。仲間にあんな真似をするのかよ。
そんなちょっとしたいたずらじゃん。
Mion gave me a wry smile mixed with confusion, causing even more anger to well up inside me.
あれがいたずらで済むかよ。
I grabbed Mion by the collar and lifted her up. That wasn't the same as putting Tabasco sauce in a pizza mochi. It was a needle, a sewing needle. Dude, Satoko keeps putting fucking thumbtacks in door handles and shit too. She's not any better. If I had swallowed that and it lodged in my throat, what did she think would happen? Mion's face froze as her body rattled in fear. This wasn't the Mion Sonozaki I knew
と
anymore.
にかくお前は仲間じゃない。仲間じゃない奴の指図は受ける。俺のことは当分放っておいてもらうぜ。いいな。
Mion wasn't replying anymore.
俺を消そうとしても簡単にはいかないからな。お前らは最初から警察に疑われてんだ。サトシを消せたように簡単に消せると思うなよ。
I said it clearly. This was my declaration of
俺
war.
の過去の事件はお前らが怪しいと思ってる。ダムの反対運動の時からお前が警察の世話になってたこともよく知ってる。隠しきれてると思うなよ。いいな。
どうしてそんなことまで。
Mion stood there with a dumbstruck look on her face. That was when I heard the principal ringing the bell for school. It was time for morning homeroom.
行こうぜ。委員長がいないとまずいだろ。ん？
At that moment, for the first time, I realized Mion was sobbing as tears ran down her cheeks.
ひどいよ、ケイちゃん。
I wanted to console her, but I shut my mouth. I had no need to feel guilty.
俺、行くぜ。ホームルーム遅れるなよ。
I left Mion still shaking as I turned around and head for the entrance. I had no idea how troubling it was to make a girl cry. Behind my back, I could hear her muttering. It was a faint mutter as she was speaking to herself.
そっか。
え？
She wasn't saying it to anyone. It was Mion talking to herself. But it was a sobbing voice that had a kind of giddy, cursing tone. I inadvertently stopped and turned back towards her.
ケイちゃんに全部バラしたの。あの野郎か。
Ooh. I didn't know we were going to turn into Ao Oni here. What the fuck? She balled up her fists as her tears continued to rain down. She glared at a spot at the ground with a terrifying yet smiling face, cursing. A chill ran down my spine from that demonic expression. This transformation, Mion's transformation, was different from
あ
Rena's.
の時殺しとくんだったな。今年で定年だからって容赦してやった恩も忘れやがって。
Jesus. Retiring this year? Was she talking about Oishi-san?
ちくしょう。ちくしょう。あのじじい。絶対に殺してやる。
Aw. Ugh. Felt like the air itself had begun distorting. With Mion at the center, the world had begun to twist and spiral. Bending. Whirling. This was the first time I'd known, no experienced, such a visage.
起立。気をつけ。
Mion made an excuse for her red eyes by saying there was something wrong with her contacts. After that, neither Rena nor Mion spoke to me for the rest of the day. Neither Satoko nor Rika-chan looked me in the eye. Strangely, I didn't feel hurt. Everything had just went back to the way it was. The month since I transferred in had been almost too much fun. That was all. School was supposed to be something like this to begin with. I should have disliked that feeling, but today it felt oddly refreshing. Nightingale's modern-day ancestor. See, yeah, I did not know that was a thing. At all. That's pretty cool. Is that a video on YouTube or something? Because I'd like to look into that. The bell rung, surrounding the end of the monotonous school day, which had felt so tense yet so dull. Why MC think the girls try to killed him? Try to spell better next time. Maybe it was on a phone. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and you're typing on a phone. Because they weren't telling him the truth about Hinamizawa being really dark and twisted and having the murders of, you know, associated with the Oyashiro-sama curse and the needle in the food and them somehow knowing every time he talks to Oishi-san. And there's just suspicion all around, and that's why Keiichi is thinking everyone's going to try and kill him. Since it would cause a lot of unpleasant memories if they asked me to join in the club activities, I promptly stared, preparing to go home without even looking at them. I stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag, wrapped my hand around Satoshi's now familiar bat, and began heading towards the entrance. I was assailed by both the exhausting relief that nothing had happened today, and the tiring possibility of the same thing repeating tomorrow. But deep down inside me, far beneath in the recesses of my heart, achingly, I knew, this would be the last day of this cycle. I couldn't tell how the ending would be, whether it would end as I wished it to end, or if it would end as I hoped it wouldn't. Regardless, in my current state, there was something more important than how things would end. There was something I wanted to know. Why did I have to be killed? How did it come to this? Why? For what purpose? The sunlight was relentless. The sun, the heat, even the air. They wouldn't give me my answers. Or could it be that the cries of the Higurashi were desperately trying to tell me something? Somewhere, mixed in with their shrieks, Tomitake-san and Satoshi were also probably trying to tell me something. I haven't been able to realize it yet. When I do realize it, I wonder if I will be amongst the Higurashi fruitlessly crying to the next victim. Glancing down at my feet, I saw a Higurashi on its back, spasming weakly. I don't know. That sounds more like the South Park pig. There's still so much of the summer left, yet this one was already chirping its last song. I couldn't tell what it was saying, no matter how hard I listened. But I had to try. If I had to listen to what it was desperately trying to tell me. At that moment, the shrills of the Higurashi ceased all at once, as if they had huddled together, fearing that the person who'd brought them to their dreadful fate had arrived. There was no mistaking it. A presence was approaching. The sound of footsteps was almost non-existent. Yeah, Mion's pissed at the detective for telling Keiichi about all the stuff going on in town. Is what a certain Doki Doki Literature Club mod got its inspiration from. Interesting. If the Higurashi hadn't warned me by ending their chirping, I wouldn't have noticed. My exhaustion left me in a heartbeat. In its place was a rush of adrenaline that sharpened all of my senses. I was just barely able to hold back that creeping, suffocating feeling of horror. It wasn't something I could hold back for long. But in this moment, when I needed to be razor sharp, I was able to retain my composure. I wasn't going to shout like I did yesterday. Shout, shout, let it all out. I hid myself calmly amongst the trees, waiting for my pursuer's shadow. Could I get them to pass by me? No. Since I was able to hear their footsteps, they were probably also able to hear mine. They might have already been able to tell that I'd hidden myself and was holding my breath. The person tailing me, was it Rena, just like it was yesterday? If it was Rena, I wouldn't hold back. I could just yell at her and make her go ahead like yesterday. If it wasn't Rena? It would depend on how they acted, I guess. The footsteps ambled closer. I swallowed, wiped my clammy hands on my pants, and readjusted the grip on the bat. I could tell that the fear that I had beaten back once was now waiting for another opening to come at me. Who could it be? I peeked out from behind the tree at the person following me. My imagination hadn't led me astray. It was Rena. There was a bit of relief as I realized it was someone I knew, but that feeling left me in an instant. This wasn't the same Rena that I knew. Her eyes were dark and lifeless, but her mouth appeared as if it were carved into a crescent. Yes, it looked like she was grinning slightly. and in her right hand was a hatchet! Dun dun dun! I hid myself behind the tree once again and recalled the unbelievable sight I just saw. What was that just now? The embodiment of terror laid bare. Baseball. Practice my swing. There were tons of excuses for me to be carrying a bat. But for that hatchet? There was no excuse for that. A hatchet? Just like that?
ケイチ君、かくれんぼかなかな
My heart was pounding. Hard enough that I had trouble breathing. What little composure I had been able to hold on to was now crushed. In its place, cold sweat gushed forth, covering my entire body, letting me know precisely what kind of emotion had taken hold. Not good, not good, not good. I wasn't able to hide myself completely. She already knew I was here.
レナを驚かせようとしたのかな
Kana,
かな
kana, kana, kana.
Yeah.
Oh, fuckles! It's Rena.
I decided that it would be better to reveal myself now, since there was still some space between us, than to allow Rena to come any closer. I adjusted my grip on the bat again, readied myself mentally, and stepped out from behind the tree. That wasn't as many ha-ha-ha-has as are typed here. Someone needs to sit there and listen to the number of ha's, and then accurately represent it in the text.
ケイチ君
Mitsketa.
Rena was pleased that she found me, eliciting a mysterious giggle. Her mouth was smiling, but her eyes told me she was displeased by the fact that I had been hiding. Those eyes. They were just so empty. My legs began to quiver. No good. In the pit of my stomach, some sort of viscous, hot, and cold substance began spreading around. If I allowed it, that substance would slip into my bloodstream and undoubtedly freeze all the organs in my body. Not good, not good. I'll be devoured by Rena at this rate. Strike back! Don't lose!
何の用だよ
I blustered, hiding behind my bravado, but Rena didn't flinch one bit.
ケイチ君と同じ帰り道だよ
じゃあそのナタは何だよ
じゃあケイチ君のそのバットは何なのかな
俺は素振りで
じゃあレナは宝探しなの
Rena gave a flippant explanation as to why she had such a fearsome weapon. Maybe it's just self-defense. You did slam her fingers in a doorway.
ダム現場の宝の山にねまた新しいかいいのを見つけたの
Kai mitsketa no.
だからねそれを発掘するために必要なの
信じるかよそんなの
信じないよね
Rena's laugh was obviously very strange. I'd seen Rena's transformation many times before. But the one today was completely different. Like her mischievous tone and the shrewd glint in her eyes. It wasn't something that roundabout. I'm not sure what to say, it was just so obvious.
待ってよケイチ君
Rena didn't stop walking, even as she let out that eerie laugh. Whenever Rena got too close to me, I would scurry away and turn back towards her. This cycle repeated over and over. No matter how you looked at it, I was being chased by Rena, and was trying to escape.
ついてくるなよ
それはできない相談だよレナのうちもこっちだもん
I gotta say, the voice acting is very good. When I met with Rena on this road yesterday, she cowered and trembled as she followed my commands. But today was different. Rena didn't show a hint of trepidation. Actually, wasn't I the one who was cowering? If the way home for Rena and me was the same, that's fine. I just changed my route. That'd work out, wouldn't it? I turned onto a side street I'd never been on and knew little about. But Rena saw me do that and followed me while laughing. Why? Why? Aren't you going home? Are you too good for your home? Then just go home down the street, like you normally do. Why would you follow me down this weird little side road? Those thoughts screamed in my head, eventually spilling out of my mouth.
どうしてついてくるんだよ
The tone of my voice was already tinged with terror.
圭一君とお話ししたいから。
I just want to talk, Ch.1.
圭一君もレナとお話ししたいんじゃないかな。かな。
That's cool, Ghost Trimp. I like that.
俺は何も話したいことなんかない
Put her teeth on the curb. Oh man, that's brutal, dude.
嘘だ
That's a bit much, isn't it?
相談したいこときっとあるはずだよ。
ないレナと話すことなんか何もないよ
嘘だよね。
嘘じゃないよ
嘘だ。
Rena's scream echoed, startling some nearby birds into flight. You know, I never checked to see what the other portrait looked like. Oh, pfft. That's nowhere nearly as terrifying. Look at that. Look at that. Although she does have a bit of a Chucky face right here, which is really uncanny. I prefer this. I really do. I cringed in fear. The only other thing I could do was increase my pace. Why are you running? Why are you running, Ch.1? Why are you running?
お話お話
Ohanashi. Hanashi. Why was I running down this unfamiliar and deserted
圭
street?
一君には悩んでることがあるんじゃないかな。
ないよ何にも悩んでない
嘘だ。
Even though I was running, even though Rena was walking, why wasn't I getting any further away?
わかるよ。わかる。レナはわかるよ。怖いんだよね、圭一君。
怖くなんかない何も怖いことなんか
嘘だ。
My breathing grew heavy and it felt like my legs were giving out from beneath me. Rena wasn't even breaking a
レ
sweat.
ナだけは相談に乗ってあげられるよ。今度こそ乗ってあげられる。
I had no idea what she was talking about or exactly what she wanted to
今
do.
度こそ相談に乗ってあげられる。サトシ君の時とは違うもの。
When she said Satoshi's name, I turned back for a moment. But even as I did that, Rena was still advancing. I couldn't afford to stop.
サトシ君も悩んでた。辛そうだった。でもレナは相談に乗ってあげられなかった。とても悲しかった。
Where did this street connect to? All these twists and turns, ups and downs. It was hard to believe that this was even remotely in the same direction towards my house. My sense of direction had long since gone out the
サ
window.
トシ君が転校しちゃった時ね、本当に後悔したんだよ。レナが相談に乗ってあげれば、サトシ君は転校せずに済んだかもしれないって、すごく後悔した。
The road led me deeper into the forest. Wasn't I getting further away from the village the more I ran? I lost more and more of my composure the more I thought about it. But despite this realization, my inner self was still disturbingly
だか
calm.
らね、誓ったの。もしもサトシ君みたいに苦しんでる人にもう一度会えたなら、レナが助けてあげようって。もう人が転校するところは見たくないな。
Damn it! What does transfer even mean? Why you gotta use code with me, bro? Guys don't take hints. What are you doing? I won't let you transfer me. Sorry. I won't end up the same as Satoshi.
さあ、ケイチ君、レナに話して。レナはきっとケイチ君を理解してあげられるよ。レナだけはケイチ君の味方。
I started wheezing, out of breath. My lungs were so hot that they felt like they were going to explode, and my heart was beating as hard as it possibly could. I should have practiced running instead of my swing. I couldn't even afford to scoff at that stupid thought.
悩みがなくなればきっと圭一くんも元通りみんなとも仲良しに戻れてまた楽しく部活ができるよ。今度は一緒に組んでみーちゃんをやっつけようね。
Yeah, how much fun that would be. Rena couldn't even imagine how much fun I had wished I could Couldn't imagine how much I had wished I could turn back the clock on these past few days.
レナともきっと仲良しに戻れるよ。また一緒に宝探しに行きたいね。今度はお弁当も作っていくよ。なんなら今から宝探しでもいいよ。行こうよ、一緒にダム現場。見つけたばかりの可愛いの、圭一くんにも見せてあげるね。きっと圭一くんも気に入るよ。
My footsteps made pathetic flapping sounds as my legs wobbled and faltered. Hot on my heels, Rena's steps were sharply breaking twigs underfoot. I had to accept it. I was on the run, being chased by Rena. If she caught me, it was all over. I realized it instinctively. I couldn't even begin to think of what the end would entail. Just that if I was caught, it was all over. That's all I knew. It didn't matter how I was going to end. I wouldn't let it end. Not without knowing anything. Not yet! That momentary lapse was all it took. Of all the things that could have happened, my knees buckled underneath me and I crumpled towards the ground. I tried to stand frantically, urging my legs to respond. I used my bat as a makeshift cane to prop myself up, but Rena was already standing right in front of me. Compared to me, out of breath and utterly exhausted, Rena was so cool and composed that she could have froze the air around her. She wasn't breathing hard at all. Rather, I couldn't even sense if her heart was beating.
何が怖いのかな。怯えるなんて圭一くんらしくないよ。
It's fun reading your guys' responses because, you know, y'all don't really know the truth, which is good, you know? The lack of spoilers is helping make this way more interesting. Her expression looked almost affectionate. Those soulless eyes, that mask of affection. As she admonished me for trembling, Rena's hands deftly slipped over her head. The blur of arms as they moved made me feel as if I was staring at the godliness of the thousand-armed Buddha. Then, as both her hands met above her head, the hatchet that she held came into focus. I stared up at it in disbelief. It was all I could do.
教えてくれ、サトシはどうなったんだよ。
Rena stayed like that, with that hatchet raised above her head, and solemnly opened her mouth. It was as if she was expressing a farewell to a friend she was never to see again. That cruel scenario resided somewhere in her actions.
言ったよ。サトシくんは転校したの。
その転校ってのをやめろよ。鬼隠しってことなんだろ。そうだろ。もう教えてくれたっていいだろ。サトシを消したのは誰だよ。レナかミオンか、それとも村の誰かが。答えろよ。
I became frantic the more I screamed, but Rena did nothing but maintain the smile frozen on her face.
圭一くんが何を言ってるかわからないな。
じゃあ分かるように言ってやる。連続開始事件の犯人は誰だ。
圭一くんは勘違いしてるよ。
え？
人間の犯人なんかいない。すべてはお社様が決めることだもの。
お社様のたたりなんて迷信だろ。レナは信じてるってのか。
信じるとか信じないとかじゃない。お社様はいるの。
Rena's gaze grew even more gelid. The ferocity of her stare was so intense, not allowing me to question anything.
お社様なんているわけが。
圭一くんは信じないの？お社様。
信じられるはずないだろ。そんなのいるわけがない。
いるよ、お社様。圭一君だって身近に感じてるはずだよ。
I felt it personally in my loins.
そんなもの感じたことないよ。
圭一君さ、誰かに謝られたことない？それもずっと。
All noise from the outside world disappeared. Only Rena's voice resounded loudly and
それ
terribly.
はね、許してもらえるまでずっとついてくるの。学校へもお家へも枕元へも。
I couldn't understand what Rena was
レ
saying.
ナのところへも来たんだよ、お社様。だからレナは転校してひなみ沢に帰ってきたの。
I don't understand. I don't understand. What does transfer even mean? What was Rena
圭
saying?
一君のところにもお社様来てるんじゃない？きっと相談に乗れるのは私だけ。圭一君を転校なんかさせないからね。
Rena's demented laugh clanged around inside my head. Was Rena saying Oyashiro-sama came to her as well? That's right. Last night I had heard about that when I asked about Rena.
他言無用でお願いし、また内容には全てが
You already said that. You already said that. Oishi began
被
speaking.
害者も学校も告訴していないので、
Yep,
つまり
people didn't talk.
で
Police
す
didn't
から
intervene.
詳細は関
Hard to
つま
get
り
from people
信
involved.
憑性が高くない。
被害者って言いましたか。レナはガラスを割っただけじゃないんですか。
いえ、男子生徒が3人ほどリュウグウレナに殴られています。金属バットでです。2人はあざで済みましたが、
These guys have a problem with wooden bats. It's always got to be the metal ones.
大怪我をしたそうです。
Damn. Rena, you're brutal.
それって
How do you not
傷害
fucking
事件じゃないん
charge
ですか。
press charges after that, man? That is super
警
assault.
察は逮捕とかしないんですか。
どういうわけか、被害者が告発しないんですよ。
That's weird.
警察に届け出がないので。
They were beaten with a bat and suffered significant injuries? Normally there would be a criminal investigation. But why didn't they press
被
charges?
害者の男子生徒3人にもそれぞれ話を聞こうとしましたが、全員口が重い
Because
の
they
です。
didn't want to admit they got beaten up by a girl or something? That would be
こう言っては
horrible.
なんですが、怯えてるんですよ。彼女が転校した今でも。
大石さん、話を最初から整理して話してくれませんか。
Rena hit people while she broke the windows? Or was it she started breaking the windows after she got bored of hitting people? They sounded similar, but the meanings were drastically different.
某月某日、リュウグウレナは親しい男子生徒3人と一緒にプール倉庫のあたりで話をしていました。
その3人って
個人名は伏せますが、3人ともリュウグウレナととても親しい仲良しグループだったそうです。彼女はこう言ってんだったんですな。
So it wasn't that strange for the four of them to be together.
それでどうなったんです。
理由はわかりません。リュウグウレナはプール倉庫脇にあった野球部のバットを手に取り、3人を次々に殴り倒しました。
Well, you would say that Rena feels more sus at the moment, wouldn't you? Well, then again, Mion was like, I'm gonna kill that detective, I'm gonna kill him. There were no witnesses. This was an account pieced together by the information given at the time of the incident. One day after school, Rena and 3 male students were at the pool storage shed talking together. They weren't seeking help, rather, they usually met up there. It appears it became a heated discussion. At that time, Rena underwent a change. The change was so abrupt that the 3 of them didn't comprehend what was happening. Then, taking the metal bat, she attacked her friends, one after the other. Ooh, splatty splatter. Leaving her friends covered in blood with gashes on their heads, she made her way towards the school building. Not gonna lie, she kinda looks cool there, though, when she broke the glass windows one after the other. A few minutes later, a teacher appeared on scene and subdued her.
レナに起こった変化って何ですか？
3人の証言で一致するのは、突然人が変わった、豹変したという点です。
表変。
I could also recall Rena's transformation. I'd seen that change many times before. It was so different from the usual Rena that I couldn't help but believe it was someone else who looked like Rena.
その表変っていうのはたびたびあったことなんですか？
いえ、そういうのは全くなかったそうです。私も調べられる限り、彼女の過去や病歴等を追ってみましたが、見つけることはできませんでした。
そのレナみたいに突然人が変わる現象って結構あるんですか？
もちろんありますよ。精神的なものから性格的なものまでたくさんあります。
ではレナには潜在的に表変する要素があったってことですか？
断言はできません。ですが、竜宮レナをよく知る友人たちからの証言では、とても彼女にそういう要素があるようには思えません。
Kind, caring, and adorable. Even before she transferred here, she was probably pretty popular in school like she was now. That girl transforming suddenly and assaulting them with a bat. Who could imagine such a thing? Nobody could have seen it coming. I myself sometimes believed that I was mistaken for thinking that was Rena, even now.
そしてどうなったんですか？
学校の正面が病院でしたので、3人はすぐに病院に担ぎ込まれ、手当て。
レナは警察はどうして警察沙汰にならなかったんですか？
警察は呼ばれなければ関与はできませんからね。
一人は後遺症を残すくらい大怪我したんじゃないんですか？どうして訴えないんです？
私もそこは引っかかりました。何かの圧力、もしくは脅迫があったのか、それとも訴えたくても訴えられない理由があったのか。
もちろん大石さんのことですから
Quotes.
調べたんですよ
Got
ね。
distracted by my...
ねえ、まあ。ですが、初めに言いましたよね。被害者たちの
ああ、
血が
stop
と
it.
にかく重いのです。触れたがらないというか、関わりたくないというか。
Do you think Rena would just take being voted out? As is. Reluctant to talk. Didn't want to touch it. Didn't want to be involved. It resembled the villagers here and Oyashiro-sama's curse.
学校の先生とかからは何も聞けなかったんですか？
In some ways, it's kind of like how the Japanese, on a more extreme level, want to save face. That bad things that happen to people would occasionally not be brought up. Like some poor chick on a train getting groped by a pervert might not speak out because then she'd be making a fuss, and your goal is to not stand out too much. I'm not saying that Japan is rife with that kind of bad stuff, but I wouldn't be surprised if the author were trying to make that kind of parallel.
学校は聖域なんですよ。隠蔽体質とでも言います。
Yeah, Rena's like right in front of Keiichi's face, IRL right now, but we're going... It's a flashback.
私も捜査令状を
A rather long one.
から弱いんですよね。
じゃあ学校側はノーコメント？
いえ、事件の存在自体を否定しました。ですが傍日、間違いなく病院に3人の男子生徒が打撲で担ぎ込まれたのは事実なんです。病院にその記録が残ってますので。
被害者は語らず学校は否定する。何もわからないじゃないですか。
ねえ、その事件があったという。
We don't have an airlock to send her out of.
被害者たちもこの事件が公になることを望んでいませんので、私と前原さん、私たち2人が忘れれば事件はそのまま闇に消えるでしょうな。
For a brief period, we sat in silence. At first glance, it looked like a simple assault case. that was just the tip of the iceberg. The depths were obscured by roiling waves, sinking quietly into the void, as if it never existed to begin with.
その後、学校を謹慎で休学します。
Yeah, I would expect that.
そしてその間、神経科医のカウンセリングを受けました。
その医者からは何か聞けたんですか？
これがまた職業倫理のしっかりした尊敬すべき方でしてね。口が固いんですよ。もうとにかく。
警察手帳を見せてもダメなんですか？
書面で申請しろと言われました。手帳自体に法的拘束力は何もありませんからね。
じゃあ大石さんはどうやってレナがお社様のことを告白したことを知ったんですか？
一部を聞いてた看護師さんがいましてね。この方は手帳を見せただけで協力してくださいました。
それでなんと？
Turns out the nurse hadn't heard everything. Apparently, all that she remembered was that she overheard from inside the
看
room.
護師さんが言うには、その時のリュウグウレナはとても淡々としていて落ち着いていたそうです。
It was more like she was confessing her sins at church than a counseling session. Dude, that's funny. It'd be like, Reina's about to kill me! Quick, cut to a really long flashback. Maybe she'll get bored and leave. It was more like she was confessing her sins at a church than a counseling session. She spoke with her mother there for some of it, but partway through her mother was asked to leave. So it became a private counseling session between just the doctor and Rena for a while.
例のお社様の話はどこで出てきたんですか？
途中です。その名前を突然叫んだのです。だから看護師さんもびっくりして聞き耳を立てたのです。
お社様です。
Rena suddenly shouted that. I had no idea what it was said before that, so I had no idea what the meaning behind it could have been. The doctor calmly and collectedly asked Rena to have a seat.
そのお社様というのは何ですか？
We're in like flashbackception. Gently, ever so gently. A fundamental part of counseling is to be a good, patient listener.
ひなみ沢を捨てた人は必ずお社様に追われるんです。
Ah.
そしてとうとう私のところにも来たんです。
リュウグウさんが今のお家に引っ越される前に住んでいた町ですね。
私は引っ越したくなかったけど、お母さんとお父さんの都合で仕方なく引っ越しました。でもお社様は許してくれなかったんです。
リュウグウさんはきっとひなみ沢にもお友達がたくさんいたんでしょうね。
It reminds me of that part in the Street Fighter movie, the live action movie, where Zangief is watching as a truck full of explosives is coming his way. He's like, quick, change the channel. I don't know. That movie's ridiculously hammy, but I still love it. I find that hilarious.
今でも懐かしいんじゃないですか？
What are my top 3 tags? Oh gosh, I don't know, man. It depends on what I feel. Depends on what I feel. A lot of my favorite ones don't like have a direct tag. It's like I have to try and like get to what I want through a combination of tags. One thing that I like is like nipple orgasms, I guess. Like the idea that they're sensitive enough that you could actually get off from that. And there's a lot of works out there like that. Like, what is it? Homura Subaru, I believe it is. Does a whole bunch of really nice Yuri ones where that's kind of a theme. But, yeah, so I'll give you that one for now.
ひなみ沢に帰りたい。
But there isn't a direct
帰りたいんじゃない。
tag just for
帰らな
it.
きゃいけない。本当はもっと早くに帰らなきゃいけなかった。でももうダメ。お社様が来てしまった。
お社様というのはそのひなみ沢の神様なんですね。
Or at the very least, anyone who leaves Hinamizawa will invoke Hinamizawa's curse.
それで
Or Oyashiro-sama's
ひなみ沢を
curse.
捨てて出て行こうとすると罰を当てるんです。
リュウグウさんが引っ越しをされたのはもうずいぶん前ですよね。 では今になってその神様がやってきたということです。
Succubus Sakura. Well, you see my hentai stuff, so that's not too
信じない
surprising.
でしょうけどお社様はいるんです。
That nurse was then asked by another nurse to do something and left the room. That was all she remembered.
お社様がか。
確かにひなみ沢にはそういう迷信があります。里を捨てで出ていくとお社様の罰が当たると。この辺りは前原さんもすでにご存知ですよね。
I knew very well that those scorned by the village incurred, or what those, yeah. To hinder the dam construction project, they cursed the construction foreman to his death. And the following year, Satoko's parents, supporters, leading advocates for the dam, were also cursed to their death. But this was the first time I'd heard of the curse incurring by leaving the village.
初耳です。村の外敵がたたられるのはわかりますが、どうして出ていく村人まで。普通出ていくものはたたられないものじゃないんですか。
I know it's a bit strange to say it, but I could see it as a rule that the people who come in are ones who would be cursed. Far from Jupiter, far from his thunder. Curses weren't something to chase after people that leave, were they? Oishi-san pondered for a bit on the other end of the receiver, then began speaking again.
ひなみ沢が大昔鬼ヶ淵と呼ばれていたという話はしましたよね。
I recalled hearing that. Long ago, Hinamizawa was feared and respected as the village of ogres. You know, fighting gods in an anime is really not all that uncommon, so I could imagine that. You got your bat, Keiichi. Go smack up a god.
ふもとの村人たちは鬼たちを崇めていました。で、鬼ヶ淵は神聖な土地なので絶対に不可侵。むやみに立ち入るとお社様のたたりがあるとされてきたんです。
Those who set foot in Onikakushi, in other words, Hinamizawa, would be cursed. Thank you, Succubus Sakura.
それはわかります。でも出ていくのまでダメってのは。
鬼たちもまたですね。属性に出ていかないようお社様に厳しく見張られていたんだとか。つまりお社様っていうのは属性と鬼ヶ淵の交流を禁じていたんでしょうな。
No, dai-chan is not at all the same character as the one that was originally with the purple hair in the older intro. That was just a completely original character that was supposed to be like a channel mascot. Sarah. I have since decided to leave her kind of out of things, I guess. Now that we have dai-chan directly that we can work with. I mean, the character came as a need to kind of put more female images to the channel, but the ultimate answer to that is dai-chan, but they're supposed to be entirely different beings. Sarah was supposed to be the girl who abandoned all of humanity to hang out in a space station and just play video games and watch anime all day by herself. Like the ultimate hikikomori was the idea. You like harems, school uniforms, and vampires. Interesting. I finally understood what sort of thing Oyashiro-sama was.
つまりお社様ってのは守り神ってよりもこの地を外界から隔離しようとする。
そんな感じになるんでしょうな。すみません。私も詳しくないんです。この辺りはばあ様の受け売りでして。
Who were all the girls in my original opening? I know that one of them was Kanan, there was Sango, there was Mila, there was Alyssa from God Eater, there was Saber, the herp, I don't remember. I know there might have been one else. Asuna was in there, I think. Yeah. I could understand it a bit better if it was like that. Those who came to Hinamizawa would be cursed, and those who tried to leave would also be cursed. So because Rena originally lived in Hinamizawa and moved away, she fulfilled the requirements for being cursed.
つまりレナは望まない引っ越しをしたためお社様のたたりにあったと。そう。
要約するとそういう意味なんでしょうな。
A full lore of OtakuDaiKun. There isn't much to that, other than the best thing you're going to get to that is by reading my comics. The Living with My Own Gender Bend is kind of the story of Daikun, dai-chan, and Ari-chan. But only the first little comic is available to people who aren't paid members at the moment. Would you bring them back in a future video? I don't really have the means to do that easily. I used to animate her in Maya. She's a model I could use for that, for taking pictures and other things like that, but it's way less convenient to mod and edit and move around and do stuff like that than I can with Vroid. So she was kind of a product of the technology I was able to use at the time, so I don't have any intention of bringing her back. She didn't really do all that much to begin with, outside of just being in the intro either. Those who abandoned Those who abandoned Hinamizawa and left were cursed. But then, why only Rena? Shouldn't Rena's parents also have been guilty of the same transgression by moving away and have been cursed? Also, in this day and age in Japan, shouldn't there be a lot of people coming and going? If every single one of them was cursed, then it'd be insane. But in reality, it wasn't that big of a deal at all. At most, there was one person dying and one disappearing on the day of the Watakanashi. I guess the other alternative would be to make a version of Sarah with a Vroid. So in theory, that is plausible. That I hadn't even thought of that. It doesn't seem too hard, actually. At most, there was one person dying and one disappearing on the day of the Watakanashi. I don't like saying at most, though.
まあとにかくわからないことだらけなんですよ。お社様のたたりがどうだったにせよ、クラスメートを金属バットで殴った理由にはなりませんし。
Have to such again for a few? I don't know what to such again. You have to take a bit of a break, is that it? Oh, ditch. Gotcha. Okay.
まさか前原さんも恐ろしいたたりが起こって被害者たちがすくみ上がったなんてこと信じるわけないですよね。
Of course I didn't want to believe it. But more importantly, I had just realized something else. There was another bizarre connection that Rena made between Oyashiro-sama's curse and metal bats. Satoshi fell victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse and went missing. I had recently learned that Satoshi had become infatuated with the metal bat right before he disappeared, just like me. Then Rena as well. She was affected by Oyashiro-sama's curse. She confessed that much to the doctor. Hi, Kenshin, who's my good little kitty. Where's my cat? Where's my cat? Oh, you're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. And that the weapon which she had used at the time of the horrendous act was again a metal bat. And finally, me. I'd encountered various things that were inexplicable, and now I was holding on to a metal bat. I was shocked when I learned that Satoshi did the same thing. It couldn't be. Had the same thing happened to Rena? But there was one critical difference between her and Satoshi's case. That being, Satoshi went missing after falling victim to the curse, but Rena was still here. Both of them had fallen victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse, yet they were met with different endings. Good boy. Good boy, Kenny. Yeah, hang out in the window. And finally me. I couldn't call it a coincidence anymore. Rena, Satoshi, and finally me. Could it be that I really was under Oyashiro-sama's curse right now? No, more importantly than that, what should I do now? Satoshi had been demoned away, vanished without a trace. Rena was fine. Fine? Rena had undergone a change. I could only believe that there was something that wasn't Rena residing within her. And Here, right now, it was standing before me.
レナ、教えてくれ。俺はどうなるんだよ。
Rena stood imposingly, not answering.
サトシは消えた。だけどレナは消えなかった。じゃあ俺はどう。
I had never heard such an unpleasant laugh before. It had become akin to the sound of her breathing. It was no longer a voice or an expression of feeling.
大丈夫だよ。レナが助けてあげるから。
What if I'm Rena? That would be weird. Rena took one step forward, still holding the hatchet high above her head.
さあ、
One step closer, Rena's face spread out to fill my vision.
話して。
One step closer. Rena's nose was close enough to touch mine, and it was still pushing closer.
話したいことがあるんだよね。レナが聞いてあげる。
She went to Starbucks during the flashback. That's funny.
助けてあげるから。ね。話してね。話してね。
I slumped down, landing squarely on my ass. It wasn't for some pathetic reason. It was all I could do to get as far away from Rena. Ha 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 ha! I had the gut feeling that I couldn't let her laughter end, because when that laughter ended, the moment I picked up on that feeling, my body moved by instinct. I sprang to my feet so fast that I couldn't even believe it and pushed Rena away with both hands. Get away! Rena was as light as a feather. Thrown about by the unbalanced weight of the hatchet, she was sent backwards, as if she'd been carried off by the wind. After confirming that out of the corner of my eye, I dashed off at full speed. It was the perfect picture of fleeing like a greased pig. Wait, that wasn't a pig. I can't do like a pig. It was like... I can't make like the actual vocal sound. I was gonna do that. Other than the kind of thing. But that's a squeal from a pig, not a... Yeah. Get away from Rena. Run away. Survive! I couldn't think of anything other than this. While I was running, I had remembered I'd been holding onto a bat the entire time. Such a worthless weapon. I couldn't believe I'd forgotten about this weapon at such an important time. Then that's your fault, not the weapon's, isn't it? I sped even further down the winding path. I didn't even feel myself grasping for breath or my legs getting heavy. My body understood it as well. My body is ready. If I didn't run away from here, I wouldn't live. I could hear the laughter of that simulacrum of Rena coming from behind me. It rang through the trees and in my head and slowly chiseled away at my sanity. The grove of trees thinned out, my field of vision suddenly expanding. Where was this? For a moment I was bewildered by the scenery. I felt I knew, but I couldn't quite remember. I quickly realized. It was the damn site. Is it a goddamn? The fact that I dashed madly and ended up in a place like this gave me a bad feeling, like I was following someone's scripted plot. It had a good view of my surroundings, but I didn't see a single soul here. This was a terrible spot for someone on the run, but there was no better place for an attacker. My heart was already on the verge of bursting. The muscles in my legs were screaming, but I didn't care. If I stopped here, then they might not even be able to scream for much longer. Even still, I glanced back, looking for an excuse to rest. Rena wasn't there. Instead, I saw two villagers walking around. I breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't Rena, but a third party. Except the voice inside me rang the alarm once again. Villagers walking around weren't suspicious in and of themselves, but it bothered me. They both wore rough-looking clothes. Empty-handed, they definitely gave the impression that they were just out for a walk. But at this time of day, two adults wandering around without a purpose? It was enough to raise questions. Aren't a lot of these people, like, old and retired, though? Oh, shit. But more than anything else, those eyes. Ow, Oni! They weren't chit-chatting while walking. They were both silent, heading forward, looking in my direction. Was I at the end of my rope and had finally started imagining things? I should run away. That was probably the best choice. If they weren't involved, I'd lose them easily by running. If they were part of the group after me, then they would come running after me. Either way, unless I hurried up, Reno would catch up with me. That's right, I was going to run! Deciding that the moment I began to turn tail, both of them rushed towards me, as if they knew exactly what I was thinking. Oh shit! Somewhere inside me, I had jumped to the conclusion that Reno was the only thing I needed to be afraid of. I made the assumption that I didn't need fear anything else. But right now, I realized how blatantly wrong I was. Suddenly, the story of Oishi-san told me about the demons all leaving the village to hunt, floated through the back of my mind. I could tell they were both coming after me without even turning around, because of their frantic footsteps. It was frightening, being unable to shake Rena off as she slowly closed in on me. But this didn't even compare. Being pursued with such violent ferocity, this straightforward horror was unparalleled. One of the pursuers' arms grazed my shoulder. Now it wasn't just their frenzied footsteps, but also the distinct sound of their breathing that I could hear. No, I could practically feel them breathing on me. They were already right behind me. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. Still running at full tilt, I felt the surrounding area go still. No, it felt like time itself had stopped. Yeah, I hear you, Gumi. Itadaki Seiki. Or Seiki. I turned my head back slightly in that frozen world, realizing how close my pursuers had gotten to me. I couldn't win against the legs of an adult. In less than the time it would take to blink twice, when this frozen time began moving again, they'd be right on top of me. So basically, Keiichi has bullet time, is that what you're telling me? On top of me, and then... Don't think about that, Keiichi. First, realize you won't be able to shake them off like this. If the fact that you can't get away was a given, then you need to make a decision. Go with the right leg or go with the left. You just need to decide which one. Let's go with the left. The moment I decided that, the temporal singularity burst into pieces. Right. Left. I swung the bat in a wide arc with my right arm. Using that inertia, I stopped and suddenly spun.
No.
The two of them were clearly startled. Momentarily losing sight of me, both of their outstretched arms, ready to grab me, instead grasped at empty space. The man on the right, I applaud him for being able to figure it out, spun around to the spot I shouldn't have been, and faced me in astonishment. But it was too late. I didn't even need to swing my bat. All I needed to do was extend my arms as I turned around. It was by no means a heavy blow, but it seemed like it had enough power behind it to knock him off his feet. But just knocking him down wasn't enough to scare him away. He got back up in no time. Both of them took a fighting stance and were ready to face me. This made me certain they weren't just two people out for a walk. They were clearly after me. It felt much easier than dealing with Rena. Just by not recognizing their faces, by not knowing them, it made things easier. I smiled wryly on the inside. It's fine if it was just a bluff. By barking out at them, I was able to fire myself up. They didn't respond. They spread out to either side of me, with unbelievably calm expressions on their faces. One of them would grab onto my bat, and the other would hold me down. Was that their plan? Taking on both of them at once would be impossible. Hot sweat poured from every pore in my body. Then I'd just have to settle it with the first move. I'd step in and strike the first one down. Narrowing my target down to the man on the right, who had already been knocked down before, I stepped in and swung with all my might. There was no way for an unarmed person to guard against it. It would cause immense damage. Massive damage to the enemy crab. If they blocked it with their arm, their bone would snap like a twig. If they turned their back to it, it was possible that the blow would travel all the way to their vital organs. I think succubi should have the power over wind, since they're just lust demons. And in Dante's Inferno, the lustful damned thrashed by strong winds. Interesting. Very interesting. It looked like he was aware of this. He pushed further through the kill zone between us and delivered a fist right into my gut. Not good. With this distance, in this position, and in this state, there was no way for me to dodge it. The world flipped upside down. I understood I was being tossed around like a rag doll. I landed on the soft earth without a sound, feeling the grainy soil press against my face. It didn't hurt at all. But the moment I thought that, I suddenly felt pain coming from the abrasions on my skin, as well as the contents of my stomach being forced upwards, flooding my mouth with a bitter sensation. I knew very well that I didn't have the time to relish this experience. I stood up as quickly as I could, but at that moment, the other man was already barreling towards me. Being able to comprehend calmly that I simply couldn't dodge it made it all the more upsetting. After plowing into my stomach full force again, my assailant twisted around behind me and locked his thick arm around my neck. My throat felt like it was being crushed by his immense strength. I couldn't even contemplate that I was being strangled, or that I was about to go unconscious. My vision simply darkened and a silent whining noise began playing deep inside my mind. It took everything I had to keep myself from blacking out. While this was happening, the other man was more than likely standing in front of me. I wasn't able to open my eyes, but I could feel that he was there. There was nothing I could do now. Unable to shake this arm off me, I couldn't run. I couldn't fight back. Dire straits, I couldn't even come up with the phrase that adequately described my situation. Higurashi when they cry. A familiar ceiling. The smell of the bed and pillows. I knew them well. Was this my room? Normally there wouldn't be anyone in my room besides me, but their presence made me spring wide awake. When I did that, pain shot throughout my entire body.
大丈夫かな？横になってた方がいいと思うよ。
Why was Rena in my room? Blood began to surge through my muscles and my capillaries. But Rena's smile belonged to the Rena I knew well. I know I shouldn't let myself feel this way, but I relaxed, thinking that this version of Rena was safe.
俺はどうして？
覚えてないの？
意識がなくなってからのことは全然。
He used Doritos to distract the angry mob. Get that guy some Doritos. Wouldn't it be like he needs a Snickers or something? My body had become more lethargic than I could have ever imagined. I guess that would be expected. That would be the expected outcome after exerting everything I had back there. I tried to at least clear my head, but I just couldn't shake the sluggish feeling out of my mind.
一応お医者さんにも電話したから、もうすぐ来ると思うよ。それまで横になってた方がいいと思うな。
I wasn't injured seriously enough to merit calling a doctor. But knowing that someone impartial was coming was slightly reassuring.
俺どうしてここにいるんだ？確かダム現場で。
Last I remember, I was at that goddamn site.
それはレナが聞きたいな。
What if L was in Higurashi? He would probably figure out a lot of things very quickly if he were.
何があったのかな？
He's a pretty sharp dude.
レナが言った時
Much sharper than Oishi-san.
ケイチ君倒れてて。
だから聞きたいのは俺の方だよ。変な二人組に襲われて。
As I talked about it, I finally remembered what happened right before I passed out. Recalling that memory and the terror that went along with it caused the fogginess around my head to clear right up. Let's forget about those two for now. I didn't expect Rena to be nursing me. I thought Rena was trying to kill me. She would have had the perfect chance while I was unconscious. Not only did she not kill me, she had nursed me back to health.
よく俺を引きずってここまで来れたな。重かったろ。
Looking at Rena's delicate frame, it was hard to believe that she had not only gotten me back home, but even dragged me all the way up to the second floor. Did she have some help?
ケイチ君、覚えてないの？
Rena appeared a bit surprised, but still kept her smile.
レナはケイチ君に肩を貸しただけだよ。大丈夫、自分で歩けるってケイチ君が。覚えてない？
I didn't remember. My memory was fuzzy after the point where I lost consciousness.
二人組はどうした？レナが来た時、俺と一緒に、あるいはそばに二人組の男が。
いなかったよ。
She said it bluntly. The way she stated it felt slightly unpleasant. It was just too timid at the time, or I was just too timid. I might have been able to force up some answers out of Rena. But if I did that, then this kind Rena might transform into the scary Rena who I didn't know. Fearing that, I didn't press any further. Thinking about it, it was the obvious choice. If both those men were there, I don't think Rena would have stood a chance. I couldn't find a way to explain it unless I assumed she brought me here after those two were already gone. Rena was still smiling. Her eyes sparkled warmly. Yet, I felt like I was hallucinating when I saw something akin to a shadow slowly creeping across her face. That small omen sent shivers down my spine. While Rena was still Rena, I needed to make contact. I needed to contact Oishi-san. Rena stopped me when I tried to get out of bed. She said I would aggravate my wounds, so I should sleep.
トイレに行きたいんだけどな。
ごめん。
Rena couldn't say anything else. You ain't getting between me and that toilet! While Rena stayed in the room, I quickly went downstairs to get the phone receiver in the living room. When I approached the front door, the doorbell rang. Ding dong, the witch is dead. I must have been the doctor Rena had called. It was strange for a patient to welcome in the doctor who was making a house call, but it would be incredibly reassuring to have him there for the considerable time it would take Oishi-san to get here. I carelessly opened the door with that simple assumption and regretted it almost instantly. Da-dun, da-dun! It's Mion!
あれ？元気そうだね。倒れてたって言うから様子見に来たんだけど。
なんで俺が倒れてたって知ってるんだよ。
レナが電話してきたから。他に理由が必要？
I understood why she would call a doctor. But why Mion, too? Rena was descending the stairs behind me.
レナ、ケイちゃん大丈夫そうだよ。たく、心配して損した。そうだね。レナも心配して損したかな。
They both began laughing. It appeared to be cheerful laughter, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a darkness looming over them.
うわ、何この下駄箱。どうしてたの？
The shoe rack I'd smashed into pieces had been like that since yesterday.
転んでさ。
Yeah, your parents must not be home yet because they're like, why the fuck did you break my house?
その拍子に持ってたバットで叩いちゃったんだよ。
持ち慣れないもん振り回してるからこういうことになるんだよ。
I kept the fact that it was none of her business to myself.
でもこれじゃおばさまたちが帰ってきたらびっくりしちゃうね。後でレナが片付けておくね。さあ、ほらケイちゃん。重病人なんだからちゃんと寝てないとダメだよ。
Terminally ill.
さあ、お布団に戻った。
Both of them urged me up the stairs. I had no chance to call Oishi-san. I was pushed onto my bed. As if it was the first time Mion had been in my room, she began searching around it intently. She fielded around my room and was scolded by Rena. You can imagine how it went. Oh, she fiddled around. It was uncomfortable having my room poked around, but the conversation was so benign that it was heartwarming. During that innocent conversation, Mion said something as though it was perfectly ordinary.
レナ、監督には電話した？うん。みーちゃんに電話した後すぐにね。すぐ来るって言ってたよ。
Director? That out-of-place word gave me a bad feeling. Rena called a doctor. Then called Mion. And after that, she called a director? Who was this director? Since Rena and Mion's conversation was so peaceful, it only felt slightly
二
odd.
人とも何の話をしてるんだよ。監督ってなんだよ。
ケイちゃんしんどいの？監督って言ったら監督だよ。映画の監督とか工事現場の監督とか。
I dug through all my memories for a director who might have business with me. Only one thing came to mind. What Rena had just said. The construction site foreman. The very first victim of the first incident. The dismemberment at the damn construction site. The foreman? But that was strange. He was supposed to be dead. There was no way they could call him.
お前らが何の話をしてるのかわからないよ。その監督が俺と何か関係あるのか？来ると言ったけど、うちに来るのか？
I asked one obvious question after another, but all the two of them did was smile coolly at each other. There was huge difference between how the two of them appeared and how my suspicions were playing out. Slowly, I felt discomfort and panic welling up inside me. I couldn't understand what Rena and Mion were talking about. I will watch the Garden of Sinners movies. I will watch 1, 2, 7. Yeah. I mean, obviously, if you want, like, you're not going to go into it chronologically if you do it that way. But, you know, watch them all in some form or fashion. I don't care. And if they confuse you, you can always check out my lore video.
監督、それ聞いたら喜ぶと思うな。
だから監督って誰だよ？
監督は監督さんだよ。
だから監督って誰だよ？
Rena and Mion looked at each other and laughed haughtily. That disturbing cackle unpleasantly resounded around me. That laugh, long enough to be unsettling, ended abruptly.
そうだ。監督が来る前に済ませとくかな。ケイちゃん、覚えてるかい？
Her face was laughing, but Mion's eyes told a different
覚え
story.
てるって何をだよ？
ケイチ君忘れちゃったのかな。罰ゲームなんだよ。罰ゲームなんだよ。忘れちゃったのかな。おはぎの宿題。どれがレナの作ったおはぎかを当てる宿題。あれ、確か宿題忘れだったよね。
I certainly did have that homework, but I had thrown away the rest of the mochi after I found the sewing needle, so I wasn't able to answer which one Rena made. The penalty for that? Why now? No doubt my question was written all over my face. The answer to my question was that dry laughter. I could no longer make heads or tails of anything. I began to think this entire day was somehow insane. Strange, incomprehensible, being chased by Rena, attacked by a strange man. By strange men. The penalty Mion and Rena were talking about. This fucking director. There's a Fate tuber by the name of Killed. She goes over IRL backgrounds of servants. I figured it would be pretty handy for you. Yeah, that could be fun. It wouldn't deter the need for me to do research, but yeah. What were these two laughing at? It didn't take that long for me to realize I'd been dragged into an abnormal situation. How do you watch the Garden of Sinners movies in order? I don't remember their numbers, but I know first one is Murder Speculation Part 1. Second is The Hollow Shrine. I believe third is A Lingering Sense of Pain. Next would be, Overlooking Something. I forgot. The one with girls jumping off the building. You'll know it right away once you start that. And I think everything goes in order after that point. And that's how I prefer to watch it, for the most part. Who were these two? Who were these people? Who were these doppelgangers of Rena and Mion? Rena had gotten behind me at some point. Why was she pinning my arms behind my back? Because their punishment was gonna get some hanky-panky, right? Right? Right?
罰ゲームだから。
Would you want a yandere blowjob? Or a yandere threesome? My body was already very sluggish, and Rena pinning my arms made it that much harder to move. I seriously tried to struggle, but she wouldn't even bulge. Budge. I keep doing that. My panic began to well up, and I realized this was well beyond the realm of jokes and pleasantries. This freakishly monstrous strength, it would have been impossible for the Rena that I knew. And these thin, frail arms grasping me firmly. Whose arms were they?
ケイちゃん、抵抗しちゃダメだよ。快速大、何錠でもいいや。罰ゲームに抵抗しちゃダメなんだからさ。
Mion, no, that thing that looked like Mion, spoke to me like how Mion would speak to me. But I was certain that this was not Mion. Someone who wasn't Mion, someone who just pretending to be Mion.
監督が来る前に済まさないとね。
I mean, you got two girls in your room and no one else is home. I mean, tell me there's no hanky-panky. Mion fished into her pockets and pulled out something bizarre. I could tell what it was just by looking, but for such a thing to be in her pocket, my mind wouldn't accept it. It was a sounding rod! Ah!
なんだよ、それ。
It was a small syringe. It was a small, clear syringe, the kind a doctor might use if you went to them with a high fever. Rana held me even tighter, as if I could hear that clattering laughter that no longer sounded like laughter blaring into my ear. Ah! Whoops. Who the hell? Ayanami Ray, I'm streaming here. No! I could hear that clattering laughter that no longer sounded like laughter blaring into my ear. It is the Anal Intruder 2000. Dun dun dun. That eerie laughter wasn't something that the Rena I knew could ever produce from her own throat. This thing that was pretending to be Rena, was this their real laugh? Unable to defend myself, the syringe Mion was holding drew closer. And that needle tip was waved in front of my face countless times.
大丈夫大丈夫。痛くないから痛くないから。
何をする気だよ。これは一体何の真似だよ。
ケイちゃん、何言ってんだか分かってんでしょ。
何が？俺には何が何やらさっぱりわからねえよ。
知ってるくせに今さらかまととぶられてもな。
わけのわからないことを言って俺を煙に巻くのはやめろ。
Can you even have a yandere threesome? Because wouldn't the yandere, like, kill each other in the process? For the big chance quest, I most certainly used my, my command spells. I had to.
富武さんと同じ目にあってもらう。
Oh. I don't suppose you guys sucked off Tomitake-san, did you? Right? Or was it bad? The same as Tomitake-san? I didn't really understand what she meant. What did that have to do with this syringe?
ケイチ君、とぼけてるね。うすうすは気づいてたくせに。
Rena whispered it into my ear, laughing as if to admonish me. But even the way she spoke was repulsive beyond compare. Playing dumb? Me? About what? What do you mean? The same as Tomitake-san.
みんなはじめは ひき逃げされたものだと思っていました。ですが、意識を確かめるために近づいた警官はすぐに異常に気づきました。喉がね。
ナイフとか？
爪でした。
Nails? Nails as in fingernails with those gouged, though? That's right. Tomitake-san had clawed his own throat with his own hands and died. There's no way someone could die like that. So then, for that to happen...
薬物を疑いましたが、そういう類のものは検出できませんでした。
So yeah, it's less yandere and just more batshit insane. They're very similar. Yandere pretty much are batshit insane, but for a different reason, I guess. Similar behaviors, different motivations. That's right. The police didn't find any drugs in Tomitake-san's system.
警察は富武さんの遺体から薬物は検出できなかったって言ったぞ。
I don't know what that's supposed to be. The two of them laughed together with that sickening laughter. Of course they'd laugh. To assume that such medicine didn't exist because the police didn't know about it was completely foolish, meaning that the drug that caused Tomitake-san to die in such a bizarre manner did exist. If Mion injected this into me, then that would probably be all the proof I needed. That would basically mean I'd end up the same as Tomitake-san, becoming hysterical, scratching at my throat in my last moments, then die. For such an outrageous drug to exist, for Mion to be holding it. And that was what I was about to be injected with? At that moment, I did not feel there was any need whatsoever to question it. What kind of idiot, when he's trying to dodge a ball flying straight to his face, has time to think of a reason why as it's flying at him?
観念しなって。んじゃ。
Mion's actions lacked any gravitas, and that made it even more terrifying. There was none of the ceremony like when someone is sentenced to death. There was no hesitation at all, as if he were brushing her teeth. Mion reached out with one hand and grabbed onto my chest. It felt like electricity had run through the back of my head and the entire world had gone dark. Did I stand up too fast, or did someone hit me really hard in the back of the head? Having lost my sense of balance, I was assaulted by a wave of dizziness. Well, yeah, demon threesome doesn't sound all that surprising at all. Depending on the type of demon. There are good demons and there are bad demons. Depends on which anime you're watching. I squatted down for a bit. When I came back to my senses, my entire room had changed drastically. The numbness in my head was gone, and slowly I could tell blood was flowing to my extremities again. How long had I been squatting here? How many minutes? Or has it been hours? It's almost as if the hands on the clock had stopped moving the entire time my eyes were closed. That's how little time had passed. Really? Or that's how time had passed. Or no, it was little time. The air in the room wasn't filled with that madness from before, only a dull silence. Reina wasn't there pinning my arms, and Mion wasn't there about to inject me with a needle. No way. Could it be? All of it? Was a hallucination? There was no other presence in my room besides my own. It was the weirdest experience I'd ever had. I was certainly with Reina and Mion. I doubted my sanity for a moment, but I was also seized with some sort of comfort. I guess that terrible ordeal was a hallucination. Neither Reina nor Mion, they would ever do something so terrible. As Noba fan mentioned, Stalker X Stalker is comic by Merryweather Media where you follow the story of two girls. Or follow the two in the girl's family. Okay. Who are equally crazy. Okay. Should I watch Garden of Sinners like in this order? 2, then 4, then 3, then 1, then... I just told you the names of the movies. Did you not hear that? You start... If you want to go in chronological order versus release order, you must start with Murder Speculation Part 1, that leads into the hollow shrine, which then leads into a lingering sense of pain. And then the other one is overlooking something. I forgot the name of the movie, but the one where the girls are jumping off the building. And then after that, I believe it all proceeds as normal. That's the last time I'm gonna say it. My head grew hot. I could tell my memories were welling up. Why? There wasn't a reason to cry. Why? It was sorrow. Why was I sad? I don't understand. I don't understand. Kind to everyone, not discriminating against age or gender. Mion? That Mion was sprawled out by the window in an unnatural pose. Blood stained her a deep red from her head down to her chest. The bright crimson smeared onto the walls. That splatter had undoubtedly come from Mion. She always had that bright smile and was kind to me from the day I transferred. Rena. That same Rena was slumped at my feet and was making the same pool of blood as Mion. I couldn't comprehend what had happened. Did someone come to save me? Then they beat these two down with this metal bat? I finally noticed the weight in my right hand. How long had it been there? It was Satoshi's metal bat, so now we're pretty much right back where we started, you know? It was covered in a deep red. There was no doubt that this was the weapon used to mutilate both of them. And I was holding that weapon. I was the only person in the house. Looking at this objectively, I couldn't think of anyone other than myself who could have done it. That's right. Keiichi Maibara. Of course I did it. I told myself gently, as if coaxing myself. Hey, me. There's no reason for you to remember it. Nor is there a need to regret it. Eat or be eaten. You get that, don't you? One of my favorite candy bars has got to be maybe Three Musketeers or like a Charleston Chew kind of deal. Neither Rena nor Mion had moved an inch. It wasn't just a split forehead and a trickle of blood. Nothing that simple. The entire room was splattered with red, and that told me it didn't end with just 2 or 3 strikes. The depths of my mind were calm, but on the surface I was panicking and agitated. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. What happened to your usual calm self? Come on now. Do like you always do. Throw your head back and take a deep breath. Come on. Once. Twice. Breathe deeply. Calm down. Calm down. I chanted that over and over in my head and relaxed. Color came back to my vision and smell reinfused the air. At the same time, I remembered what happened when I blacked out. Rena and Mion had attacked me. They were about to inject me with whatever caused the same symptoms as Tomitake-san, but right before that happened, I fought back. I twisted my whole body and threw Rena as she was pinning my arms. Then I followed through with my spin and rammed my foot as hard as I could into Mion's torso. It was soft. Rena tried jumping on me, so I tackled her as hard as I could and slammed her against the wall. I didn't let that brief moment of having them off balance slip by. Satoshi's bat was left carelessly by the side of my desk. Beep. At that moment, everything went pitch black. There was nothing recorded past this point in the videotape of my mind. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't that there was nothing recorded. It was recorded just fine. Just the other me inside myself had told me not to look and turned off the TV. Favorite soda? Oh gosh, Probably one of those, like, blue sodas that you could get, like, only at those, like, specialty shops. Like Pop Fizz, I think that's what they call it. Just because, no, it was Rocket Fizz. That's that, like, niche, old school. Yeah, so, like, blue raspberry, not necessarily raspberry, it was just blue. Blue soda, I don't even know. I love the flavor blue. Just because the screen had gone black and I couldn't see it didn't mean that the videotape within me hadn't recorded it. The TV was just off. The video was still playing. The tape within me, creaking along, still playing. On the other end of that pitch black screen, that horrifying video was still playing on. Compared to this, though, the scene right before my eyes, was still so difficult to take in. There was blood splattered everywhere on the walls. The two of them in these unnatural poses. Not a sign of movement from them. I couldn't even tell if they were breathing. No matter what the circumstances were. My friends, these girls, I had attacked them. I may have even killed them. But if I hadn't done this, I would have been the one done for. Balancing that out on an imaginary scale, it felt odd that I'd even feel bad about it. Even if it was a bit excessive, this was justifiable self-defense. The proof was all there. The two of them collapsed here, and me on syringe. Me on syringe, feared with some unknown drug, would certainly solve the mystery surrounding the incident with Tomitake-san. And from the fact that both of these two were involved, they'd be able to pick out the criminals one after the other. Still, I might be suspected for this, but that was just fine. Anyway, now this should be a police affair. This wouldn't fade into the darkness like Rena's past incidents. As long as the police were involved, that should bring this to a close. They'll probably revisit their investigation on the chain of incidents. Oishi-san would definitely get to the bottom of it. Meaning my wish of not wanting to die, of wanting to know the truth, that would be fulfilled in its most basic form. It was all a matter of time now. The doctor Rena called should be getting here soon. I'll confess everything to him. I needed to contact Oishi-san. At that moment I remembered. Besides the doctor, a director had been called. It was easy to imagine that they were someone deeply involved with the incidents, judging from Rena and Mion's conversation. The aches in my chest, caused by the gruesome deed I'd done, dissipated rapidly. It was not over yet. This place was no longer safe. Stay calm, Keiichi Maebara. It's not over yet. I needed to live long enough to tell the police of this incident. At that moment, I felt like I heard someone's voice from outside, sorry. Since people were speaking, it must mean that there was more than one person. I moved the curtain ever so slightly and peered outside. It was a bizarre sight. About 4 or 5 grown men were all gathered at the gate. They very much resembled the 2 men who had assaulted me on the dam site today. Those 2 might even be among them. There was one person there wearing a white coat, but he didn't look like a doctor at all. My gut told me he was in disguise, only posing as a doctor. That guy would probably ring the bell and get me to open the front door. Pretend to be a doctor to get me to open the door, and then the rest of them would all rush in at once. At that moment, I saw the car parked behind the men and my heart nearly skipped a beat. The white van! No mistaking it. That van, the one that had tried to run me down? The man in the white coat entered the gate and headed towards the front door. The rest of the men hid in the bushes and watched him. I probably couldn't pretend that I wasn't home. Undoubtedly, they'd just break the window and enter. I needed to get out of here somehow. Then use a public phone to contact Oishi-san. Then meet up somewhere. First of all, I need a weapon. Then shoes. But before all of that, there's one thing I had to do. I had no intention of dying. I'd live and reveal the truth about this nonsensical curse of Oyashiro-sama. But what would happen from here on, regardless of how determined I was, may bring about my demise. And that was why. There was one thing more important than getting out of here right now. I need to get that clock out quickly and take down the note hidden behind it. Damn it! The tape was sticking to it fast. What? It'd be fine if it was torn a little. I opened up the slightly torn note and began writing another passage with a ballpoint pen. If I wasn't able to inform Oishi-san, then the only thing I could do, that I could rely on, was this note. I had never thought of a piece of torn, college-ruled notebook paper could be this reliable before. I had no time. I'd only write what I knew right now. I needed to leave some sort of information that would only lead them to uncover the truth. Rena and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. That was an undeniable fact. I still didn't want to believe it, but it was a fact. Anyway, I'd leave all the information that would help lead them to finding the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This was everything I was able to see from the window. There may be more. Also, there was that unidentified person known as the director. To begin with, the term director didn't even mesh with Hinamizawa at all. Was Shion in this game? Shion is not present for the entire first arc, no. If they were going to include the directors from the past incidents, then the only one is the construction foreman, the victim from the first murder. The very first victim in the chain of incidents, right. Killed in a lynching, his body divided into 6 pieces. His right arm was never discovered. The police should have confirmed that death. But Rena and Mion did both call him director. They said director. They wouldn't use that term to refer to someone who was dead. The police would never even conceive that someone who's deceased could be involved. Could that be some sort of oversight? I didn't know. But even if I didn't know, it could be a big hint for Oishi-san. That's right. They needed to start fresh from the first incident. It wasn't just a simple dismemberment, but the start of this string of mysterious deaths that would follow. So then, there must be something hidden there. Please reinvestigate the victim from the dismemberment incident. He's alive. His death should have been established after an autopsy. Logically, you would think as much. But was that really the case? Could it have been some sort of ploy that they were able to deceive the police with? I shouldn't jump to conclusions. But he may still be alive. I had no time to ponder that right now. Oh yeah. There's something even more important I needed to write. Tomitake-san's death was from an unknown drug. That's right. That drug, it was an irreplaceable piece of evidence. No doubt, just by having this, everything would be uncovered. I couldn't just leave the vital clue lying on the floor. The syringe is proof. Writing that down, I stuck the syringe into the back of the clock with plenty of tape, so it would absolutely not slip out and fall to the floor. Firmly. Firmly. Ding dong, the bell rang. They were here. I couldn't write anymore, but even still. There was one last thing that I had to write. I have no idea why it has become like this. This may be the closest thing to the truth out of everything I wrote on this note. If you're reading this, then I'm probably already dead. Though you may or may not find my body. If I was going to write out everything that could happen, either dying from the curse or being demoned away, you who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. With this, my last will and testament was complete. I wasn't certain that I was going to die. But it was my final plea, just in case. I folded a note, stuck it back into the back of the clock, and returned the clock back to its usual spot. But I couldn't help but pray. Oishi-san, if something happens to me, I leave the rest to you. After that, I gazed down silently at Reina and Mion. This was probably the last time we'd ever see each other. Reina, Mion.
みんなのこと本当に友達だと思ってたんだぜ。
But why did it end up like this? I never had any fun in my previous school. I only worried about standardized test scores, about if the school I hoped to get into was where I really wanted to go, or a safety net. That was all I talked about. It was a dull life. The people I called friends were also my rivals in studying, in competitions, in personal records, and standardized test scores. Everyone here taught me how unhealthy that lifestyle was. This month was really fun. Making a fuss over lunch, making a fuss over the club, making a fuss over the festival. Something hot began dripping from my face. Uncontrollable tears. I should have no obligation to shed tears for them. But they wouldn't stop, even if they were after my life, even if they were trying to kill me. Everything that happened this month, I wouldn't forget it. Or could it be those happy days were all a facade as well? Was it all a trap, meticulously orchestrated up until today to ensnare me? Could it have been that I had just arbitrarily assumed that they were my friends? That couldn't have been the case. Both Rena and Mion, they really were my friends. Those happy days, there was nothing fake or unclear about them. Someone probably forced them to kill me. Or their minds were taken over, possessed by the supernatural entity known as Oyashiro-sama. Regardless, both Rena and Mion, they were the best friends ever. And when they were coming after me, it wasn't of their own volition. But they weren't the kind of people to sell off their friends, no matter what means were employed to force them. And there was no way such a thing as being possessed by Oyashiro-sama could happen in reality. Then did the real Rena and Mion come after me? The number of times he's cycled through this logic is insane. What was I thinking? What a silly, dumb idea, having beaten down both Rena and Mion. I was still debating if they were the real ones or fakes. There was no real or fake, only the reality that was before me. Rena and Mion were sprawled out at my feet, and that was the only truth. I was only trying to twist the facts to my benefit, that I had beaten my friends to death. No matter how I spun it, it wouldn't change reality. Rena and Mion were both dead. It felt like there was a crack in the dam of strange emotions I was holding back. It felt like my calm state, which was nothing more than a bluff, had receded, and in that opening, insanity was leaking out. I killed them. Rena and Mion. I killed them. The doorbell rang again. The unrelenting echo pulled me back into a state of composure once again. I didn't have a moment to spare. Quickly, I needed to get away. I didn't want to die. I would uncover everything after that. The identity of whomever pushed me this far. Or had pushed me this far. Even if I had to drink mud and eat grass, I would survive. I would definitely survive. I killed Rena for that very reason. I also killed Mion. I went that far just to keep living. So I can't die. For my sake and for the sake of late Rena and Mion. I have to survive. I ran towards the door and grabbed my shoes. The doorbell rang again as if to urge me on. Behind this single, solitary door, there they were. Keeping quiet, I headed towards the kitchen. Headed towards the back door. Before opening the back door, I put my ear in and checked for people outside. No one? After I put on my shoes, I opened the door slowly, so as to not make a sound. Well, you found that out quick. A piercing voice echoed out. That voice stabbed through me, setting my hair on end. I had to run. Get out of here, Keiichi. One after the other, I felt stuff like rationale and intelligence, those things you use when you have time to spare, spill out of me. I didn't feel any pain from the branches scratching my arms and forehead. My autonomously pulsing heart also felt neither fatigue nor pain. My entire being just wished to live. There was nothing else it desired. It probably had no complaints whatsoever, so of course I wouldn't feel fatigue. I ran so far away, just recklessly rushing in the direction I was already heading. Even if nobody was chasing me, I'd still be running like this. Yes, to my knowledge, all of the voices that play in this visual novel reprised their roles in the anime. There wasn't a thought in my mind about where I was headed. Turning around, I felt a presence right next to me. That presence was, without a doubt, chasing me like my shadow. If I took even one misstep, I would be devoured. That's what I thought. So I didn't turn around. I didn't stop. I ran at full speed. What the hell? Is that a crow or something? Quah, 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 quah! That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening.
Hey, buddy! 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 It's evening! It's evening!
Trying to tell me something, and then I finally heard it. The wailing cry of the victims who didn't make it. Would I be joining them? Only the Higurashi knew. They knew everything. They definitely knew. They're like, look at that asshole. He's gonna die. So I ran towards where I could hear more of the Higurashi's chirps. But the farther I ran, the further away their chirping became. I couldn't get near them. Why are you all running away? Why are you running? Was it my fault? Was I the one to blame? Then I'll apologize. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I felt that only the Higurashi knew. Man, this is so long. Every time I think I'm gonna get somewhere fast, it never happens. The smoking room was filled with a cloud of cigarette smoke. The expensive smoke filter gave off some crackling electric noise, but it didn't seem like it was doing anything at all. Why do smokers have to be shoved so far down this corridor where the sun didn't even reach? I recalled hearing that the tax revenue from tobacco was about 1/10 of the municipality's revenue. We were the most heavily taxed members of this municipality, so I really wish they'd show us a little more respect.
どうしてこれがウーマン切りなんすか？街が狭くなっちゃうっすよ。
One of the younger detectives was having a staring contest with the mahjong magazine called Next Turn.
ウーマン切ってもテンパイ崩れませんから、配定にかけるなら両面で受けた方がチャンスあるんじゃないですか？
クマちゃん、川を見てください。ウーマンは全員切ってますから安牌なんですよ。終盤で K 点に走った誰かがダマで待ってたら嫌でしょ。
The kid let out another groan, put out his own cigarette, and then took out another one.
納得いかないっすね。わざわざ自分で当たり牌減らすなんて。
ちなみに配定で当たり牌出しても論しちゃダメですよ。
え、どうしてですか？
Just then I heard a voice coming from down the hall.
大石さんいますか？一般の方から凱旋です。
ありゃ、こりゃどうも。それじゃちょいと失礼。
どうして論しちゃダメなんすか？あ、待ってくださいよ、大石さん。
The man sitting in the seat Oishi-san was heading towards waved at the telephone receiver.
凱旋です。講習から。
ああ、どうもすいません。お待たせしました。大石です。もしもし。
Number 2 and 3? Cherry Coke, maybe? Or Cherry Vanilla Coke. Yeah, that combination specifically is really good. I guess, maybe? Maybe grape soda. I really like grape soda.
Oishi-san 前原さんじゃありませんか。どうもどうも、こんにちは。
From the tone From the tone of Mayabata-kun's voice, I already knew he was in a predicament. This was the first time Mayabata-kun had phoned me, and he was calling from a payphone.
ついてください。何がありました？
His voice was erratic over the line. He had completely lost his sense of composure. After checking that nobody else could hear, I prompted him in a hushed tone.
何があったんです？落ち着いて前原さん。今そこに近場の警官を行かせます。私もすぐそっちに行きますよ。
His voice was quivering and hoarse. He wasn't surrounded by people even as he was making this call, was he?
前原さんは今公衆電話からかけてますよね。どこの公衆電話ですか？
There were no other sounds besides Mayabara-kun's voice. It had to be a phone booth. I snatched out a note and thrust it at my colleague sitting across from me. Hinamizawa, phone booth. He understood quickly and hastily started on the internal lines.
落ち着いて前原さん。今どういう状況なんです？
They're joking. They're saying this is all a conspiracy with Hinamizawa, and so their messages are getting redacted. That's the joke. It was best practice to avoid flustering someone panicking, but this was an urgent case. Mayabara-kun didn't just get in trouble, get away, and then call me. He was in the midst of something dangerous right now. But yelling at Mayabara-kun right now would just needlessly cause him to be even more frantic. Mayabara-kun wasn't just calling to seek help. He was trying to tell us something more than that. And whatever that was, if I didn't get it from this call, I was certain there would never be another chance. My colleague pushed a note in front of me. There's only one phone booth in Hinamizawa. The patrol car is on the way. 5 minutes.
かかりすぎです。警らには何人乗ってます？
2人です。
Not enough. If it was as I imagined, there were likely quite a few people surrounding Mayabara-kun. 5 minutes was too
ヤクザ
long.
の駐在さんには電話しました。
定時巡回の時間です。家人は留守で連絡不能。
そう。クマちゃん、車を回してください。
Kuma-chan! Kuma-kuma!
了解っす。
もしもし、おじさん。
もしもし、大丈夫です。ちゃんと聞こえてますよ。
There was something wrong with Mayabara-kun. That wasn't a normal coughing sound. Vomiting? Was it blood? Had he already been attacked? Was he injured?
前原さん、今そこに警官が向かってます。2、3分で到着しますからなんとか持ちこたえてください。もしもし、聞こえてますか？前原さん。
I could hear on the other end of the line that he was having a coughing fit. The worst possible situation popped into my
前
head.
原さん、犯人は誰です？何人なんです？
俺も最初は人間が犯人なんだと思います。
I couldn't tell if it was a cough or
大丈
vomiting.
夫ですか？前原さん。
犯人は人間なんだって。お社様のたたりなんかないんだって。ついさっきまで。
Is Odai okay with this? It's a joke, man. Chill.
だけどやっぱり
I think it's funny. Man, I fucking hate Monokuma. It was an intense bout of coughing, then vomiting.
やっぱりお社様ってのはいるんだと思います。いや、今。
前原さん、どうか落ち着いて。
Night Drifter.
なんかさっきからおかしいと思ってたんです。ずーっとつけてくるんですよ。走っても走っても走っても走っても影みたいにぴったりくっついて、だけども少しずつ俺の背中ににじり寄ってくるんです。
前原さん、そいつは今ひょっとして前原さんの後ろにすぐ。お願いです。前原さん、怖いのはわかります。ですがお願いです。あなたの後ろに誰がいるんです？
振り向けるわけないじゃないですか。振り向いたら俺
怖いのはわかります。でも教えてほしい。ちょっと振り返るだけでいいんです。前原さんの後ろに誰がいるんです？
Right after I said that, I could hear him vomiting intensely. What followed was a nightmarish
前
sound.
原さん、あんたまさか喉を引っかいてたりは しないでしょうね。
There was no answer, but I could hear something like scratching. There was a bang, as if someone was being hit. Maibara-kun had probably dropped the receiver. I could hear groaning and vomiting all over on the other end, and a repeating abnormal noise.
もしもしもしもし前原さんもしもーし
I knew how far away my voice would sound on the other end, but I couldn't help but shout. At that moment, I heard whispering coming from the other end. I couldn't tell what he was saying. From the way he was saying it, was he talking to himself? Or was he talking to someone there?
もしもし前原さん
Rather than whispering, it was some kind of mantra he was chanting over and over. I focused my senses, trying to pick up what he was saying. What was he repeating? What exactly? Beep. Suddenly, the line went dead. Did he use up his time? It was because it was a payphone! God! Stingy motherfuckers! Because it cut out so abruptly. The last thing he said came out so clearly in my mind.
おいさん車 OK っすおいさん
ごめんなさいだ
Ah.
おいさん
He said, I'm sorry. I had a gut feeling. There was no longer a need to hurry. I could hear the chirp of the Higurashi spilling in from the open window. Queek, 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 queek! I guess you can't really onomatopoeia such a strange sound. I should have been able to hear them this entire time. I just wasn't paying any attention. Why did I focus on them all of a sudden? Were they trying to tell me something? Only the Higurashi knew. That's how I felt. They're all going like, boom, headshot. What's your top 3 favorite ice cream? Marshmallow, cotton candy, bubblegum? I like bubblegum ice cream without chunks of bubblegum in it. I don't like things in my ice cream. I just like the cream. June 1983, in Hinamizawa, a remote village near Shishibon City, there was a murder involving 2 female students. The suspect is Keiichi Maibara, aged... You can't even tell me his fucking age, man. The suspect called over his 2 female classmates, Rena Ryugu, Mion Sonozaki, to his house and beat them to death with a metal bat. The scene of the crime was the suspect's room on the 2nd floor of his house. The inside of the room was covered with a significant quantity of splattered blood, and there were signs of a struggle with the victims. In addition to the scene of the crime, the entryway, living room, and kitchen all had traces of a struggle. The entryway, the shoe rack, and wall had evidence of being impacted by a strong, blunt force. It's believed to have been the same bat as the murder weapon. Having no traces of blood, it is believed the destruction occurred before the murders. There is the possibility that the suspect overpowered his victims to keep them from fleeing. In the living room, the rug had been pulled back, then thrown aside. It's hard to believe that this had a connection to the struggle with the victims, and thus the reason for this remains unknown. In the kitchen, the garbage bag was torn apart, and its contents were spread out on the floor. Garbage was strewn about in the surrounding area, and handprints believed to belong to the suspect were discovered. It is believed that the suspect had, for some reason, taken out the garbage and struck it with his fists. The reason for this remains unknown. In addition, there was a note stuck to the fridge. The words, "Was there a needle?" were written on it. The meaning behind this remains unclear. Just in case, the garbage was searched, but a needle was not discovered. Damn, your mom's good at cleaning. Though the garage door was functional, it had been left open ever since the suspect moved in. The garage door was found closed. The suspect's fingerprints were discovered on the garage door. The reason behind this remains unknown. The suspect fled the scene of the crime. However, a patrolling officer, Hinamizawa Local PD, found the suspect collapsed inside a phone booth. At the time of discovery, the suspect was unconsciously in critical condition. He was rushed to the local hospital for treatment, but did not regain consciousness and died 24 hours later. The results of the autopsy indicate the immediate cause of death have to be hypovolemic shock. It was determined that the suspect had clawed at his own throat with his fingernails, and the resulting bleeding caused his death. With the similarity to the death of Tomitake-san the prior week, the police believe there to be a connection and have opened an investigation. However, due to the wishes of the local authorities, it will be a confidential investigation. Due to the abnormal nature of the death, it was suspected that drugs were involved, but as with Tomitake-san, no traces were discovered. What prompted all this remains inexplicable. As such, this case is being treated as an act committed on impulse. However, with several accounts of the suspect's bizarre behavior leading up to the incident, it's possible that this was premeditated. Separated from his group of friends, isolation, inexplicable behavior. Several days before the incident, the suspect began carrying around a metal bat. The suspect was obsessed with displaying aggressive behavior, as well as talking to himself at school. His classmates have actually heard portions of what he was saying. 2 days before the incident, the suspect declared to his parents the possibility of his death. Due to these circumstances, the police have begun an investigation on the possibility that this crime was not committed on impulse, but was instead planned several days in advance. Afterwards, a note was found in the suspect's room that he had written himself. Yes, I did say I'd put Higurashi on the poll. I already said that a while ago. The note was written on these 2 sheets from a B5 college-ruled notebook that had been torn in half. And as if trying to conceal it, it was stuck behind a clock on the wall. The contents are as written in the appendix. The police believe it to be strongly related to the incident. The police changed their line of investigation based on the possibility that the suspect was involved in some sort of incident himself. However, no further clues were found, casting doubt on the credibility of the note. Was the crime impulsive or premeditated? With the situation unclear and no further developments, the case has been labeled as unresolved. However, the following year, suspicion arose regarding the nature of the note. The note was not written on 2 halves of B5 paper from separate sheets, but was originally a single sheet of B5 paper. In order to erase several lines from the middle, someone had torn them out. Judging from the size of the letters, the missing section is estimated to be about 2 to 3 lines. It is highly probable that the person who eliminated the lines in question is not the suspect. In addition, judging from traces of large quantities of cellophane tape being stuck to the back of the clock, speculations that something other than the note was stuck there has arisen. The person who first discovered the crime was a detective rumored to have a connection with the incident. Kuraudo Oishi. He underwent voluntary questioning, but denies involvement in any damages to the note. The suspect's note: I, Keiichi Maibara, am in fear for my life. I do not know why they are after my life. The only thing I do know is that it has nothing... that it does have to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Reina and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. There are 4 of 5 adults, maybe more. Maybe they have a white van. This is all on the first sheet. The section below has been ripped out. This is from the second sheet. The section above has been ripped out. I have no idea why it has become like this. If you're reading this, then I'm probably already dead, though you may or may not find my body. You who are reading this, please uncover the truth. This is my only desire. So the part that got omitted was clearly the part about the drugs and Tomitake-san. The drugs and the syringe are not listed in this ripped out piece. Keiichi Maibara. What? Higurashi when they cry. Dun dun dun. Holy shit, Batman. A new scenario has been unlocked. All cast review session has become available. To play it, select Extra on the title menu and then pick the All Cast Review section. I don't know what that means. I know you can learn a lot from the notes. Are the notes in Extra? Yeah. The tips, that's what they were, the tips. Did it save? I assume it saved. Yeah, let's see what this all cast thing is. I don't even know what that is.
Hi, Higurashi no Naku Koro ni Sui, Onikakushiをプレイされた皆さん、お疲れ様でした。
Okay.
いかがだったでしょうか。ちょっぴりでも楽しんでもらえたらとっても嬉しいです。
Yes, it was enjoyable, but I have a feeling this is going to be really
ちょ
long.
っぴりも何も。あんなすごいバッドエンドで終わられたらプンプンでございますことよ。プンプンなのです。今回の鬼隠しは全体の謎に挑む人たちが最初に通るお話だから、実質上のプロローグの位置づけなんだって。そのプロローグがこんな凄まじいバッドエンドでございますの？
でもそういうのってあるじゃん。この最悪のバッドエンドを回避するためにプレイヤーさんが物語を模索していくのがこの作品の醍醐味だし。
まだ始まったばかりですよ。
2 Saint Courts and 3 command spells to beat the all in Big Chan's quest. That's the one with Merlin, right? That one was a bitch. I remember that.
これからどんな話が待ち受けてるんだろ
う。Not the one with Arjuna, right?
今回はレナをパートナーに選んだ物語だったけど、他にもみーちゃん、さとこちゃんをパートナーに選んだお話もあるみたいだね。他のシナリオにはどんな展開があるんですの？今回の鬼隠しではひなみ沢で例えばみーちゃんのシナリオではひなみ沢の古い歴史なんかが紹介されるんだって。
異常事態の連続ですっかり分かんなくなっちゃったけど、お社様のたたりってどういうものなのか。いや、そもそもお社様って何なのかあまり説明なかったからね。
よくは聞いてないんだけど、でもなんか嫌な予感。
I can't guarantee the poll will be immediately after. No.
またしてもたたられそうな嫌な物語です。
ケイちゃんも大変だね。今度はどんなたたりにやられるやら。
でもどんなお話になるのか楽しみでございますわね。
いやいやいやいや、遅れてすみませんね。
やあみんな、お疲れ様。
お疲れ。あれ、ケイちゃんは？
ケイチ君はもう次のシナリオの台本読みに行っちゃって、主人公だから大変だね。
あれ、残念ですね。ちょっとだけでも顔を出してくれればよかったのに。きっと喋るワード数が多すぎて居残りなのです。
そりゃフルデさん、仕方がありま。前原さんのセリフだけで普通のアドベンチャーゲームなら全員分の量がありますからね。
しかしケイチ君やレナちゃんなんか特にだけど大変なお話だ。
大変も何も大大バッド。
That was the mother of all bad ends. You know what, Satoko? You don't know yet. You don't know yet, Satoko. No, you don't. You don't know how bad it's gonna get just yet. No, you don't.
結局、ケイチ君を襲ったのって正体は何なんだろう。
たたりに見せかけておいて、実は人間の仕業ってのが僕の推理なんだけどね。
でもケイチは最後に謎の電話をかけてきていましたのです。
私もあの電話は変だと思ったね。あの時点でケイちゃんは犯人は人間だと確信してたはずなのにさ。
おかしな電話でしたわよね。 なんかお化けに追いかけられてるみたいな。あの電話だけだとやっぱり犯人って人間じゃなくてたたりなのかなって思っちゃうよね。
せっかくですから意見を出してみようじゃありませんか。じゃあ園崎さんから。
私は絶対に人間説。ひなみ沢の怪しい昔語りかなんかになぞらえて誰かが起こしてる人為的事件だと思うね。
What, this section is entertaining?
毎年お祭りの日に
What do you plan on streaming when this is finally over? I don't know. I really don't. I mean, this is a long fucking story. If they're calling this just the little prologue, man.
その連続開始っていうのも何かの昔語りの再現なんだよ、きっと。
私はたたりだと思
Yeah,
いますよ。
yeah, I think the fingernail is my least favorite. I think that's the most hard to watch section of the whole thing.
玄関で圭一さんが暴れたシーンとかラストの電話のシーンとかを見れば人間が犯人では説明
Oh, it's very good. It pays off.
そういえばそうだよね。とても人間の仕業とは思えないシーンだったし。
僕はそれでも人間が犯人だと思うね。あの玄関やラストのシーンは追い詰められた圭一君の被害意識からの妄想じゃないかって思うんだ。
難しい言葉を使われてもわかりませんわ。つまり怖がりの圭一が見た幻だと言ってるのです。じゃああのシーンの正体は圭一さんの後ろにいた謎の気配は何なんですの？
引っ掛けだよ、引っ掛け。
みーちゃん、引っ掛けってどういう意味？
富田家のおじさまが言うようにさ、あのシーンは追い詰められたケイちゃんの被害妄想のシーンなんだよ。それを濃密に書くことでプレイヤーにたたりだと思わせようとする演出なんだよ。だから引っ掛けってわけ。
それを言われるとでも
まあそういう可能性もあるってことだよ。
だとすると
How many of you guys actually know the story, and how many of you are seeing it for the first time? In fact, I could put that up as a poll. Let me put it up as a poll.
私ですか？
If you know the anime story, then that counts. Then you do know it.
悩みますね。
Or maybe a better question would be, do you already understand the story? Or are you still confused?
あれ？僕はてっきり大石さんは人間説だと思ってましたけど。
劇中の私は犯人は人間だと断じてますが、人間が犯人だとするといろいろ不可解なことが多いんですよ。
例えば大石刑事さんの推理を聞かせてく。
まず人間が犯人だとすると絶対に動機が必要なんです。こういうことをして誰が得をするのかってことなんです。
つまりおじさま、人間が犯人なら連続開始事件を起こすことによって誰かが得をしなくちゃいけないってこと？
そういうことです。ダム開発の関係者が死ぬうちは利害も感じられましたが、近年の犠牲者はそれとも無縁です。第一、 前原さんを殺して誰が得をすると言うんです？
なるほど。そう言われると僕も弱いな。
だってお金とかも取られてはいないんですもん。
They're breaking the fourth wall. I can't handle
人
it.
間が犯人なわけありませんわ。
I know you keep asking, Gumigun. Give me some time. I don't know when I'll put up the freaking
そうば
poll.
かりは限らないんじゃない？さっきみーちゃんが言ったように何かの昔語り
I've
の
got
体
other
験
things
そのも
that
のに意味がある
come
か
to
どうか
mind as soon as that's done.
そういうこと。これは営利殺人じゃないんだよ。きっとこれは村の血塗られた歴史を再現するための何らかの儀式的殺人じゃないかなって思うわけ。
では聞きますですが、それを再現すると誰か得をするのですか？
得をするんじゃなくて、もっと心理的なもの。僕は何かの復讐じゃないかと思うね。土着的な何か。今回のシナリオでは語られなかった因縁だよ。
なるほど。過去にひどい扱いを受けた暴家の人たちが先祖の恨みを晴らすために。私はそれにも反対ですね。
じゃあ何？大石さんはまさかたたり派なわけ？
そうですわそうですわ。刑事役の大石さんが言うんですもの。たたりに決まってますわ。
You need him,
劇
OtakuDaiKun?
中で
What?
前原さんが言うように、親代様が竜宮さんや園崎さんに乗り移って悪さをしているって考えると。
Okay, so a couple things that help to understand Higurashi. You can think of it kind of like if you're playing a regular visual novel, you will make choices, and as a result of your choices, you will go down a different route. That's kind of like, you know, like in Fate Stay Night, you choose to use a command spell on Saber to prevent her from hurting Archer at the start. Well, that leads you down Unlimited Blade Works, and it's a completely different story. This is kind of like that, but you consider each chapter of Higurashi, to some extent, as its own plot route, where it starts from the beginning each time, and the story goes in a different direction, or is told from a different perspective.
突き詰めるとそうなるのかな。
So it's not like the next chapter does not start off with Keiichi suddenly like, I mean, with the fact that Keiichi's dead. It doesn't continue on from his death. It starts again with Keiichi moving into the village. So that's how it works. You start the story again every time you finish with one of these routes. Kind of like making a new choice in a visual novel. It's designed that way on purpose, so that each time you experience things, you learn more than you did the first time, and you get to see the same events sometimes from a different perspective. Do routes have specific waifus helping you? It's not quite that simple. It's not just like the Sakura route or the Rin route or the whatever, but they do focus on the different characters. Because there's certain characters that, like you said, Rika and Satoko have not had much of a presence in the story yet, but they will. One thing to bear in mind here is that Keiichi was not a reliable narrator for this experience. What he was seeing and what was actually happening are not aligned. And I think you guys probably pick up on that already. Go to Japan and help with their population decline? That's funny. Is there a Mion route? I mean, not Yes and no. Yes and no. It's a little weird.
何か理由があるはずということなのです。
Yeah, there's a bit of a Groundhog Day element to the story. That is true.
どうなりますの？
Most specifically, Keiichi was definitely not a reliable narrator here.
そうだね。まだプロローグだもんね。
He was paranoid. There were things going on, but they were not the things he thought they were.
これ以上の推理は難しいね。
いんにゃ。白黒つけないと納得できないな。
This won't really spoil much of anything. I just want to clarify and reflect on what we've already seen. That I feel confident with this series enough to know a couple of things that Keiichi told us that were probably not true. There was not, in fact, a needle in the mochi. It couldn't have been. Mion was saying that it was... The language Keiichi used, it was almost like he was convincing himself that there was a needle in the mochi. So, I'm certain that Mion had done some sort of prank with the mochi, particularly with Rena's piece of mochi. But it was not a needle. Nothing meant to be that lethal. Mion and Rena were not holding a syringe to Keiichi's face at the beginning, I don't think. I personally don't think. Because when they said they were going to do the same punishment that they gave to Tomitake, sorry. What they did back then was scribbled on him with a permanent marker. So I think they had a permanent marker, and he was so delusional by that point he saw it as a syringe. There is an anime. Higurashi has more or less been... The main arcs have all been covered by an anime, but it was... yeah. I like the anime. There's different things about it. So yeah, that's my little hint that Keiichi was perceiving things differently. Mion and Rena were not, in fact, trying to kill him. Especially if you go back and you rewatch this stream knowing that, you can see all the opportunities that the author left us for Rena, and the stuff she was saying was not necessarily evil. She was saying things like, you know, I'm worried because Satoshi, he was acting like you and he transferred out. And she wants to listen to Keiichi so that he doesn't, that Keiichi doesn't, sorry, sometimes the dialogue in the ears is a little difficult. But yeah, no, so... She was concerned, she wanted to listen to Keiichi, see what's wrong with him, because I guess she could try to prevent whatever happened to Satoshi. I don't think all those laughings, like, I don't think he was actually hearing Rena and Mion laugh in quite the same way that he perceived them as. Like, I don't think they really were laughing like that.
収録の残り台詞数で僕たちの誰か一人でも抜いたらケイチも参加できるのですよ。リカ、あの量でそれは不可能ですわ。あ、それでごめんねケイチ君。
As for the note at the end and the piece of the note that was ripped out, we can definitely say for sure that Keiichi was being pursued by dudes in a white truck. To an extent, we don't know their identities. There was stuff about that I think is legitimate. And it's probably them, I think, maybe, who removed that part of the note. The part of the note saying, ah, yes, it was drugs. And there's a syringe. Is there a good ending in Higurashi? Believe it or not, yes. Kind of. Yeah. In fact, I think there are good endings, like, period. But it focuses on the bad ones on purpose.
結局意見が分かれちゃったね。
Everything Oishi says to you is 100% accurate.
それでは引き続き日暮らしの泣く頃に推をお楽しみくださいね。
Everything Oishi-san said was objective from his point of view. He had suspicions about whether this is Oyashiro-sama's curse and all that. He's trying to get to the bottom of things. He's being a legit ski detective, I guess. Keiichi did get right about a few things he had no business being right about in the arc. It's true. He kind of stumbled onto certain truths, but I can't tell you which truths they are. And, why do you think they did not just remove the entire note on the clock? Well, it seems like the way that it's written, Keiichi's like, oh, it was, I think whoever ripped out that piece ripped out things that were incriminating. Oh, but the writing here is so much better than School Days. School Days is fun for, like, shock value and the craziness of it, but, yeah, it's incriminating that there would be a drug mentioned with Tomitake-san. That's the specific part they got removed, but all the parts where he was like, it's Oyashiro-sama's curse, people are trying to kill me, I don't know, you know, like, all that stuff was left in there on purpose, because I think the narrative one would want to leave behind would be, it was Oyashiro-sama. Is there a much worse ending in Higurashi? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There are several. And you have to... the whole point is that you experience them. You have to. It's a different type of visual novel. But it does jump around with replaying the same general events from different perspectives and with different things happening. Let's see here. I want to look at what the tips are. I'm not going to read them right now, but the school doesn't have a uniform. They're in a mixed grade. The Keiichi's house. The damn dismemberment. Probably just more details on that. The damn project. We know more about that. Special tabloid report. I don't know. What kind of name is Rena? There is some significance to Rena's name. I won't say what it is yet, but we get to that. Community notice. I don't know what that is. We get more details about each of the individual murders. And the things he had heard from Oishi. Now, these I don't know anything about, so I'll have to check them out at some later time. No lore? I've been thinking of doing a lore of Higurashi for a long time. I was actually planning on doing a lore, but I feel like if I'm going to continue playing the game after I made a lore video, that would kind of defeat the point. Are there mods in Higurashi? I'm playing a mod right now. This, 07th expansion thing. Because it combines, I guess, the console stuff with the voice acting with the later details and things. So, yeah, going into more Higurashi if you want. That's just something to realize that you're experiencing different versions of the same general events. And in this particular case, especially, the things that Keiichi was seeing were not literally sometimes what was actually there. That was his perception of it. And we had no choice but to see it from his perspective. They design some of these arcs in the story intentionally to be question arcs, where you go through them and you're like, what the fuck just happened? Kind of like this. And then there are answer arcs, which clarify a lot of the details. So usually for each question arc, there is an answer arc. There is a sprite mod. You can put back in the sprites for, like, the older, the really old, goofy sprites. They're very funny looking. And then this version has the other two sprites, the remake sprites and the console sprites. Glad you enjoyed my Xenolores. Is there a mod where you can win over the waifus and have them side with Keiichi? That's not a mod anymore. I guess that could be a mod, but that's like a whole frickin' like rewrite of the story. There are more fan servicey sections of Higurashi that exist, but they're more on like the like kind of like extras, sort of like what we just watched here, where they're all hanging out in the cafe talking together. There's stuff like that, and it gets more, you know, pleasant. Like I said, there is a collaboration between Key, the guys who make Clannad, and Air, and Kanon, and all that stuff, and Higurashi. There exists a happy, bubbly collaboration between the two, for instance. So, yeah. How is that the original design? Because the guy who created this stuff probably did most of the work all by himself, where they didn't have a dedicated artist, they didn't have a whatever, you know. I think most of it was just Ryukishi writing and creating a lot of things on his own. Which is why it was originally announced as a sound novel, because it was easier to present the sounds on that version. And it would later become something more traditional as a visual novel as we saw it. This is not even the Steam version. I think I'm playing a modded version from Manga Gamer to try and combine certain things that the Manga Gamer release didn't have, which the Manga Gamer release I think is more or less the same as what Steam got. It's hard to say. But for the most part, you're going to get most of the story. So yeah, if you guys are more interested in that, when I do put up a poll, and I'm not exactly sure when, definitely vote for it. I'll give you some other options as well to see what people are interested in. If you enjoyed this video, definitely subscribe. And let's see here. We got next week going forward. We got some censorship apologist bingo and a video splurging about my favorite waifu, Artoria. Splurging. It's awfully appropriate. So lots of things to look forward to there. And until next time, celebrate your fandom. My dog knows when it's over. She knows when I say celebrate your fandom, it means I'm done. She's such a good dog.